Seeing the positive comments, Zhao Xiaoshuan's face twisted in anger and jealousy. She gripped her phone like she was going to crumble it. Why could Yuzi, instead of her, become the designer of charm? Yuzi and Zhao Xiaoxian were classmates in college, which meant that Zhao Xiaoxian majored in clothing design as well. However, she was born in a rich family, so she never thought to rely on herself. Besides, she never studied hard in university, so she didn't have many skills either. When she saw that Yuzi became a successful designer, she felt quite jealous of her. At this moment, a popular Weibo blogger sent out a remark on charm gowns. Jason V, a famous clothing designer in Paris, OMG, these gowns are so beautiful. Once this remark was out, internet users burst into discussion. Oh, is he the famous clothing designer in Paris, Jason? It wasn't a question actually, but it was too shocking for the internet user to believe that it was true. Jason was a famous international clothing designer of wedding gowns, and he seldom complimented other designers, but Yuzi was an exception. I think he is. Oh, I'm so excited to see Jason. Me too. My major is clothing design, and Jason is my idol. Is Jason complimenting Yuzi? Yes, he is. Jason V, a famous clothing designer in Paris, you're right. I am complimenting Miss Yu because I think her designs are very creative, and I'd love to teach her more skills if she wants. As a famous international designer, Jason was able to distinguish the good designs from bad ones at a glance. It seemed he really appreciated Yuzi's designs. Although he had liked many works of many designers before, Yuzi was the only one he was interested in and was willing to teach her more. Oh my! I can't believe my eyes now. Jason is willing to teach Yuzi his skills. I can't believe it either. Yuzi is so lucky. Seeing the comments on the internet, Zhao Xiaoxian almost smashed her phone to the ground. Why was Yuzi able to win the attention of Jason, who was a famous international designer? She could design gowns too. Zhao Xiaoxian didn't think that Yuzi was better than her. Lin Tianyu, on the other hand, couldn't feel more regretful now. He made up his mind to get Yuzi back. He was a self-centered man, so he didn't believe that Yuzi would reject him. Lin Tianyu was really shameless. Self-centered people never reflected on themselves, and they only cared about their own feelings. Seeing the absent look on Lin Tianyu's face, a thought dawned on Zhao Xiaoxian and she panicked a little. She knew clearly that Lin Tianyu still liked Yuzi, and he had only dumped Yuzi because of Yuzi's poor family background. Lin Tianyu accepted her because she was born in a rich family, which would benefit him. However, everything had changed now, and he had the idea to get Yuzi back. No. She would never allow it to happen. Lin Tianyu, are you thinking of Yuzi? Do you want to get her back? Zhao Xiaoxian questioned him in anger. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu frowned but refused to admit it. No, I'm not. Even if he was going to get Yuzi back, he wouldn't let Zhao Xiaoxian know his plan, at least not before he succeeded. He wasn't willing to lose both women at the same time. Lin Tianyu was engaging in wishful thinking. Really? Zhao Xiaoxian didn't believe him. Swear an oath of loyalty to me right now. If you still want to get Yuzi back, you'll be hit by a car. Lin Tianyu wasn't in a good mood, and got angry at once after hearing Zhao Xiaoshuan's words. Are you crazy? Why should I swear an oath of loyalty to you? Do you want me to be hit by a car? Lin Tianyu's voice was very loud, so it attracted a lot of attention from people around them. The onlookers had a bad impression of Zhao Xiaoxian because of her vicious words. What she said was too much, especially after Lin Tianyu had denied it. Let alone the men, even the women disliked her behavior. Therefore, people all looked at Zhao Xiaoxian with disdain. Zhao Xiaoxian didn't care about others' attention now, and she was in a rage as well after Lin Tianyu shouted at her. If you don't dare to do it, then it means that you still love her. Am I right? I've done nothing to hurt you. Why do I have to swear the oath to persuade you to believe me? Don't you think that what you just said is too unkind? Lin Tianyu raised his voice. I'll never joke about my life. Onlookers all agreed with Lin Tianyu. I hate that kind of woman the most. She's so self-centered and vicious. Exactly. Does she think that she is the queen? If my girlfriend was so unreasonable, I'd dump her right away. A couple should trust each other in a relationship. People were all criticizing Zhao Xiaoxian. However, Zhao Xiaoxian didn't feel ashamed at all, but was mad at them. Shut your mouths. It's none of your business. Stop criticizing me or you'll be hit by cars, she shouted at the onlookers in anger. Hearing Zhao Xiaoxuan's unkind words, people were all annoyed. Although they did criticize Zhao Xiaoxian in public, what she had done and said were truly malicious. Enough! Lin Tianyu snapped at Zhao Xiaoxian, which scared her. Zhao Xiaoxian, couldn't you be kind to others? You'll pay for what you've done. After that, Lin Tianyu turned around walking away, leaving Zhao Xiaoxian and her baggage behind. Zhao Xiaoxian had already embarrassed him in a public place, and he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Lin Tianyu, come back right now. Zhao Xiaoxian panicked, but she hadn't gotten her baggage yet, so she couldn't leave. Her suitcase was filled with luxuries she bought from abroad. Lin Tianyu, however, ignored her. Seeing that, Zhao Xiaoxian was mad and threatened. Lin Tianyu, if you dare walk away from me today, we're done. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu stopped for a second, but just for a second, then strode away. Although he might lose a lot if he broke up with Zhao Xiaoxian, he couldn't stand Zhao Xiaoxuan's temper anymore. She was merely a self-indulgent girl with princess syndrome. In the beginning, Lin Tianyu accepted it for the purpose of taking over the Zhao family's properties, but now he gave up upon thinking of Yu. When onlookers saw Lin Tianyu leaving without looking back at all, they all cheered. She deserves it. No man wants to marry such a woman and argue with her for the rest of their life. Indeed, she isn't very pretty after all. In fact, Zhao Xiaoxian wasn't a beauty, and she also had a bad temper. If it hadn't been for her family's wealth, Lin Tianyu wouldn't have agreed to be her boyfriend. You! Zhao Xiaoxian was in a rage. Right at this moment her suitcase came out, so she picked it up and left at once. Zhao Xiaoxian thought that Lin Tianyu would be waiting for her at the parking lot, and he would apologize to her as usual. So she would forgive him. However, she was wrong, and Lin Tianyu along with his car was nowhere to be found. Zhao Xiaoxian was anxious now because she really loved Lin Tianyu, otherwise she wouldn't have hurt her close friend Yu to get him. Even though she found out that Lin Tianyu was only willing to be her boyfriend because of her family background, she didn't mind it at all. All she wanted was Lin Tianyu. She was afraid to lose him, so she always kept a closer eye on him. Once any women approached him, she would argue with him and chase the other women away. Although she fought with Lin Tianyu many times because of it, Lin Tianyu would compromise in the end. Therefore, she never realized that Lin Tianyu disliked her unreasonable and immature actions. In addition, she didn't mean it when she said that she was going to break up with him if he walked away from her today. As long as he apologized, she would forgive him. Nevertheless, he left without giving her a glance, which was totally unacceptable in her eyes. Zhao Xiaoxian felt embarrassed to call Lin Tianyu, so she called Lin Tianyu's mother. She hoped that Lin Tianyu's mother would help her and tell Lin Tianyu to apologize to her. In that case, she would forgive him and they could get back together. Xiaoxian, are you home now? Come and join us for a meal. Mrs. Lin was very happy to receive Zhao Xiaoxuan's call, because she was very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. To be specific, Mrs. Lin was actually satisfied with Zhao Xiaoxuan's family background, because Zhao Xiaoxian wasn't beautiful and had a bad temper. Anyway, Zhao Xiaoxian didn't dare lose her temper in front of Mrs. Lin, so Mrs. Lin turned a blind eye to it. Yu was much prettier than Zhao Xiaoxian, and she was very gentle. However, she was born in an ordinary family, so Mrs. Lin didn't want her to be with her son. Mrs. Lin was a snobbish person as well after all. Well, Tianyu abandoned me at the airport and drove away. Zhao Xiaoxian blamed Lin Tianyu on the phone with Mrs. Lin. She didn't sound aggressive at all now but aggrieved. Zhao Xiaoxian wasn't dumb, and she knew that she had to please Mrs. Lin if she wanted to marry Lin Tianyu. What? Tianyu drove away alone? Did you argue again? Mrs. Lin was surprised. No matter why they had argued, Mrs. Lin thought that it must have been Lin Tianyu's fault. Yes. I just asked him whether he still likes Yuzi because we were watching a video of her just then. I asked him to swear an oath of loyalty to me, but he refused and drove away alone. Zhao Xiaoxian said but didn't tell Mrs. Lin many details. What? Does he still like Yuzi? Hearing that, Mrs. Lin couldn't stay calm because she hated Yuzi. Xiaoxian, don't worry. I'll never allow them to be together again. You're the one and only future daughter-in-law of our family. Take a taxi to your home, and I'll call him right now, Mrs. Lin said. Thanks, Zhao Xiaoxian said, then hung up. She was confident that Mrs. Lin would side with her. After hanging up the call with Zhao Xiaoxian, Mrs. Lin called Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu was on his way out of the airport, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. Once he answered his mother's call, Mrs. Lin snapped at him. Tianyu, what's wrong with you? How could you abandon Xiaoxian alone at the airport? Tell me, do you still like Yuzi? Your father and I will never allow you to get her back. Xiaoxian is the future daughter-in-law of our family, unless you can find a girl better than her. If Zhao Xiaoxian heard what Mrs. Lin said to Lin Tianyu, she would feel very hurt because she was just a B-plan in Mrs. Lin's eyes. Did Zhao Xiaoxian tell on me? Lin Tianyu sneered. It wasn't a surprise because Zhao Xiaoxian did that every time they had an argument. Tell me, do you still like Yuzi? Mrs. Lin asked again. Yes. Lin Tianyu admitted with alacrity. Lin Tianyu, your father and I will never allow you to be together with her. Mrs. Lin warned him in anger. What if Yuzi is a better choice than Zhao Xiaoxian? Lin Tianyu asked. No way. I know that Yuzi is prettier than Xiaoxian, but she's too poor, Mrs. Lin said with disdain. Maybe she's poorer than Zhao Xiaoxian now, but she's going to be very successful sooner or later, Lin Tianyu said. I don't care. I just want you to apologize to Xiaoxian right now, and you two better get married as soon as possible, Mrs. Lin said in a domineering tone. Yuzi now is the designer and a shareholder of Charm, Lin Tianyu said, feeling sad. What? Mrs. Lin was shocked. She had seen the ads for Jade beauty jewelry and Charm, but she had no idea that Yuzi was the designer and shareholder of Charm now. If so, Yuzi would be very rich in the future. Is it real? Mrs. Lin couldn't believe it. You can watch the video of its release conference on the internet, Lin Tianyu said with impatience, then hung up. After hanging up the call with Lin Tianyu, Mrs. Lin totally forgot Zhao Xiaoxian, but surfed the internet to watch the release conference of Jade beauty jewelry and Charm. When she found out that Yuzi was really the designer and a shareholder of Charm, Mrs. Lin realized that Yuzi was different now, and was very likely to be successful in the near future. At this moment, Mrs. Lin hesitated on what to do next. Although Zhao Xiaoxian was the only child in her family, and Lin Tianyu could take over her family properties in the future, Zhao Xiaoxuan's family was far from being a super-rich family. On the contrary, Jade beauty jewelry and Charm became well-known, high-end brands now, and they were also developing fast. Most importantly, since Yuzi worked for Charm, she had to know many important figures. If Lin Tianyu could be with Yuzi, Yuzi would help the Lin family as well. In that case, the Lin family could be prosperous. Thinking of that, Mrs. Lin called Lin Tianyu back at once. Tianyu, since you still like Yuzi, you can get her back and we won't stop you this time, Mrs. Lin said, like it was Yuzi's honor that they were willing to accept her. It was really ridiculous because Yuzi had already moved on. In Mrs. Lin's eyes, Yuzi would be more than willing to marry Lin Tianyu. The Lin family was so selfish and self-centered. With his mother's approval, Lin Tianyu was thrilled, and more confident that he could get Yuzi back. He called Yuzi without hesitation, then realized that Yuzi had already blacklisted him. He then searched for the address of Charm and drove there. Unfortunately, Charm was closed today. Lin Tianyu could only go back and come again tomorrow. Zhao Xiaoxian didn't receive Mrs. Lin's or Lin Tianyu's call after a long time, but she was reluctant to call them again. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxian being so upset, Mrs. Zhao asked, "Xiaoxian, what happened?" Zhao Xiaoxian told her mother everything, including details. However, Mrs. Zhao didn't think that it was Zhao Xiaoxuan's fault, but blamed Lin Tianyu for everything. "What? How dare he do that to you? I must call him right now." Saying that, Mrs. Zhao called Lin Tianyu. Although Zhao Xiaoxian wasn't willing to call Lin Tianyu, she wouldn't stop her mother from doing so, because she was also curious about what Lin Tianyu wanted to do now. To their surprise, Lin Tianyu refused to answer Mrs. Zhao's call, which annoyed Mrs. Zhao. "Mom, call Mrs. Lin. I just called her and she promised to help me, but I haven't heard from her yet," Zhao Xiaoxian said. Hearing that, Mrs. Zhao was displeased and called Mrs. Lin without delay. When Mrs. Lin saw Mrs. Zhao's call, she knew that it had to be because of Zhao Xiaoxian, so she answered it. "Hi, Mrs. Zhao," Mrs. Lin said. She sounded as polite as usual. Although she supported Lin Tianyu to get Yuzi back, she had no intention to interfere in the relationship between Zhao Xiaoxian and Lin Tianyu now. "Mrs. Lin, why did Lin Tianyu abandon Xiaoxian at the airport? Why is he refusing to answer my calls? Is he going to break up with Xiaoxian because of the woman called Yuzi?" Mrs. Zhao asked. "I'm worried about that too. Tianyu didn't answer my calls either, so I have no idea what's going on now. If I get through to him, I'll call you back, all right?" Mrs. Lin said. "What Tianyu has done this time is too much. He shouldn't abandon Xiaoxian at the airport, and will never accept such behavior. Mrs. Lin, you must give us a satisfactory explanation," Mrs. Zhao said in annoyance. Sure. I'll talk to him once he answers my call or is home." Mrs. Lin gave Mrs. Zhao a perfunctory answer, then hung up. Afterwards, Mrs. Lin wore an expression of obvious disdain. She didn't care about the Zhao family right now, because her son was going to marry a woman who was much better than Zhao Xiaoxian. Chu Peihan and the others didn't go to City B, so they could only wait until the video of the release conference was out. This moment it was still class time. The majority of the students in the number 3 high school in City F had a habit of wearing earphones and looking down at their phones in excitement in classes. In the beginning, the teachers were all mad because nobody was listening to them. However, when the teachers found out what the students were watching, they said nothing. Many teachers even watched the video on their phones as well. Gu Ning was a legend and the honor of their school. All the teachers agreed on it that Gu Ning was a genius. Not only the students in the number 3 high school, but other people who knew Gu Ning also watched the video. As a result, the video had been viewed over 1 million times, reposted over 100,000 times, and commented on hundreds of thousands of times within just half an hour. Most of the comments were positive. In the Lung family's house, the capital, ever since Master Lung had found out that Gu Ning was Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend, he paid a lot of attention to the news about her. So he was naturally aware of the opening ceremony and release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry. He went to visit Zhang Zhongyu in the hospital that morning, so he saw the video that afternoon when he was back home. Zhang Zhongyu recovered very well, but he still had to stay in bed for many days. It was already a miracle after all. If the Zhang family hadn't told the doctors to keep it a secret, this miracle would have been spread abroad in the medical field by now. The medicine was Gu Ning's gift to Master Lung, so they were afraid that it would cause Gu Ning trouble if it went abroad. When Master Lung got home, he told Qinbing to search for news about Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet. It was noon, so there were only videos taken by the audience on the internet. What the reporters had taken would be released after editing a few hours later. When Master Lung watched a video, he noticed Lung Xiaoting standing next to Gu Ning at first glance. They were really a good-looking couple, and Master Lung appreciated Gu Ning more now. After that, Master Lung saw Su Jinchen standing alone aside, so he gloated over it, and called Master Su at once. "Su, have you watched the videos of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet? My grandson and granddaughter-in-law look so good standing together, but your grandson is still single and alone without any girls standing by his side." Master Lung was showing off. Hearing that, Master Su was annoyed. The last thing he wanted to hear about now was Master Lung's grandson and granddaughter-in-law, because he would be jealous of him. Lung, you just want to see me being jealous of you. Let me tell you, I'll never watch them, Master Su said, then hung up on Master Lung. Although Master Su said that on the phone with Master Lung, he still told Su Qinin to help him find the videos right after he hung up. Jade Beauty Jewelry? Isn't that Gu Ning's company? Why didn't she invite me to attend its opening ceremony? Su Qinin was dissatisfied. Master Su, however, was surprised. Do you know Gu Ning too? Of course, Su Qinin said. Then searched Jade Beauty Jewelry on the internet, and there were many links coming out. After watching several videos, Su Qinin found out that her older brother had attended the opening ceremony without telling her. What? My older brother was there too. Why didn't he tell me? Su Jinshin was more displeased now. Master Lung was still watching the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. When he saw that Gu Ning donated the money she had won in a competition of stone gambling to a charity foundation, he was touched. Gu Ning was a good girl. When Master Lung watched Gu Ning's short speech at the release conference, he liked Gu Ning's modest attitude and her air of confidence and power. Gu Ning was a girl with ambition. Master Lung seldom complimented other people, especially a young girl, because he had seen countless outstanding people during his life. However, Gu Ning was an exception. At the same time, he felt so happy that Gu Ning was Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend. Haha, do you see that? She's my granddaughter-in-law. Master Lung wore a satisfied smile, saying to Chun Bing. Chun Bing now lost count of how many times he had heard Master Lung saying that to him this afternoon. In addition, Gu Ning hadn't married into the Lung family yet, so she wasn't Master Lung's granddaughter-in-law yet. Chun Bing, of course, didn't dare to say it aloud, in case it would ruin Master Lung's good mood. Lin Lijuan and Gu Qinxiang failed to get a divorce, but they were separated now and Lin Lijuan moved back to live in the Lin family's house. Although Lin Lijuan's older brother, Lin Dekhang, said nothing, and Lin Yuehao didn't care about it, her sister-in-law Zhang Meiyu wasn't happy about it. She didn't pick on Lin Lijuan but wasn't very friendly to her either. Even though Lin Lijuan had helped the Lin family a lot, it was easy to cause conflict if they lived under the same roof. Lin Lijuan wore a sad expression all the time and damaged the relaxed atmosphere in the Lin family's house, so nobody felt comfortable. Zhang Meiyu had tried to persuade Lin Lijuan not to divorce Gu Qinxiang, because the divorce wouldn't do any good to the children. As long as Gu Qinxiang stopped cheating on her, they could still live a good life. However, Lin Lijuan was drowning in sorrow now, and refused Zhang Meiyu's advice, so Zhang Meiyu gave up. In order to avoid having to get along with Lin Lijuan, Zhang Meiyu often left the house and went to shop or play mahjong with her friends once she was free. At this moment, Zhang Meiyu was cooking in the kitchen, while Lin Lijuan was sitting in the living room with an absent look on her face. Lin Yuehao was half lying on the sofa playing on his phone. After ads, a hostess said in the TV, "Welcome back to Fashion Broadcast. We're going to show the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm." Hearing that, both Lin Lijuan and Lin Yuehao were surprised and watched TV. They all knew that Jade Beauty Jewelry was Gu Ning's company, so they paid special attention to it. The hostess continued to introduce Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm before the release conference was shown on the screen. Although Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm are newly established companies, they've attracted a lot of attention and have gotten many positive comments since their products went on the market. Their boss, however, is a senior in high school who is just 18 years old. Afterwards, the release conference was shown on the screen, and Gu Ning and the others went on the stage. Lin Yuehao was always scared of Gu Ning, but he didn't hate her. He was just a hoodlum. Once he realized that he didn't have the ability to hurt Gu Ning, he was unwilling to annoy her again. Lin Lijuan, on the other hand, hated Gu Ning more than ever, especially after Gu Ning became so successful. Her daughter was still in jail. Although it wasn't Gu Ning's fault, Lin Lijuan blamed Gu Ning for everything. Therefore, when Lin Lijuan saw Gu Ning on TV, She glared at Gu Ning like Gu Ning was her biggest enemy. OMG, Gu Ning is so awesome! Lin Yuehao exclaimed in shock. He wasn't jealous of Gu Ning but admired her. Hearing that, Lin Lijuan gave Lin Yuehao a glance with dissatisfaction. Lin Yuehao ignored Lin Lijuan's glance and despised her in his heart. In his eyes, Lin Lijuan was an idiot who held a grudge against such an outstanding niece. If Lin Lijuan's family hadn't annoyed Gu Ning, they wouldn't be in such a dreadful condition now. Lin Yuehao totally forgot that he had bullied Gu Ning before too. Zhang Meiyu heard Lin Yuehao's voice and walked out from the kitchen. When she saw Gu Ning on the TV, she was also interested. Seeing that Gu Ning was so successful now, Zhang Meiyu hated Lin Lijuan for what Lin Lijuan had done to Gu Ning. If Lin Lijuan's family could have gotten along well with Gu Ning would have been willing to give them a helping hand now. Gu Qingxiang's construction company could barely stay afloat now. Gu Qing's family, on the other hand, lived a much better life than them because of their close relationship with Gu Man and Gu Ning. Gu Qingyang's family had also changed their attitude towards Gu Man, Gu Ning and Gu Qing's family. If anything bad happened to them, Gu Ning would help them without a doubt. Although Zhang Meiyu wasn't a generous and kind woman, she wouldn't criticize or bully her poor relatives. In addition, it wasn't something shameful that a woman had a premarital pregnancy nowadays. But Lin Lijuan and Gu Man's mother had used that to humiliate Gu Man and Gu Ning many times. All of a sudden, Lin Lijuan smashed the remote control on the coffee table with a loud sound, which scared Lin Yuehao and Zhang Meiyu, who were enjoying the news on TV. Why am I living a terrible life now? But the bitch Gu Man and the bastard Gu Ning are in the spotlight. Lin Lijuan shouted in anger and with strong hatred. Hearing that, Lin Yuehao and Zhang Meiyu frowned with dissatisfaction. Lin Yuehao snorted with disdain. Why? Because they have the ability to live a good life. No. Lin Lijuan couldn't accept it. Seeing Lin Lijuan being crazy, Lin Yuehao didn't bother to argue with her. Zhang Meiyu also remained silent. However, Lin Lijuan grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and threw it at the TV with great force. In her eyes, Gu Ning along with her release conference would be ruined once the TV was broken. Neither Lin Yuehao nor Zhang Meiyu expected Lin Lijuan's abrupt movement, and the TV screen was broken at once. Lin Yuehao and Zhang Meiyu were struck dumb. Are you crazy? Lin Yuehao jumped up from the sofa and glared at Lin Lijuan. Lin Lijuan was also struck dumb by her behavior and trembled in fear with a pale face. She had no intention to hit the TV, but she just lost control of herself. At this moment there was black smoke coming out of the TV, and Lin Yuehao dashed over to pull out its plug in case it would explode. When a TV was on fire, one should never put it out with water. Instead, after cutting off the electricity, one should use quilts to extinguish it from the sides of the TV to prevent cathode ray tubes from exploding and injuring people. Although the TV wasn't on fire yet, there was black smoke coming out, so it was likely to explode soon. After that, Lin Yuehao supported Zhang Meiyu moving away from the living room. Seeing Lin Lijuan standing still, although Lin Yuehao disliked her, he still reminded her to walk away. Why are you still standing there? Do you want to die in the explosion? Hearing that, Lin Lijuan stumbled away from the TV. Aunt Lijuan, I know that you've been living a hard life these days, but it's not my family's fault. Lin Yuehao's sympathy for Lin Lijuan was gone now. He knew that she was in a bad mood and hadn't done it on purpose, but she still caused damage. Right at this moment, Lin Dekhang came back and heard Lin Yuehao's angry voice from outside of the door. Therefore, he criticized Lin Yuehao once he walked inside. Lin Yuehao, mind your words. How can you talk to your aunt like that? He also understood that his family disliked Lin Lijuan, but they couldn't chase her away after all. However, Lin Dekhang smelt an acrid dense smoke and frowned. What happened? Why do I smell smoke? When Lin Dechang's sight fell on the TV, he was astonished. What's going on here? The TV was playing the release conference of Gu Ning's jewelry brand just then, and Aunt Li Juan suddenly hit it with an ashtray, Lin Yuehao said, then gave Lin Li Juan an unkind glance. Hearing that, Lin Dekhang changed his expression. Lin Li Juan, I know that you're in a terrible mood now, but you can't damage our home appliances to vent your anger. You're not a 3-year-old kid. Don't you know how dangerous it is if the TV explodes? I'm afraid that we can't keep you here with us. Lin Dekhang felt a strong sense of danger now. If Lin Li Juan lost control of herself again, they could be killed along with her. Lin Li Juan didn't know what to say, and ran out of the house in anger. You? Lin Dekhang was mad but didn't try to catch up. Although Lin Dekhang didn't mind Lin Li Juan staying here with his family, it didn't mean that he would tolerate her rude behavior. Gu Qinxiang's company couldn't stay afloat now, and he wasn't able to pay his workers this month. Nobody was willing to help him, and Gu Qinxiang was really hopeless now. The Lin family didn't have much money either, and Lin Dekhang was unwilling to help Gu Qinxiang now given what he had done before. Besides, Gu Qinxiang had annoyed Gu Ning, who was the only person who had the ability to help him out. Therefore, Gu Qinxiang could only sell his house to get some money. When Gu Ning was about to eat, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller, then walked aside to answer it. Miss Gu, I thought that you would call me to thank me after receiving my gift. Qi Tianlin complained on the phone. In fact, Qi Tianlin was waiting for Gu Ning's call to invite him for a meal after he sent her a gift at the opening ceremony. However, Gu Ning never called him, and he felt upset at being ignored. Hearing that, Gu Ning remembered his gift, but didn't feel embarrassed at all. Thank you so much for your gift. Qi Tianlin was struck dumb for a second. Gu Ning simply gave him a perfunctory answer, and he didn't know what to say all of a sudden. I don't think you're grateful, Qi Tianlin said with dissatisfaction. Gu Ning pulled her lips and asked, What do you want me to do? Let's gamble again, Qi Tianlin said. No problem, but I'm not interested in small bets, Gu Ning said. She wouldn't reject it if Qi Tianlin wanted to send her money. Do you want to set 3 billion yuan as the bet for a round again? Qi Tianlin sounded unwilling. Although he could afford it, he was unwilling to lose that much money by gambling. Of course not. 100 million a round is enough, Gu Ning said. Deal. Qi Tianlin agreed with alacrity. He didn't believe that he would lose every time. Can we gamble after a few days? I'm very busy right now, Gu Ning said. Sure. Qi Tianlin understood that Gu Ning was busy right now. After hanging up the call with Qi Tianlin, Gu Ning called Sitiyi and thanked him, in case he had the same thought as Qi Tianlin. Have you finished your work? Sitiyi asked with concern once he answered Gu Ning's call. Compared with Qi Tianlin, Sitiyi was more considerate, so he didn't seem displeased although Gu Ning called after a long time. Yeah. I'm sorry I've been very busy these past few days, so I only had time to call you right now. Thank you so much for your gift, Gu Ning said. You're welcome, Sitiyi said. They talked for a while before hanging up. Gu Ning then went back to the dining room and enjoyed the meal with her friends. Su Jinshen invited them to have fun together tonight, but Gu Ning had to leave to deal with other things, so she would be absent. When they were gone, Gu Ning told Gu Man what had happened to Tang Haifeng. Gu Man was scared and relieved when she found out that Tang Haifeng was fine now. Should we visit him? Gu Man asked. Gu Man now asked for Gu Ning's opinions for everything. Sure. Let's go visit him right now, Gu Ning said. Great. Let me change my clothing first, Gu Man said, then went upstairs. She had just cooked and smelled like food, and it wasn't appropriate if she showed up before Tang Haifeng like that. Gu Ning said to Gao Yi and Xiao Ya, You two haven't enjoyed each other's company for a long while, so you can have a day off. Go have a date. There is no need to come back tonight. I'll call you if I need you tomorrow. Gu Ning purposely said that there was no need for them to come back tonight, because they were a couple and they needed a sex life. Gao Yi and Xiao Ya understood Gu Ning's meaning and felt a little shy, but both of them were very happy. Leng Xiaoting also understood, but he felt upset because he thought that Gu Ning and he hadn't enjoyed each other's company for a long while either. However, in fact, they had only been apart for one night. Thanks, boss. Gao Yi and Xiaoya said. Do you need a car? Gu Ning asked. I don't think so. We can take a walk, Gao Yi said. Great, bye-bye, Gu Ning said. Once Gao Yi and Xiaoya were gone, Leng Xiaoting walked towards Gu Ning, but Gu Man walked downstairs just as he was about to kiss her. Leng Xiaoting stepped back at once and felt quite aggrieved. Gu Ning was amused, but she could do nothing about it now. Where are Gao Yi and Xiaoya? Gu Man noticed that Gao Yi and Xiaoya were absent when she walked into the living room. Oh, I told them to take the day off, Gu Ning said. On the way to the hospital, Gu Ning checked her email box and saw that Kay had already sent her detailed information about Xiang Dongping. Xiang Dongping was 43 years old and came from a village around City B. He was a chauffeur for a boss of a small company, so the car he had driven was actually his boss's. In addition, there was nothing unusual with the bank cards and phone numbers under his name. After checking the surveillance videos, Gu Ning found that Xiang Dongping had driven the car out for repairs and didn't come back until noon today. As for the section from the garage to the tunnel, Xiang Dongping had dined in a restaurant and sat there for a long time till Tang Haifeng's car passed by. He then drove his car and followed behind. It wasn't conclusive proof because it could be a coincidence. Xiang Dongping seemed to be innocent, but the car crash was indeed a scheme. Kay had also found many details about Xiang Dongping's family. He lived with his old mother, his wife and his son, but his son was suffering from a serious disease and needed a surgery. His family couldn't afford it, so they gave up. However, Xiang Dongping's son was admitted to the hospital yesterday and was about to have the surgery today. It turned out that someone who lived abroad had paid the surgery fee of 200,000 yuan for Xiang Dongping after reading the post in which Xiang Dongping introduced his son's condition and tried to raise money for his son on the internet. It seemed that Xiang Dongping didn't make the deal with someone for money. The anonymous donor transferred the money through Swiss bank, and Kay failed to hack into its database to get the person's identity. Although Kay was an ace international hacker, there were still some things he couldn't do. After reading the email sent by Kay, Gu Ning realized that she had met a powerful enemy. Actually, if the person wasn't cunning or powerful enough, he wouldn't dare to scheme against the Tang family. Since Gu Ning hadn't gotten useful information yet, she decided to be patient, because she believed that her enemy would soon take action again. When they arrived at the hospital, Tang Yunhang and Chao Ruihua were in Tang Haifeng's ward. Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua, on the other hand, had been there the entire time. Without any outsiders in the room, there was no need for Tang Haifeng to pretend to be unconscious. Do you have any news? Gu Ning asked. Some directors of our corporation came to visit Father a few minutes ago, right when the doctor came to check Father's body, and the result wasn't positive, Tang Yunhang said. Tang Haifeng had been lying unconscious on the bed for a long time, so the doctor came to examine him to see what the cause of it was. At the same time, several directors of the Tang family's business group came to visit Tang Haifeng. In that case, Tang Deming got to know Tang Haifeng's condition without their special arrangement. How is the driver who caused the car crash? Gu Ning asked again. He's still unconscious too. We couldn't use his phone without its password, so the police found his family address from his ID card, but nobody was home, so we were unable to contact his family, Tang Yunhang said. Lin Tianyu came back home after enjoying dinner outside. Once he was back, Mrs. Lin asked him with anticipation, Tianyu, how is it? Did you get her back? Although it was a question, Mrs. Lin was very confident that the answer would be affirmative. She didn't believe that Yu Zi would reject her son. I went to her store, but it's closed today, Lin Tianyu said. Did you call her? Mrs. Lin asked again. She blacklisted me after we broke up, Lin Tianyu replied. What? How dare she do that? Mrs. Lin frowned with dissatisfaction. In her eyes, Yu Zi was always inferior to them. Give me her number. I'll call her, Mrs. Lin said and took out her phone. It's fine. I'll go find her myself tomorrow. Lin Tianyu stopped his mother. Fine. Since Lin Tianyu said so, Mrs. Lin didn't insist, but she was quite displeased with Yu Zi's behavior. Oh, how about Zhao Xiaoxian? Her mother called me and asked for an explanation, Mrs. Lin said. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu's eyes were full of disdain. Let it be. I'll handle it after I find Yu Zi. Lin Tianyu was worried that Yu Zi would reject him. If he broke up with Zhao Xiaoxian right now, he could lose both women at the same time. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoxian was his backup. What should I say if her mother calls again? Mrs. Lin asked. Just tell her that you can't find me, Lin Tianyu said. Sure. Mrs. Lin agreed. Zhao Xiaoxian was in a terrible mood because neither Mrs. Lin nor Lin Tianyu called her back. One of her female friends called her and said that she had just broken up with her boyfriend and invited her to have fun together. Zhao Xiaoxian agreed since she also wanted to drown her sorrows. Zhao Xiaoxian cared about her appearance very much, and dressed herself up before she went out to meet her friend. Although Zhao Xiaoxian wasn't a gorgeous beauty, she wasn't ugly either, and also looked attractive because of her good body shape. Mrs. Zhao didn't stop Zhao Xiaoxian from hanging out with her friends. Besides, she was in a bad mood today, so Mrs. Zhao wouldn't say anything except to remind her to be careful. The weather was getting warmer, so Zhao Xiaoxian put on a super low-cut black bustier, and her boobs were half exposed. When Zhao Xiaoxian arrived at the private room her friend booked, she heard moans of sexual pleasure the second she pushed the door open. There were 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men, on the sofa with their bodies barely covered in clothes. The woman was sitting on one man's lap wearing a short, tight skirt, and the man's hand was moving between her legs. Her shirt was wide open with her breasts bare in the air, and she was moaning from the pleasure. Seeing the scene, Zhao Xiaoxian didn't show any astonishment or panic, because it wasn't the first time she had seen it. To be specific, she had also done that many times before. In the old days, once she broke up with her boyfriend, she would go to a clubhouse for money boys. However, she wouldn't allow the money boys to penetrate her, but just had sex with hands or mouth. She stopped doing that after Lin Tianyu became her boyfriend. The sound of Zhao Xiaoxian pushing the door open interrupted them, and they looked at her with one accord. Xiaoxian, come here. The woman smiled with satisfaction, and didn't seem sad at all. She had plenty of choices to satisfy her sexual needs, and she didn't care about a serious relationship at all. Zhao Xiaoxian walked over and sat down with a calm face. She poured a glass of beer and downed it at once. What? You're not happy today? The woman stood up from the man's legs and adjusted her clothes before walking to Zhao Xiaoxian. She sat down right next to Zhao Xiaoxian and laid an arm on her shoulder. Did you argue with Lin Tianyu again? Although it was a question, she already had the answer. Yeah, Zhao Xiaoxian said. Do you want to have some fun with them? The woman asked. Enjoy it yourself. You know I stopped doing that after Lin Tianyu became my boyfriend, Zhao Xiaoxian said. They were close friends and shared many dirty secrets with each other. In other people's eyes, they were still good, well-educated girls. No way. You can't stop having fun just because of him. Do you think he's loyal to you? The woman said, as if she had already seen through men. She had slept with different men, some of which had a girlfriend or were even married, but none of them cared about it. Hearing that, Zhao Xiaoxuan's hand which was holding the glass stopped for a second. She didn't know whether Lin Tianyu was cheating on her, but she felt mad once she thought of the fact that Lin Tianyu still liked Yu Zi. She was loyal to him, but he was still in love with another woman. Nobody will know what you've done if you have some fun here. Come on, don't wear a sad face all the time. The woman persuaded Zhao Xiaoxian to join them, because she thought that it would more fun to have sex with more people. Fine. Zhao Xiaoxian agreed in annoyance. She was still mad at Lin Tianyu. Since he still loved Yu Zi, she thought that it was unfair to expect her to stay loyal to him. Zhao Xiaoxian drank another glass of beer, then undressed herself right in front of them. After that, Zhao Xiaoxian walked to the 2 money boys along with her friend to have a foursome. Gu Ning, Gu Man and Lung Xiaoting left the hospital an hour later. When they got home, Gu-man went to rest in her room and leave space for Gu-ning and Leng Xiaoting. Gu-man understood that Gu-ning was a mature girl with principles, so she knew that Gu-ning would protect herself well. The moment Gu-man was back in her room, Leng Xiaoting stared at Gu-ning. He wanted to do something but was afraid that Gu-man might interrupt them. Gu-ning smiled and said, "Let go for a walk." "Why not?" Leng Xiaoting agreed at once. As long as they could stay together for a while without other people around, he was satisfied. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting and Gu-ning walked out of the house. Gu-ning, however, went straight to the garage once they were out, which confused Leng Xiaoting. "Are we going to drive?"
Gu-ning peamed.
"Nope. Come here. I have a gift for you." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting followed her. It was dark in the garage, but Gu-ning had no intention to turn on the light. All of a sudden, Gu-ning turned around and hugged Leng Xiaoting's neck, reaching up to kiss him. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, then clasped Gu-ning and kissed her back while his hands moved over her body. As the kiss became wilder, Leng Xiaoting felt dissatisfied and wanted more. However, they were in the garage now. An idea dawned on Leng Xiaoting and he asked, "Why don't we do it in the car?" Gu-ning was surprised and also felt excited, but she was slightly worried. The space is so small in the car, and I'm afraid that will make too much noise." Gu-ning was worried that Gu-man would find out what they were doing. "I'll be gentle," Leng Xiaoting said. Gu-ning, however, doubted it, because Leng Xiaoting was always full of energy and was sometimes rough. Gu-ning thought for a while, then agreed. With Gu-ning's permission, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait a second longer and opened the car door at once. Although the space in the car was quite small and their movements were limited, it was unusually exciting. Leng Xiaoting hugged Gu-ning in his arms and let her sit on his legs. They stared at each other with burning desire in the moonlight. Everything looked so beautiful tonight. Gu-ning couldn't move her eyes away from his handsome face. His delicate features, especially the faint smile on his sensual mouth, attracted her full attention. Every time she saw him, she was stunned by his striking appearance. "What? You can't move your eyes away from me." He smiled, which was so charming. Leng Xiaoting seldom smiled, but Gu-ning was even more attracted to him once he smiled at her. "Yeah, you're stunning," Gu-ning said with a smile. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting got excited and kissed her without hesitation. To the world, she might just be a normal human being, but in his eyes, she was his entire world. Lin Lijuan wandered on the street after she ran out of the Lin family's house. She didn't have her phone with her nor money, and she had no idea where she was right now. She just walked and walked along the street. Seeing the sky becoming darker, Lin Dekhang was slightly worried that Lin Lijuan was still out. He called Lin Lijuan in the end, but her phone rang in the house. She doesn't have her phone or money. Will she be safe? Zhang Meiyu was worried too. Although they had conflicts, they were a family after all. Lin Dekhang thought for a while, then said to Lin Yuehao, "Yuehao, go out to find your aunt." Lin Yuehao didn't want to, but had to listen to his father. However, in the end, Lin Yuehao searched for Lin Lijuan for nearly 2 hours, but it was in vain, so he gave up and went back home. City F was a large city, so it was very difficult to find a person on the streets. Lin Dekhang didn't know what else he could do. He thought that Lin Lijuan was an adult and she could take care of herself, so he went to bed as usual. In the clubhouse, Zhao Xiaoxian and her friend were about to leave around 12 a.m. She seemed to be in a good mood after satisfying her sexual needs, and she completely forgot about Lin Tianyu. However, once she walked out, she noticed Yuzi, and her good mood was instantly replaced by anger and jealousy. Without delay, Zhao Xiaoxian ran to Yuzi. "Hey Xiaoxian, where are you going?" Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend asked, but she soon realized what was going on when she saw Yuzi not far away. Yuzi just had a party with Chao Wenxin and their friends. They had already walked to an elevator, but Yuzi left her phone in the private room, so she walked back to fetch it. "Yuzi, stop right there." Zhao Xiaoxian dashed ahead and stood in Yuzi's way. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxian, Yuzi's good mood was ruined at once. What? Did Lin Tianyu call you or find you? Zhao Xiaoxian asked, but she believed that Lin Tianyu must have contacted Yuzi behind her back. Yuzi was struck dumb for a second, because she had already broken up with Lin Tianyu for a long time. Zhao Xiaoxian, what's wrong with you? I've broken up with Lin Tianyu for a long time. Why would he call or find me? Yuzi said. Really? Zhao Xiaoxian didn't believe it. Whatever. Yuzi ignored Zhao Xiaoxian and walked away. Zhao Xiaoxian, however, remembered the news she had read today, and her jealousy of Yuzi got the better of her. She was afraid that Yuzi would steal Lin Tianyu from her once she became rich. Thinking of that, Zhao Xiaoxian felt a strong sense of crisis and pulled Yuzi back. You can't leave. What do you want? Yuzi was annoyed. Zhao Xiaoxuan's face was twisted in jealousy. Yuzi, I didn't expect that you would be so successful now. You became a boss after being a poor girl, all within a few days. Yuzi was a shareholder of Charm, so she was the boss of it to some extent. Yuzi wasn't surprised that Zhao Xiaoxian had already heard of the news. It's none of your business. It is my business. Tianyu and I argued precisely because of you. Zhao Xiaoxian shouted in anger. Yuzi actually had no interest in their relationship. Is it my fault that you argued with each other? Yuzi couldn't understand why Zhao Xiaoxian wouldn't let her go. You're successful now, so you attract Tianyu's attention, Zhao Xiaoxian said. I'm sorry. I seriously don't understand why you are blaming me for everything. It's not my fault. Yuzi argued. Lin Tianyu was a terrible man, but Zhao Xiaoxian cherished him very much. Yes, it is your fault. If you were as poor as always, Tianyu wouldn't pay any attention to you. Zhao Xiaoxian almost shouted. It's completely ridiculous that you argued with each other. Just because I'm successful now, does it mean that you should disappear too if I dislike you? Yuzi said. She was unwilling to carry the responsibility. Although she had been a poor girl while Zhao Xiaoxian was born in a rich family, she was a successful designer now, and she also had Guning's support. She wouldn't take advantage of others, but she wasn't weak anymore. Zhao Xiaoxian, however, lost control of herself. Bitch, how dare you talk to me like that? Saying that, she raised her hand trying to slap Yuzi. Yuzi moved away at once, but Zhao Xiaoxuan's hand still hit her face. Luckily, Zhao Xiaoxian had drunk a lot of alcohol, so she wasn't able to use her full strength. It wasn't painful, but Yuzi was in a rage. Without hesitation, Yuzi used her full strength to slap Zhao Xiaoxian across the face. Zhao Xiaoxian shouted because of the pain. Yuzi hadn't drunk much, so she was able to slap Zhao Xiaoxian hard, and Zhao Xiaoxian fell towards the nearby wall at once. However, thanks to the wall, she didn't fall on the floor. Xiaoxian. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend was watching the scene from the side just then, but now ran over in a hurry after seeing Zhao Xiaoxian being hit by Yuzi. Yuzi snorted and walked away, but was stopped by the woman. How dare you, Yuzi? She raised her hand, trying to get revenge for Zhao Xiaoxian. Before Yuzi could fight back this time, the woman's wrist was caught by another person. The woman was mad, and abruptly turned around to look at the person who grabbed her wrist. When she was about to swear at the person, she recognized the person. She became scared the second she recognized the person's face. Miss Gao. The person who caught her wrist was precisely Chao Wenxin. Chao Wenxin came back after Yuzi had been gone for a long time, but she saw the women try to slap Yuzi right as she walked near. Well, how dare you do that? Chao Wenxin stared at the women. I. The woman didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She slapped me. Zhao Xiaoxian didn't recognize Chao Wenxin, so she wasn't scared of her. Seeing Chao Wenxin helping Yuzi, Zhao Xiaoxian became angrier. Oh, then you must have annoyed her beforehand, Chao Wenxin sneered, because she believed that Yuzi wouldn't hit someone for no reason. You? Zhao Xiaoxian panicked a little, then lied. She seduced my boyfriend. Xiaoxian. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Chao Wenxin was born in a super-rich dominant family in City B, and their families were hardly comparable to hers. In Chao Wenxin's eyes, they were merely nobodies. Yuzi, did you seduce her boyfriend? Chao Wenxin asked Yuzi, but sounded like she had just heard a funny joke. Of course not. Yuzi denied it. I know that I'm bad at choosing the right man, but I'll never accept such a snobbish and terrible man. Yuzi felt disgusted upon thinking of Lin Tianyu now, and it was impossible that she would accept him again, let alone seduce him. Did you hear that? Chao Wenxin looked at Zhao Xiaoxian like she was a clown. Chao Wenxin then let Zhao Xiaoxian go and walked away with Yuzi. How can you? Zhao Xiaoxian was unwilling to give up. However, before she could finish her sentence, her friend stopped her at once. Xiaoxian, that woman isn't someone you can mess with. Hearing that, Zhao Xiaoxian was shocked. Who is she? Zhao Xiaoxian only dared to bully someone who was poorer or weaker than her. In fact, her friend's family was much richer than her. If her friend didn't dare to annoy the woman must come from a super rich or powerful family. She was born in the Chao family, Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend said. What? The Chao family? Which Chao family? Zhao Xiaoxian asked with astonishment. She had only heard of the Chao family in high society. However, Zhao Xiaoxian refused to believe that Yuzi was able to make friends with a member of the Chao family. It would be a great honor for them if they had a chance to be Miss Chao's friends. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend sneered. How many Chao families are there in City B? She was born in the Chao family, which has an alliance with the Tang family in City B. What? Zhao Xiaoxian was scared and shocked. Even though she already had the answer, she couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept the fact that Yuzi was superior to her now. You better stay away from Yuzi the next time you see her. Otherwise you'll be in big trouble, Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend said out of kindness. If they didn't want to cause their families any trouble, they had to learn not to mess with someone who was much richer or more powerful than them. When Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend met Chao Wenxin for the first time, it wasn't a pleasant experience. But she bore in mind that Chao Wenxin wasn't someone she could mess with ever since. Zhao Xiaoxian remained silent, but she was still unwilling to accept it. Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend had already said and done what she could. If Zhao Xiaoxian still wanted to dig her own grave, nobody could stop her. I have an appointment with several sexy young men. Wanna go with me? Zhao Xiaoxuan's friend asked her. Zhao Xiaoxian gave her a side glance with disdain. No, I want to go home now. Gu Ning received Tang Haifeng's call at 7 a.m. the next morning. She heard a piece of bad news from him. Xiang Dongping died of suffocation because his oxygen mask had fallen off in the middle of the night. However, it wasn't noticed until this morning. Gu Ning wasn't surprised, and the first thought she had in her mind was that the mastermind behind the car crash must have killed Xiang Dongping to prevent Xiang Dongping from betraying him. Either way, Gu Ning didn't have any sympathy for Xiang Dongping because he had tried to murder Tang Haifeng. In addition, Gu Ning had no intention to force Xiang Dongping to tell her the truth, so it wouldn't affect her plan even if he was dead now. They were going to find out who the person behind Tang Deming was, not Tang Deming. It was obvious that Tang Deming was just the person's shield, and it was hard to find out who the person was unless Tang Deming told them himself. However, it wasn't likely that Tang Deming would do that. That being the case, they couldn't take action to punish Tang Deming right now, in case the person behind his back would be alerted. After eating breakfast, Gu Ning went to the Tang family's house along with Gu Man as usual. When Yuzi arrived at the shopping mall at 9 a.m., Lin Tianyu stopped her at the door. Seeing Lin Tianyu, Yuzi felt disgusted. Yuzi, can we talk? Lin Tianyu asked. No, Yuzi said without hesitation. She didn't think that there was anything she needed to talk to Lin Tianyu about. Lin Tianyu, however, didn't feel embarrassed at all. Yuzi, I'm still in love with you. Can we get back together? No. Yuzi rejected again. Lin Tianyu, please leave me alone, thanks. After that, Yuzi tried to walk away but was stopped by him again. Lin Tianyu, get out of my way. Yuzi stared at Lin Tianyu with a cold face. Yuzi, I was forced to be with Zhao Xiaoxian, and I already broke up with her. As long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. I promise, Lin Tianyu said, and seemed petty and low for the first time in front of a woman. Although Lin Tianyu did it for his own benefits, he indeed still loved Yuzi, so he sounded sincere when he said that. However, Yuzi still only felt disgusted. Lin Tianyu, both you and I clearly know why you dumped me, Yuzi sneered. Didn't you dump me because Zhao Xiaoshuan's family is rich? You thought that I was too poor to be your girlfriend, and you came back to me right now just because I'm the designer and a shareholder of Charm. You simply want to make use of me for your family's good. Yuzi wouldn't be deceived by this terrible man anymore. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu panicked, but still made up an excuse. I won't deny it, but please believe me, I still love you. It's all my mother's fault. You know that my mother is a snobbish person, and she would only accept a properly matched marriage. I did stand up to her, but she used her life to threaten me. I had to listen to her because she's my mother after all, but she will allow us to be together now. Yuzi let him finish but still ignored him. Only an idiot would believe that bullshit, Yuzi thought to herself. She made up her mind not to forgive him. She had her own principles, and she wouldn't tolerate betrayal. A good woman never backtracks. Yuzi. Seeing Yuzi walking away, Lin Tianyu pulled her back. But Yuzi got rid of his hand with great force. Don't touch me. You're so disgusting. Yuzi's angry loud voice attracted a lot of attention from people around them. You. Lin Tianyu changed his expression. Yuzi, why must you be so cold-blooded? Lin Tianyu said like he was the victim. Yuzi? Is she the designer of Charm? I think she is. Why is the man saying that she's cold-blooded? What has happened? Onlookers discussed it. I am cold-blooded? Are you insane? Why you? Yuzi argued, but Lin Tianyu interrupted her. I know that you're successful now, and that you think that I'm not capable of being your boyfriend, so you want to dump me, right? Lin Tianyu said with a sad face like he felt so hurt. What? Yuzi is successful now, so she wants to dump her boyfriend. She's so cold-blooded. How can she do that? Although she's famous now, I don't like her. Me either. Hearing people's discussion, Yuzi panicked, because she was afraid that this rumor might affect the reputation of Charm. Lin Tianyu, we've broken up for a long time. Yuzi tried to argue against him, but she was interrupted by Lin Tianyu again. Yuzi, I promise that I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Please give me a chance, Lin Tianyu said. It was obvious that Lin Tianyu was forcing Yuzi to yield to his request by making full use of the onlookers' attention. Really? Someone questioned Lin Tianyu. It wasn't Yuzi but Zhao Xiaoxian who just arrived here. Zhao Xiaoxian had a premonition that Lin Tianyu would come to Yuzi, so she came here to have a look. To her surprise, Lin Tianyu was begging Yuzi to forgive him in a public place. Besides, Lin Tianyu had never made that promise to her. Hearing Zhao Xiaoshuan's voice, Lin Tianyu frowned. Zhao Xiaoxian was the last person he wanted to see right now. Linton, you did come here trying to get her back. No wonder you refused to swear an oath of loyalty to me yesterday. You even abandoned me alone at the airport. Zhao Xiaoxian criticized him, feeling very hurt. This reversal shocked those onlookers. In the beginning, they believed that it was Yuzi's fault, because she wanted to dump her boyfriend once she was successful. However, it turned out that the woman who came later was this man's girlfriend. In addition, from the woman's complaint, they got to know that this man had abandoned his girlfriend alone at the airport yesterday, then came to beg Yuzi to forgive him. Everything was clear now. Yuzi was this man's ex-girlfriend. If this man still loved Yuzi like he claimed, why was he still dating another woman? Did he want to get Yuzi back just because Yuzi became a famous designer now? Thinking of that, those onlookers looked at Lin Tianyu with obvious disdain. Lin Tianyu felt embarrassed amid people's accusatory looks, so he snapped at Zhao Xiaoxian. Zhao Xiaoxian, we've already broken up with each other, and you said so yourself. Stop acting like I've betrayed you. Lin Tianyu was humiliating Zhao Xiaoxian without hesitation. You! Zhao Xiaoxian became angry. Although she had said that herself, she didn't actually mean it. Lin Tianyu, do you really want to break up with me? Zhao Xiaoxian asked. It's not that I want to break up with you, but we've already broken up. Don't put it like I've abandoned you. It'll damage my reputation, Lin Tianyu said. Okay, very well. Zhao Xiaoxian was heartbroken now. Lin Tianyu, how could you do this to me? At this moment, she suddenly realized that he only loved Yuzi. It didn't matter how much she had done for him during the past few years. She always thought that they would be together forever because they were born in families of equal social status. However, she was wrong. Maybe it was time for her to give up. Although she loved Lin Tianyu very much, she felt very tired being in a relationship with him. Great, Lin Tianyu, we officially broke up now. Zhao Xiaoxian gave up this time, even if she was reluctant to do so. She was selfish and self-centered, but not dumb. Given what Lin Tianyu had done, there was no need for her to get him back. Lin Tianyu agreed in silence. Oh, by the way, do you believe that Yuzi would be willing to be your girlfriend again? In your dream. She's so successful now, and it's very easy for her to find a much better man than you. You're merely a snobbish, terrible man without any sense of loyalty, Zhao Xiaoxian said. Then turned around, walking away without hesitation. What Zhao Xiaoxian had said threw a bomb among the crowd. A snobbish, terrible man without any sense of loyalty? Is this man used to cheating on his partner? I believe so, because his girlfriend just said that. Well, does it mean that he slept with that woman when he was with Yuzi? Shut up! Lin Tianyu shouted at the crowd. Those onlookers closed their mouths at once. When he turned to find Yuzi, Yuzi was already gone. He knew that Yuzi went to work in her store, but he felt too ashamed now to meet her in the store. When Yuzi walked into her store, there were many customers inside. They all came here after watching the release conference of Charm. However, there were only 10 gowns which the models had put on for the runway show in the store for easy reference. Yuzi had some other gowns left undone, so she couldn't show them right now. Therefore, customers could only book for customized gowns today. In fact, those customers preferred customized gowns too because they could afford it. Gu Man went upstairs to spend some time with Tang Yunfan when they arrived at the Tang family's house, because Tang Yunfan couldn't often show up in the living room in case someone else saw him. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting stayed in the living room watching TV along with Tang Jiakai. Today was Sunday, so Tang Jiakai didn't go to school. He planned to hang out with his friends in the beginning, but gave up since Gu Ning came, especially with a man. He asked Gu Ning who this man was. Gu Ning told him that he was her boyfriend. Tang Jiakai tried to chat with Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting seemed unwilling to talk with him. Ning, don't you feel bored seeing that he's so quiet? Tang Jiakai approached Gu Ning and asked in a low voice. Even though his voice was low, Leng Xiaoting was still able to hear it, and he frowned. Gu Ning gave Leng Xiaoting a glance. Seeing that he was upset, Gu Ning was amused and said on purpose, "Yeah, a little." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt aggrieved looking at Gu Ning, because she had said something different to him before. "Since you feel bored, why are you staying with him?" Tang Jiakai asked worriedly. "Ah." Gu Ning laughed a little. "I like how we get along with each other." Fine. Since Gu Ning said so, Tang Jiakai didn't say anything further. He had no right to interfere in her private affairs after all. At this moment, Gu Ning's phone rang, and the caller was her principal. Gu Ning didn't avoid them and answered the call at once. Hi, Gu Ning. There is a national math competition for high school students in 2 weeks. It'll be held on Saturday at City B University. Every province will send 3 high school students to take part in it. You're a well-known, excellent student in our school, and I hope that you could join in on behalf of our city. If you can win any of the top 3 prizes, I'll allow you to skip all the classes and monthly tests till the day of the National College Entrance Examination. How about it? The principal asked. Sure. Gu Ning agreed without hesitation, because it was a win-win if she could win a prize in the competition. All of a sudden she asked, "Well, I'm not sure whether I can win a prize. If I can't, will you force me to go back to attend classes? Although Gu Ning was confident about herself, she wasn't certain that she could win a prize. After all, the contestants were all excellent high school students who came from every province around the country. One could never be too careful, so Gu Ning couldn't make any promises. Of course I won't, the principal said. He knew that Gu Ning would reject if he said he would. Glad to hear that. Gu Ning was relieved. Great. Then I'll send you the phone number of the teacher who will lead the team to join in the competition, the principal said. No problem.
Gu Ning replied.
Oh, by the way, the principal added, Gu Ning, you're the pride of our school now. I wish you well and luck in your career. Do you know that principals in other high schools all want to poach you from our school? But I'll never allow it to happen, haha. Hearing that, Gu Ning was amused. Well, I'm honored that our school is proud of me, and I'll never leave our school to join another high school, Gu Ning said. She was about to attend college, so she had no interest in other high schools. Great. The principal was thrilled to hear that. Ningning, what prize are you going to win? Tang Jiakai asked when Gu Ning ended the call. There is a national math competition in City B University on Saturday in 2 weeks, and our principal wants me to participate in it on behalf of our school, Gu Ning said. Math competition? Are you good at math? Tang Jiakai was surprised. Gu Ning wore a confident smile. I'm good at every subject. Gu Ning wasn't bragging but just told the truth. It was hard to find such an outstanding high school student who was good at every subject around the country. Tang Jiakai said with admiration, I feel so ashamed now that you're better than me in every aspect.
Gu Ning laughed.
You can still protect me as my older cousin. Although Leng Xiaoding knew that Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai were cousins, he still felt upset when Gu Ning said that. However, he didn't show it on his face. No problem. Tang Jiakai was cheered up. All right, if what we went through at the Earth nightclub happens again, you have to protect me well, Gu Ning said on purpose to scare Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai's smile froze on his face at once. What they had been through at the Earth nightclub still left him in horror. Roar. Well, I don't think I can, Tang Jiakai said. Normal people wouldn't be safe in such a dangerous situation. Gu Ning was an exception. It wasn't shameful to admit that. In City F, Gu Qing received the skincare products sent by Colane and called Gu Man to tell her. Gu Man then walked downstairs to tell Gu Ning. Ning, your aunt told me that she plans to open the salon the day after tomorrow, so I want to go back tomorrow, Gu Man said. Sure, but I can't go back with you because I still need to deal with something here. I'll send Xiaoya to fly back with you, Gu Ning said. The Tang family would be going through a big change these days, so she had to stay alert since both Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfan had to lie in bed. Although the Tang family was powerful enough to defeat their enemy, she wanted to help as a member of the Tang family. She couldn't promise that she would solve every problem for them, but she would do her best to help them overcome the crisis. If she hadn't been in City B this time, Tang Haifeng would have been murdered. Sure. Since Gu Ning made the arrangement for her, Gu Man agreed. Jade beauty jewelry was as popular as usual, and it made a lot more money than other jewelry brands. Therefore, many other jewelry businessmen were jealous of Gu Ning and Zhou Zhenghong, but they could do nothing about it. Gu Ning had the full support of the Tang family after all. Since Jade beauty jewelry already opened its branch in City B, its branch in the capital was about to open too. Gu Ning thought that she better set up a processing plant in the capital as well, because the processing plant in City G couldn't satisfy the needs of the expanding jewelry branches. Thinking of that, Gu Ning called Chan Tsangi. Hi Tsangi. I need a processing plant to produce the jade jewelry for Jade beauty jewelry. Could you please help me find one? Call me once you find the biggest factory, and I'll let the manager of Jade beauty jewelry contact you after that, Gu Ning said. Zhou Zhenghong would fly to the capital for the jewelry branch there, so Gaoi would be responsible for the jewelry delivery this time. Sure, boss, Chinsongi said. Oh, aren't there several private houses behind the building of our corporation? They occupy around 700 square meters, and a real estate developer came to acquire it yesterday to build an office building. But the deal hasn't been settled yet because the acquiring price is a little low. Do you need the land? Chinsongi wasn't sure whether Guning wanted to expand her corporation, so he didn't call her yesterday when he found it. Now, since Guning called him today, he mentioned it on the phone. Hearing that, Guning's face lit up. Go acquire it, as long as they offer a reasonable price. A piece of land which was around 700 square meters large might cost at least 100 million yuan in the capital. Guning understood that very well, but she was unwilling to pay a much higher price for it. Guning always had the idea to expand her corporation, so if she could acquire the land behind the building of her corporation, it would be much better. Sure, boss, Chinsongi said. He understood that Guning must want the land very much from her tone, and he felt happy that he told Guning about it on time. Oh, Guning said before she was about to hang up. I also need a gym, so please help me find one which is on sale. Guning needed a gym not to make money, but to use it as a training place for the bodyguards of her security company which she was going to establish in the near future. She would only hire retired soldiers who were all well trained, so she planned to open training classes to teach people fighting skills as well. No problem, boss, Chinsongi said again. When Leng Xiaoting heard that Guning turned to another person for help, he was displeased. Why didn't Guning ask him for help? However, when he heard the person call Guning boss, he knew that the person must work for Guning. In that case, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't mind it. When Zhao Xiaoxian got home, she didn't cry or break things but seemed quite sad. She took out a bottle of strong alcohol, which scared Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao understood that Zhao Xiaoxian must be in a terrible mood after arguing with Lin Tianyu today, but she had never seen Zhao Xiaoxian drink by herself. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Mrs. Zhao grabbed the bottle away. Drowning my sorrows. I broke up with Lin Tianyu properly this time. I lost him. Zhao Xiaoxian whimpered but still didn't cry out loud. This was the first time that she had been able to control her emotions. What? Mrs. Zhao was shocked. Is he really going to try to get Yuzi back? Yes, Zhao Xiaoxian said. In fact, Lin Tianyu never liked me. He agreed to be my boyfriend just because our families are of equal social status, and I'm the only child of our family so he could inherit our family's properties in the future. However, Yuzi is now more valuable in his eyes, so he dumped me. I also realized today that I feel so tired being in a relationship with him. Zhao Xiaoxian already knew, but she chose to turn a blind eye on it when she was in love with Lin Tianyu. She loved him so much that she was willing to treat him to the best of her ability, even though he was merely taking advantage of her. Once he broke her heart, she realized that it was just a dream. What? How can he treat you like that? Mrs. Zhao was mad. I can't tolerate it. I must call him right now, Mrs. Zhao said and took out her phone. Please don't. Zhao Xiaoxian stopped her mother, because she was feeling depressed. It's meaningless and useless. Mom, please don't argue with Yuzi either, because she isn't someone our family can mess with right now. It isn't her fault either, and it's impossible that she will be with Lin Tianyu again. It is all Lin Tianyu's idea, and he'll suffer a double loss. Zhao Xiaoxian had never been so mature and sensible before as she was right now. Life had taught her an important lesson. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxian being so calm, Mrs. Zhao was surprised but agreed with her. Compared with Mrs. Lin, Mrs. Zhao wasn't as selfish and arrogant even though she also spoiled Zhao Xiaoxian rotten. Lin Tianyu was also in a bad mood when he got home because Yuzi had rejected him. Seeing that, Mrs. Lin was displeased, because she thought that Yuzi must have been absent again. What? You didn't see her? I did, but she rejected me, Lin Tianyu said with impatience. What? She rejected you? How dare she do that? Mrs. Lin couldn't believe her ears. In her eyes, Yuzi should feel honored that Lin Tianyu was willing to get her back. But Yuzi rejected him. What? She's gained some fame now, so now she thinks she's superior to us. Mrs. Lin said in an ironic tone. Lin Tianyu remained silent, then walked into his room. Although Mrs. Lin thought that it was Yuzi's fault that she rejected Lin Tianyu, she still believed that it was necessary for her to meet Yuzi given Yuzi's importance now. Thinking of that, she took her handbag and left the house. Although Mrs. Lin didn't know the address of Charm, it wasn't difficult for her to find it since Charm was very famous now. When Mrs. Lin arrived at Fengshan Shopping Mall, she went straight to Charm. It was almost time for lunch, but there were still many people in Charm. Yuzi, come out here right now. Mrs. Lin ordered in an unkind tone at the door of Charm. People who were shopping inside turned to look at her. Seeing Mrs. Lin, Yuzi felt annoyed. It was obvious that Mrs. Lin came here for nothing good. Even so, Yuzi still asked politely, Mrs. Lin, may I help? Get out here now. Mrs. Lin ordered again. Yuzi was displeased. If you have anything to tell me, you can say it right now. Are you sure? Mrs. Lin asked like she was determined to embarrass Yuzi today. Yuzi, however, didn't think that she had done anything shameful, so she didn't mind it. Mrs. Lin, are you afraid that people might laugh at you? Yuzi asked on purpose. You? Mrs. Lin felt that Yuzi wasn't respectful of her, so she was mad. Very well, I can tell you right here, right now, and I hope that you won't feel ashamed. Saying that, Mrs. Lin walked inside and sat down on the sofa. Excuse me for a while, please, Yuzi said to the other customers in the store. It's fine. The other customers didn't mind, but they knew that Mrs. Lin wasn't a kind people. Some stayed in the store waiting to see a drama, while some wanted to give Yuzi a helping hand. Luckily, Yuzi already had many loyal customers who were willing to help her. There were 2 saleswomen in the store too, but they were busy serving customers, so Yuzi poured a glass of water for Mrs. Lin in person. May I know what you want to talk to me about, Mrs. Lin? Yuzi asked in an indifferent tone. Tianyu told me that you refused to get back together with him, Mrs. Lin said. Yes, Yuzi said with a calm face, like it was something unimportant. In fact, it was something unimportant in her eyes now. What? You think you're famous now, so you're superior to us, Mrs. Lin said arrogantly. Yuzi laughed, and didn't bother to hide her intense dislike for Mrs. Lin. I don't understand why you said that. I believe that I have the right to reject Lin Tianyu. I don't care if you reject another person, but I won't allow you to reject my son. Don't forget that Tianyu never despised you when you were poor and had nothing, Mrs. Lin said. Yuzi couldn't believe that Mrs. Lin could be so shameless. Mrs. Lin, I've already broken up with Lin Tianyu for more than a year, and he dumped me precisely because I was poor. He also cheated on me and slept with my rich friend. You said that I could never marry into your family before, so why have you come back to me right now? Yuzi said. Why? It was obvious that Mrs. Lin wanted to ride on Yuzi's coattails since she was famous now. They didn't keep their voices low, so everyone in the store was able to hear their conversation. In the beginning, onlookers thought that Yuzi dumped her boyfriend once she became successful, but it soon turned out that it was her ex-boyfriend's fault. Her ex-boyfriend had cheated on her, which was totally unacceptable. You? Mrs. Lin didn't expect that Yuzi would dare to argue with her like that, and felt quite embarrassed amid people's looks of disdain. Yuzi, mind your language. I'm doing you an honor that I came to talk to you today, Mrs. Lin said. She still believed that Yuzi was inferior to her and her family. I should mind my language? Why, Mrs. Lin, I have to say that you're the most shameless person I've ever seen in my whole life, Yuzi said without delay. Exactly. She's so shameless. Someone opened her mouth to support Yuzi. I agree. She despised Miss You because she was poor in the old days, and now she comes to Miss You just because Miss You is successful. Does she have any sense of shame? another person said. I've never seen such a snobbish person. You! Mrs. Lin was annoyed but didn't know how to argue back. It seemed that she realized that what she just said wasn't fair. Yuzi, how can you be so cold-blooded? Mrs. Lin was unwilling to give up. I am cold-blooded?
Yuzi wore an ironic smile.
Let me be honest with you, I feel very disgusted when I think of your son who cheated on me. I think Miss Yu is right. A noble woman walked out from the crowd at this moment. You're Mrs. Lin, right? You are a woman too, can you tolerate it if your husband cheats on you? If you can, I have nothing else to say because we have opposite values. When Mrs. Lin saw the noble woman, she was shocked and stood up at once.
And Mrs. Yang.
Mrs. Lin knew this Mrs. Yang without a doubt, and it was obvious that Mrs. Yang wasn't a normal woman given Mrs. Lin's attitude towards her. In fact, Mrs. Yang was born in a super-rich family and married a senior official in the government. Although Mrs. Yang's family was just a common super-rich family, and her husband wasn't a very important official either, Mrs. Lin's family and husband were hardly comparable to Mrs. Yang's. Mrs. Lin knew Mrs. Yang, but Mrs. Yang didn't know her. Miss Yu, are you single? Mrs. Yang asked Yuzi with appreciation in her eyes. Yeah, Yuzi said without thinking further. I think that Miss Yu is a very outstanding young woman. Would you mind meeting my son one day when you're free? Mrs. Yang said. Mrs. Yang was arranging for Yuzi and her son to meet each other. What? Yuzi was surprised and felt shy. Mrs. Lin was also astonished. She could not believe that Mrs. Yang was willing to introduce Yuzi to her son. If Yuzi could marry into the Yang family, she would become a member of a super-rich as well as powerful family. Thinking of that, Mrs. Lin was reluctant to accept it, but didn't dare say anything now. Would you mind? Mrs. Yang understood that she surprised Yuzi, but she didn't care. She just thought that Yuzi was a good girl, so she hoped that Yuzi could meet her son and see what would happen. The Yang family wasn't a common family, so it was unlikely that Mrs. Yang chose Yuzi because of her boss. Mrs. Yang was attracted to Yuzi's outstanding ability and good manners instead. In addition, Yuzi's career wouldn't be as successful as the Yang family's business, unless she had Gu Ning's unusual ability. Therefore, if Yuzi was able to marry into the Yang family, she was quite lucky. Of course not, Yuzi said at once. Although she knew Mrs. Yang's purpose, she didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. It was still too early to say whether she could be together with Mrs. Yang's son. She could just go make a new friend anyway. Great. I already have your number, so I'll tell him to contact you later. You can share a meal and watch a film together or something, Mrs. Yang said with a happy smile. Yuzi flushed a little. Mrs. Lin knew that she shouldn't stay here any longer, so she left in silence. When she got back home, she made a lot of noise to vent her anger, and even woke Lin Tianyu, who was taking a nap. It's so noisy. Couldn't you be quiet for a while? Lin Tianyu raised his voice in anger. What happened? Lin Tianyu walked out and asked his mother. I went to Yuzi's store just now, Mrs. Lin said. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu frowned. Why? I just want to ask her why she rejected you, Mrs. Lin said in annoyance. And then? Lin Tianyu asked in a hurry. He knew that Yuzi wouldn't change her mind, but he still had hope. She exposed your betrayal right in front of everyone in public, and I felt so humiliated, Mrs. Lin said in an aggrieved tone. Lin Tianyu didn't say anything. He was disappointed but wasn't surprised because Yuzi had said the same thing to him. Since Yuzi rejected you, you can go back to being with Zhao Xiaoxian. Mrs. Lin lost hope for Yuzi, and she was also mad at Yuzi's attitude. Even though Yuzi was a famous designer now, she wouldn't accept her. I've already broken up with Zhao Xiaoxian, Lin Tianyu said. Say some sweet nothings to her, and she'll forgive you as always, Mrs. Lin said. She didn't realize how serious it was. I don't think so. She came across the scene of me begging Yuzi to forgive me, Lin Tianyu said. He now felt utterly regretful. because Yu wouldn't accept him and Zhao Xiaoxian broke up with him too. Although he knew that Zhao Xiaoxian loved him very much, he understood that she wouldn't forgive him this time. Actually, he had no intention to get Zhao Xiaoxian back given the way she had treated him when they were together. What? Mrs. Lin was shocked. Oh, how could you let her catch you on sight? If she isn't willing to forgive you this time, you can't inherit her family's properties in the future. Right at this moment, Mrs. Lin finally realized how serious it was. I have no idea what to do now, Lin Tianyu said with impatience. Mrs. Lin said, I think you can try. Maybe she'll forgive you. All right, I'll handle it myself. Stop telling me how to deal with it. Lin Tianyu lost his patience and left his home. You! Mrs. Lin was displeased, but Lin Tianyu was already gone. Mrs. Lin thought for a while, then called Zhao Xiaoxian, but Zhao Xiaoxuan's phone was turned off, so she called Mrs. Zhao. Although Mrs. Zhao listened to Zhao Xiaoxian and didn't contact Lin Tianyu or his mother, she wouldn't refuse to answer Mrs. Lin's call, because she wanted to seize this chance to vent her anger. Oh, Mrs. Lin, may I help? Mrs. Zhao said in a sarcastic tone. Mrs. Lin, of course, understood that Mrs. Zhao was mad at Lin Tianyu, and it was Lin Tianyu's fault after all. Well, Mrs. Zhao, I'm so sorry for what has happened to Xiaoxian, but Tianyu is very regretful now. He doesn't know how to face Xiaoxian, so I called Xiaoxian on his behalf, but Xiaoxuan's phone is turned off. He's regretful now? Really? Mrs. Zhao laughed like she had just heard a funny joke. Mrs. Lin, I'm not an idiot. Lin Tianyu must have been rejected by Yu, so he came back to Xiaoxian. Lin Tianyu doesn't like Xiaoxian at all, and all he wants is our family's properties. Xiaoxian knows it very well, and she's made up her mind to move on. After that, Mrs. Zhao hung up on Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin felt so hopeless now, because Lin Tianyu suffered a double loss this time. All the other families of equal social status as their family that they knew had a son at least, and those families wouldn't leave all the properties to a daughter. A daughter would have a good dowry at the most, which wasn't what Mrs. Lin wanted. Mrs. Lin hoped that Lin Tianyu could marry a girl who was born in a richer or more powerful family than them, but it was impossible. At this moment, Mrs. Lin regretted that she had supported Lin Tianyu to get Yu back. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the Tang family's house together because someone had just called her. The man claimed to be the general manager of Shanglong Jewelry. He wanted to talk about business with her. Gu Ning, who had a great memory, remembered that they had exchanged name cards at the release conference. There was no need for Gu Ning to guess because she knew his purpose very well. However, since he didn't say it aloud yet, Gu Ning wouldn't reject right now. Therefore, she went to meet the man along with Leng Xiaoting. When Gu Ning left, she called Xiaoya and told her to fly back to City F with Gu Man. Afterwards, Gu Ning booked plane tickets for Xiaoya and Gu Man. Gu Man and Tang Yunfan seemed to make no progress in their relationship, but they had a tacit understanding. Their way of getting along with each other was a bit like the feeling of a couple who had been married for many years. There was no passion between them, but there was an unusual harmony. They weren't a young couple after all, so they wouldn't hug or kiss one another like Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. In a restaurant, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the appointed private room, and there were two men sitting inside. One was the general manager of Shanglong Jewelry, Du Haizhe, while the other was his secretary. Du Haizhe was a man who was around 34 years old. He was wearing a suit like a professional businessman. Seeing Gu Ning walking in, Du Haizhe and his secretary stood up to welcome them. Please have a seat, Miss Gu and this gentleman, Du Haizhe said politely. He didn't know Leng Xiaoting's identity, so he had no idea how to address him. Nice to meet you, Manger Du, Gu Ning said, then sat down with Leng Xiaoting. Du Haizhe's secretary poured 2 cups of tea for them at once. Gu Ning didn't say anything further, but enjoyed the tea. Miss Gu, the thing is our company hopes to join Jade Beauty Jewelry. If you're willing to cooperate with our company, Our company can provide you the best benefits, Du Haijia said with sincerity. Unfortunately, he was doomed to disappointment. Hearing that, Gu Ning wasn't surprised at all, because she guessed it beforehand. She smiled and said, "Thank you so much for your appreciation of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but I'm very sorry. My company has no intention of forming an alliance." Du Haijia was struck dumb for a second, because he didn't understand why Gu Ning rejected this good chance to make a lot of money. "Miss Gu, don't you want to make more money?"
Du es asked.
"I do, but I have no intention to let others share my profits," Gu Ning said plainly. "Miss Gu, could you please consider it?"
Du es frowned.
He was unwilling to give up. "I'm sorry," Gu Ning said again. "Fine, if so, I won't insist. Although we can't forge an alliance, I still hope to make friends with Miss Gu. If you don't mind, can we share a meal together?"
Du es asked.
He felt disappointed that Gu Ning refused to cooperate with them. But he wouldn't annoy her either. They were peers, but there was no conflict between them. Jade Beauty Jewelry focused on jade, while Xianglong Jewelry provided jewelry made of gold, silver, jade, diamonds, and so on. "I'm also glad to make friends with Manager Du, but unfortunately I'm very busy this afternoon, so I'm afraid that we can't share a meal together today," Gu Ning said. She was going to dine with Su Jinshan and the others because they had to fly back to the capital tomorrow morning. "Well, what a shame. I hope that we can share a meal together the next time," Du Haijia said. He didn't mind whether it was just an excuse or the truth. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. After Gu Qing received the skincare products, everyone was shocked by their prices, which were as high as the international brands. Would their customers buy them? Only 1/3 of their customers were rich people, and the rest were only relatively rich. An annual membership fee of over 10,000 yuan wasn't a problem, but it would rise to dozens of thousands of yuan a year if they changed the skincare products. As for the emulsion serum and skin toner, the old set was 1,000 yuan, but the new set was almost 4,000 yuan. The prices of the rest of the products all doubled at least. If they increased the prices all of a sudden, their members probably wouldn't accept it. Thinking of that, Gu Qing called Gu Ning at once. "Ning, the prices of the skincare products are much higher. Will our customers pay for them?" Gu Qing sounded worried. "Aunt, don't worry. You can choose 10 lucky members to try them for free at the opening ceremony. They'll see the effects within a short time, and I believe that they will be willing to pay for them afterwards. Oh, there are also many samples and you can send them to customers. Once customers see the effects, they'll buy them," Gu Ning said. "Great, I'll do as you said." Gu Qing trusted Gu Ning under any circumstances. Since Gu Ning said so, she would listen to her. After hanging up with Gu Ning, Gu Qing gathered the staff in the store together to try the new skincare products. Wang Sufan volunteered first, followed by others. After trying the new skincare products, everyone was amazed. People all saw the most noticeable changes on Wang Sufan's face, because she was the eldest among the staff except for Gu Qing. Gu Qing was well nourished by Gu Ning's magical power, so her skin was very smooth and almost flawless now. In that case, she didn't see a big change on her face. Wang Sufan's skin, on the other hand, was dark yellow with many wrinkles and freckles. However, her freckles faded, her face lit up, and the wrinkles weren't as deep after putting on the new skincare products for a short time. Jesus! I can't believe my eyes. Me either. This new set of skincare products are really effective. I feel like my skin was moisturized right away. The acne on my face has also faded. Wow, I don't think that even the international brands are so effective. I agree. Now I think that the prices are a little low. Everyone was amazed by the visible effects. Boss, can I buy a set? Someone asked Gu Qing. Sure, and you can have a 50% discount for the first set and 30% discount from the second set, Gu Qing said. Gu Qing was really a generous boss. Thanks. Everyone got excited after hearing that. They worked here and their salaries weren't low. In addition, this beauty salon was very popular, so they were able to make over 10,000 yuan each month. So although the new skincare products were very expensive, they could still afford it because Guqing gave them a big discount. The opening was the day after tomorrow, so they needed to inform their VIP members tomorrow. After hanging up the call with Guqing, Guning remembered that she should share the skincare products with her friends too. When they were about to arrive at Fengshang Shopping Mall, Guning told Leng Xiaoting to stop the car at the southern door, and she would leave a set in Jade beauty jewelry so that Yuzi could pick it up when she was free. Guning was carrying a backpack all the time, so Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be curious about why she took out a set of skincare products all of a sudden. Guning sent Yuzi a message and told her that she would leave a set of new skincare products in Jade beauty jewelry, which was a gift for her. After a while, Yuzi read the message and thanked Guning. She believed that the skincare products had to be very good, since it was a gift from Guning. There were many people in Jade beauty jewelry at this time. Although they hired a manager for the branch of Jade beauty jewelry in City B, Zhou Zhenghong still stayed here the entire time these last few days. Guning wouldn't be gone for long, so she told Leng Xiaoting to wait for her in the car. Once Guning walked in the store, she became the focus of people's attention. Look, it's Miss Gu. Oh, I finally get to see Miss Gu in real life. Miss Gu is even more beautiful in real life than on TV. Exactly. Facing people's attention and discussion, Guning just smiled and nodded at them. Miss Gu is greeting us. She's so polite and modest. It's rare to see such a kind and successful figure now. They all complimented Guning. When Guning walked to the counter, she took out a set of skincare products along with a box of facial masks. These are a gift for Yuzi, and she'll pick it up when she's free. No problem, boss, a cashier said. Where is Manager Zhou? Guning asked. Manager Zhou and the new manager are in the office, the cashier said. Great, Guning said, then walked to the office. Although the new manager was very professional, he was just in charge of the branch, so Zhou Zhenghong still needed to teach him about Jade beauty jewelry. Guning knocked on the door of the office. Come in, Zhou Zhenghong said inside. Guning pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that the visitor was Guning, Zhou Zhenghong and the new manager stood up at once. Boss, nice to see you. Have a seat please, Guning said. Uncle Zhou, I need you to go back to City G to prepare for the next batch of Jade jewelry. Gao Yi will meet you in a few days, and you can deliver the goods to the capital for the opening day. I think that we can directly open the branch in the capital given the popularity of the branch in City B. In fact, Guning could just make a call, but she told Zhou Zhenghong in person since she was already here. No problem, boss, Zhou Zhenghong said. After that, Guning left. Just as she walked out of the store, she received 2 successive calls from other jewelry managers, but she made an excuse and declined their invitations. She had no intention of forming an alliance after all, so there was no need for her to meet them. In the Pan family's house, Pan Zirwei's father had made several urgent calls and demanded to see him at home. Pan Zirwei had hung out with his friends overnight, so he was quite sleepy right now. The Pan family's house was located in a luxurious house district. Zirwei, do you know Miss Gu? Pan Zirwei's father asked him the moment he got back home. Pan Zirwei's father saw him on the news of the release conference and was very surprised. Yes, so.
Pan Zirwei yawned.
If so, I need you to do something for me. I think that Jade beauty jewelry is a promising brand, and I want to join it, Pan Zirwei's father said. Joining referred to participating in a certain group or organization, which could be extended to the commercial field, referring to the agent joining of commercial brands. In other words, franchisees could open branches under the name of a certain brand. Sure, I'll discuss it with her, Pan Zirwei said, then called Guning. From the perspective of a company, joining was equal to make money. Many products were looking for joining by advertising, so Pan Zirwei didn't think that it was a bad idea. Therefore, right after Guning declined another 2 jewelry managers' invitations, she received Pan Zirwei's call. "Boss, my father wants to join Jade Beauty Jewelry. What do you think?" Pan Zirwei asked. "Boss?" Hearing that, Pan Zirwei's father frowned. He wasn't dissatisfied, but was surprised that Pan Zirwei called Guning his boss. He knew very well that Pan Zirwei despised women. However, it was understandable that Pan Zirwei admired Guning because she was a very outstanding girl. "Sorry, Jade Beauty Jewelry isn't open for alliance or joining," Guning said. "Sure, I understand." Pan Zirwei was obedient to Guning's words, so he wouldn't ask further even if Guning declined his offer. "Oh boss, I'm going to open a club in 3 days. If you're free, can you come to attend its opening ceremony?" Pan Zirwei asked with anticipation. Once Pan Zirwei set the time of the opening ceremony, he invited Guning. To Guning's astonishment, Pan Zirwei was going to run a business himself. In many people's eyes, he was just a rich second-generation heir who only knew how to have fun and couldn't care less about his future. All of a sudden, Pan Zirwei changed his mind and decided to become involved in business. Pan Zirwei's father was also shocked and couldn't believe his ears. "Zirwei is going to open a club in 3 days?" Pan Zirwei's father knew him very well. He never had the idea to build his career before, no matter how much his father had forced or enticed him. That being the case, Pan Zirwei's father was more than surprised that he suddenly changed his mind. "Well, I'll go if I have nothing else to deal with at that time," Guning said. "Great." Pan Zirwei understood that Guning was busy, so he didn't pressure her. Afterwards they hung up. Pan Zirwei's father asked him at once, "Zirwei, are you going to open a club?" It was so shocking that Pan Zirwei's father even forgot to ask about Guning's answer to his offer first. "Yes," Pan Zirwei said. He didn't think that it was a big surprise. "Why didn't you tell me?" Pan Zirwei's father asked. I think that my boss is very successful in business and decided that I should learn something from her and not embarrass her as her friend," Pan Zirwei said. Pan Zirwei's father was shocked again. He didn't expect that Pan Zirwei changed his mind because of Guning. It seemed that Guning had a great influence on Pan Zirwei. Speaking of Guning, Pan Zirwei's father remembered his offer to join her jewelry brand. "Zirwei, what did she say about my joining in Jade Beauty Jewelry?" "My boss said Jade Beauty Jewelry isn't open for any alliances with other businessmen," Pan Zirwei replied. "Isn't open for any alliances? She can make a lot of money from that." Pan Zirwei's father rounded his eyes in shock. In that case, no matter how many branches Jade Beauty Jewelry were going to open, Jade Beauty Jewelry would be in charge of them without any franchisees in the middle. Pan Zirwei's father didn't know what else to say. "Dad," Pan Zirwei said, "you don't know how good my boss is at stone gambling. When I met her for the first time, she cut out a piece of jade and sold it for 35 million yuan. It's a piece of cake for her to make money." At the end, Pan Zirwei's voice was full of admiration for Guning. Hearing that, Pan Zirwei's father was astonished. He had also heard that Guning made the first bucket of gold by stone gambling, but he had never seen it himself, so he wasn't sure whether it was true. However, since his son told him in person, he believed that it could be real. Even though she doesn't lack money, she's a businesswoman after all. Doesn't she want to make as much money as possible? Pan Zirwei's father said. He was unwilling to give up. "Dad, my boss is adamant and it's useless to try to persuade her. I don't want to ruin my relationship with her," Pan Zirwei said with impatience. Well, Pan Zirwei's father didn't know what to do now. He obviously didn't want to ruin Pan Zirwei's relationship with Guning. Although they couldn't cooperate, nobody wanted to lose a friend and gain a new enemy. Pan Zirwei's father thought for a while, then remained silent. It was still early, so Guning went to visit Tang Haifeng in the hospital. When she arrived, Master Lei and his son Lei Haowei were also in the ward. The Mu family, who maintained a good relationship with the Tang family, also came to visit Tang Haifeng. The leading role in the Mu family was Mu Xuxin, who was around 50 years old, and his son Mu Wenqi, who was about 27 years old. In addition to them, Zhao Yiru was also there. Tang Yunrong, Zhang Lihua, and Tang Jiakai stayed with Tang Haifeng, while Tang Yunheng and Chao Ruihua were gone for their work. Tang Jiakai didn't know that his grandfather had been injured until that afternoon. Luckily, his grandfather was fine now. Chao Wenjun and Chao Wenqin had also visited Tang Haifeng this afternoon, and they left 2 hours later. It would affect the patient's condition if there were too many people in the ward. Although Tang Haifeng was fine now, they still needed to act like he was injured. Zhao Yiru came to visit Tang Haifeng before the Lei family, and he noticed that Tang Haifeng was pretending to be unconscious. Tang Haifeng didn't want to keep it a secret from him either, so Tang Haifeng opened his eyes when Zhao Yiru was by his side, but he didn't tell him many details. The Lei family and the Mu family, however, Tang Haifeng decided to hide the truth from them, not because he didn't trust them, but because it would be better if fewer people knew the truth. Well, he was fine in the afternoon yesterday, but now… Master Lei was sorrowful and blamed himself for this. I wish I had persuaded him to visit my friend with me. Master Lei had invited Tang Haifeng to enjoy tea at one of his friend's places, but Tang Haifeng had declined, so he hadn't insisted. If he had insisted, Tang Haifeng would have agreed. Master Lei felt quite regretful that he had missed the chance to save his old friend's life. However, that was fate. Uncle Lei, please don't blame yourself for this. It has nothing to do with you, Tang Yunrong said to comfort Master Lei. Indeed. Uncle Lei, it's not your fault at all, Zhang Lihua said. What did the doctor say? Lei Haowei asked. Although he seems fine and healthy from the report, he stayed unconscious for a long time. Tang Yunrong sighed with worry. It's even more serious if we can't find the cause, because we don't know how to deal with it now, Zhang Lihua said, and nobody noticed that she was just acting. They felt a little guilty to deceive Master Lei, but they had to do it. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked into the ward together. When Gu Ning's sight fell on Mu Xuxin, she was surprised, because Kei resembled Mu Xuxin. Kei's real name was Mu Yi. Was there any family connection between them? Was it just a coincidence? Gu Ning greeted Master Lei and Zhao Yiru. Then Tang Yunrong introduced Lei Haowei, Mu Xuxin and Mu Wenqi to Gu Ning. Gu Ning also greeted them politely. Master Lei and Zhao Yiru were aware that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, but the others didn't know, so they were quite surprised. Tang Yunrong explained that Tang Haifeng regarded Gu Ning as his own granddaughter because Gu Ning closely resembled Tang Yunfan. Tang Haifeng had told them not to expose Gu Ning's real identity before they made it public. Tang Haifeng said the same thing to Master Lei, so Master Lei also kept it a secret and didn't even tell his own son. They all knew that Tang Yunfan never married or had any children, so they believed Tang Yunrong's words. Tang Yunrong also introduced Leng Xiaoting as Gu Ning's friend, and didn't tell them many details. The Lei family and the Mu family left after a while. Since they were gone, Tang Haifeng opened his eyes and relaxed his limbs. Zhao Yiru stayed for a while longer before he walked out. Tang Haifeng said, I think that they will take action again after tomorrow. They were, of course, the Tang family's enemies. However, to Tang Haifeng's surprise, their enemies took action right away. Quan Mingkai called Tang Yunrong and told her that there was a sudden problem with the proposal, and their business partner would arrive at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. They had to hold a meeting with the board of directors to discuss it at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Couldn't be a coincidence. Without a strong leader in the Tang family's business group, the business partners felt anxious, which was a good chance to elect a new chairman. No matter what, members of the Tang family had to attend the meeting tomorrow. If Tang Deming successfully persuaded a certain business partner to work with him for the purpose of electing a new chairman, he must be confident and well prepared. What was worse, he could also have the support of Fu Kaiyu, Chang Zhongxing and Wu Boyan. In that case, they were very likely to win, because neither Tang Yunhang nor Tang Yunrong had the ability or talent to run a business well, although they owned a lot more shares than them. The leading person in a business group wasn't the person who possesses the most shares, but the one who was most able to lead the corporation. If Tang Deming wanted to achieve his goal, he had to get rid of Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng who were in his way, otherwise whatever he was doing was meaningless. Anyway, they would find out at the meeting tomorrow. After a while, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. Once she got in her car, Kay called her. "Boss, I've found nothing dirty or illegal about Tang Deming," Kay said. Hearing that, Gu Ning wasn't very surprised, because Tang Yunfan had told her that Tang Deming had been very careful although he was ambitious. Besides, Tang Deming didn't take action until now. So Tang Yunfan was certain that there must be someone else behind Tang Deming's back. It was obvious that the person who supported Tang Deming behind the scene was very mysterious, and they failed to find any useful information about him. It was a battle without smoke. "It's fine." Gu Ning didn't mind. All of a sudden Gu Ning said, "Oh, I met a man who is around 50 years old today. He resembles you and even has the same surname as you." Somehow, Gu Ning couldn't help connecting Kay with Mu Xuxin. Kay, on the other hand, was struck dumb for a moment. It was probably because he already knew who the man was, but he only had a strong hatred towards him. He had been avoiding meeting the man for many years, in case he would lose control of himself and do something bad. "Oh, really? We were probably family in a previous incarnation," Kay joked, trying to sound relaxed. But Gu Ning knew that there must be something wrong. It seemed that there was a grudge between them. Gu Ning realized that she shouldn't have said that to Kay, so she changed the topic at once. "How is the decoration going?" "Well, we've hired more people, so it'll be done within a month," Kay replied. "Great," Gu Ning said, then hung up. Kay put his phone down and wore a cold expression. Seeing that, Chan Songi asked with concern, "What happened?" "Boss just told me that she met a man who resembles me and also has the surname Mu," Kay said in a deep voice filled with hatred. Chan Songi frowned. "Do you think it might be him?" "Yeah," Kay said. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he believed that it could be true. "If you're unwilling to accept it, pay him back," Chan Songi said. Chan Songi knew Kay's story very well, and he was always supportive if Kay wanted to get what belonged to him back. Even catch to do it, but he kept the promise that he had made to his mother, and tolerated it. Mu Xuxin was actually Kay's biological father, who had abandoned his wife and son for wealth and power. Back then their family was dirt poor, and Mu Xuxin became a migrant worker in a big city. Within 3 years he made some money and sent a lot back to his family. One day, he said that his company had an overseas project which would pay a high salary for the workers, but only single men could join the project. Therefore, he had to divorce Kay's mother before he went abroad for the next 3 years. Kay's mother trusted him and did what he asked. During the following 3 years, Mu Xuxin did send a lot of money back to his family, and Kay along with Kay's mother were able to live a good life within a short time. However, after 3 years, Mu Xuxin never mentioned remarrying Kay's mother. Kay's mother said nothing, so Kay wasn't aware of it. When Kay was 17 years old, a woman came to their home along with a group of strong men and damaged their house. Kay's mother became ill after that. Kay had asked his mother who those people were, but his mother wasn't willing to tell him. A month later, his mother was about to die and finally told him the truth. It turned out that Mu Xuxin never thought to remarry Kay's mother after their divorce. A girl who was born in a rich family fell in love with Mu Xuxin when he worked in the big city, and they moved in together afterwards. The girl soon got pregnant, so Mu Xuxin divorced Kay's mother as soon as he could, then married the girl. Mu Xuxin didn't even bother to tell Kay's mother the real reason for their divorce until Kay's mother requested a remarriage. Kay's mother had suffered a mental breakdown after hearing the shocking news, but she had to accept the conditions that Mu Xuxin laid down. In order to let Kay believe that he still had an intact family, Kay's mother kept it a secret that Kay's father was no longer a member of their family. Mushushin pretended that he had been working outside the entire time, and sent a certain amount of money back to them every month. Sometimes he would even come back for a while. The woman who had damaged their house was precisely Mushushin's new wife. Mushushin's new wife didn't know that Mushushin was still supporting Kay and Kay's mother, so she was angry once she found out. Once Kay found out the truth, he hated Mushushin to death, and the woman who indirectly caused the death of his mother. However, his mother never allowed him to find them, because Mushushin had paid for Kay's tuition fee and living expenses during the past 17 years, even though he had abandoned them for wealth and power. In addition, Mushushin's new wife was from a rich and powerful family, and Kay wasn't their match at all. Accordingly, Kay's mother had forced Kay to make a promise that he would never find Mushushin. Kay was reluctant to do it, but he still agreed in order to let his mother die in peace. Kay knew that Mushushin lived in City B, so he refused to go to City B since then. Although Kay made a promise to his mother that he would never find his father, he still hated him throughout these years. Therefore, he was afraid that he might do something he shouldn't do if he met him in City B. Even now he still had the same feelings. Chun Songi knew that the grudge was hidden deep in Kay's heart, and it could never be wiped off. Chun Songi wasn't willing to see Kay living an unhappy life because of it. I won't find him on my own initiative, but I won't stop myself from taking revenge if I meet him one day, Kay said. He would keep his promise to his mother, but he would follow his heart if he ran into Mushushin and that woman. Chun Songi thought that it wasn't a bad idea. Around 5 p.m., Yuzi received a call from a man named Yang Ziqian who was Mrs. Yang's son. Yuzi had mixed emotions, because she didn't expect that it would move so fast. Yang Ziqian asked Yuzi whether she was free, and he invited her to share a meal together. Since Yuzi agreed to meet Mrs. Yang's son, it would be inappropriate if she rejected. Although she wasn't familiar with Mrs. Yang or her family background, she knew that Mrs. Yang must be a noble woman given Mrs. Lin's attitude towards her. In addition, Yang Ziqian invited her to meet in a public place so it would be safe. Therefore Yuzi agreed. For Yuzi's convenience, Yang Ziqian set the meeting place right in Fengshang shopping mall, which left a good impression on Yuzi. Before Yang Ziqian called Yuzi, he already booked a table at a restaurant owned by him and one of his friends. Since Yuzi agreed to share a meal with him, Yang Ziqian left for Fengshang shopping mall at once. The appointed time was 6 p.m., but Yang Ziqian arrived 20 minutes early to show his respect for Yuzi. Yuzi, of course, wouldn't arrive just before 6 p.m., because it would be impolite. Both of them were people with good manners. Accordingly, Yuzi arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes early. However, when Yuzi walked to the table that Yang Ziqian told her to, she was surprised to see the man sitting by the table. "It's you." Facing Yuzi's reaction, Yang Ziqian wasn't surprised at all, but smiled and stood up. "Miss Yu, nice to meet you. I'm Yang Ziqian. I'm glad that you still remember me. Please have a seat." Yuzi and Yang Ziqian didn't know each other, but they had met once before, which was unforgettable. On a day 3 months ago, Yuzi was ambling in a park, and an old man who was practicing with a sword suddenly lost control of it and the sword flew at Yuzi's back. Right at this moment, someone grabbed her and moved out of the way. Was Essie? Yuzi thought that the man was sexually harassing her, so she slapped him across his face without hesitation. After that, she found out that it was just a misunderstanding. Yuzi felt embarrassed, apologizing and thanking him repeatedly afterwards. Yang Ziqian didn't mind, but the slap made him remember Yuzi. He thought that she was very funny. In the following 3 months he couldn't help laughing when he remembered what happened. Yesterday he saw Yuzi at the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, and he appreciated her for her creative designs. In the beginning he didn't have the plan to chase Yuzi, but his mother suddenly wanted to set him up with a girl. In fact, he didn't want to go on a blind date because it wasn't romantic at all. However, when he found out that the girl was Yuzi, he agreed without delay. After Yuzi was seated, Yang Ziqian gave the menu to her. Please order whatever you like. Thanks, Yuzi said, then started to read the menu. Since they had met before, they weren't strangers, and Yuzi felt much more relaxed. She ordered a steak, a corn juice, and a plate of fruit salad. Although there had been a misunderstanding between them before, it had been cleared up right away, so they didn't feel embarrassed at all and enjoyed the meal. Gu Ning was also dining with her friends at the same time. Boss, when will you go back to the capital? Su Jinshan asked. No idea, Ling Xiaoting said. He hoped that he wouldn't be assigned any tasks these 2 days, so he could spend more time alone with Gu Ning. Even though they had been together for the past few days, there were always other people by their sides. Fine, Su Jinshan said. Gao Yi and Xiaoya went for a walk after dinner, but soon noticed that someone was stalking them. They didn't pay much attention to the man, but walked to a place with few people around. They didn't turn around to search for their target until there was nobody around them. At a glance, they focused on a man in black with a mask and baseball cap. The man also understood that he had already been discovered, but he didn't avoid Gao Yi's and Xiaoya's sight, and walked straight to them. Both Gao Yi and Xiaoya remained silent, staring at the man. The man stopped 2 meters away from them, then said, Flying eagle, flying bird, good for you. You're able to live a normal life now. Hearing that, Gao Yi and Xiaoya were surprised but stayed calm and alert. Since the man could recognize them, he must have the same occupation as them. If he came to them right now, he must have been assigned a task to kill them. Are you here to kill us? Gao Yi asked, although he already had the answer. Even though their names weren't on the wanted list now, it was possible that the leader of the killer organization they had served wanted them killed. Not really. To Gao Yi and Xiaoya's astonishment, the man denied it. Then why? Gao Yi asked with a doubtful look. Well, the man said in a self-mocking tone, I'm on the wanted list now the same as you were, but I'm not as able as you are to be able to wipe my name away, so I'm being chased now. Hearing that, Gao Yi and Xiaoya frowned, and were curious about the reason why his name was listed on the wanted list. Normally, the killers whose names were put on the wanted list had betrayed their organizations. One killer wouldn't put another killer's name on the wanted list, because they preferred to solve the problem on their own. Although they were curious, they didn't ask for the reason because curiosity killed the cat. How did you find us and why? Gao Yi asked again. I encountered you just now, and of course I want you to help me wipe my name from the wanted list. I'll owe you a favor, and I'll do everything for you to the best of my ability, the man said. Sorry, we don't have the ability to wipe our names away. Someone helped us, Gao Yi said. Who? The man asked. Shouldn't you tell me whether you're telling me the truth first? I can't tell you the person's name right now, Gao Yi said. The man was struck dumb for a second. He thought that Gao Yi's words made sense, so he took off his cap and mask. A young face with a knife scar appeared. Black Cat. Seeing the man's face, Gao Yi and Xiaoya were surprised to meet a familiar person. Their names had been on the wanted list, so it was normal that other killers knew their faces and code names, but they were still astonished to see a familiar face. In the killer's world, their identities had to be kept a secret, so one wouldn't know many familiar people, unless they served the same organization, or had met each other at the same training place, or had fought against one another while fulfilling the same task. They met Black Cat in a conflict when they had been assigned the same task. Although they had almost killed each other, they had fulfilled the task with one another's help, so they had shared the reward at the end. If you don't believe it, you can check the wanted list. I can wait, Black Cat said. Well, it's not up to me whether to help you or not, and I think that you will have to satisfy the conditions she set, Gao Yi said, because he knew that Gu Ning wouldn't agree without any conditions. What conditions? Black Cat asked. He didn't think that it was a big deal because there was no free lunch in this world. You will probably have to work for her for the rest of your life, Gaoi said. Hearing that, Black Cat frowned. What was the difference between that and his previous life in the killer organization? Well, we're willing to work for her for the rest of our lives, but it still depends on her whether she wants to use you. I can only say that she's a very successful businesswoman who's never done illegal things, Gaoi said. He understood that Black Cat was reluctant to live a life which was full of blood and killing anymore. He wasn't sure whether Gunning would help Black Cat, but he had to know Black Cat's willingness before he told Gunning. Gaoi was willing to give Black Cat a helping hand because he thought that Black Cat was a great killer, and Gunning probably needed him. As for Black Cat's character, Gaoi didn't know much about it, and it was up to Gunning whether to keep him or not. If it is possible, I hope that I can discuss it with her in person, Black Cat said. I can help you mention it on the phone, but she's the decision maker, Gaoi said, and Black Cat understood. Afterwards, Gaoi walked aside and called Gunning. When Gunning received Gaoyi's call, she had just finished the meal with her friends, and they were talking about where to have fun next. Boss, I have something to talk to you in private, Gaoi heard other people's voices from the phone and said. Hearing that, Gunning cocked her eyebrow, because she knew that it must be serious. Wait a second, Gunning said, standing up, then walked to an interior room. All right, you can say it now, Gunning said. After that, Gaoi told her what had happened to Black Cat. Hearing that, Gunning's eyes lit up. She needed people with great skills in fighting or kung fu right now, and a killer couldn't be a better choice. As for the person's character, she needed time to see it. Therefore, she didn't mind. In addition, she was also willing to meet Black Cat in person, and told them to meet her at the Huangdang Hotel. When Gunning walked out, they already made a decision on where to have fun next, but Gunning had to leave. I'm sorry. I have to go deal with something important right now, so I won't join you. They were all disappointed that Gunning would be absent, but they understood that Gunning was very busy. Since Gunning wouldn't go with them, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't either. They went to a tea room after their friends were gone. Leng Xiaoting didn't ask what Gunning was going to deal with, but clasped her in his arms the second the waiter was out. He lowered his head to her neck and rubbed her collarbone with the top of his nose. Stop now. They'll be here soon. Gunning pushed Leng Xiaoting away. They were in a public place. Leng Xiaoting, however, put on an innocent face. He loosened his arms and looked down at her, saying in an aggrieved tone, I just want to hug you, that's it. Gunning was amused but didn't stop him from hugging her. She could use her jade eyes. If someone was coming, she would notice it first. Leng Xiaoting also stopped rubbing sexually against Gunning, because he knew that they were in a public place. After a while, Leng Xiaoting let Gunning go and held her hand, walking to the tea table. He sat down and started to prepare cups of tea. In fact, they could let a tea master prepare the tea for them, but Leng Xiaoting chose to do the kung fu tea ceremony himself. Oh, you know how to do the kung fu tea ceremony? Gunning was surprised seeing Leng Xiaoting's skilled actions. Yeah, I learned it from my grandpa, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting prepared 2 cups of tea, and they began to enjoy it. A few minutes later, Gaoi and the others arrived. Gunning told them the number of their tea room and told them to come over. Before long, they arrived and knocked on the door. Come in, Gunning said. Gaoi then pushed the door open, walking inside, followed by Qiao Ye and Black Cat. In order to not be recognized by those who was chasing him, Black Cat was wearing a black cap and mask. Boss! Gaoi and Qiao Ye greeted Gunning once they walked in. Black Cat hadn't asked Gaoi whether his boss was a male or female, but he thought that the person must be an old and experienced person. When he followed Gaoi and Qiao Ye stepping inside, he had no idea that the young girl was their boss. Although he couldn't see Leng Xiaoting's face, he still sensed his air of pride and nobility. Black Cat understood that the young man wasn't simple at all. To him, however, Gunning looked just like a kind young girl who was stunning. Therefore, when he heard Gao Yi and Xiaoya call her their boss, he was shocked. In normal situations, most people would doubt Guning, but Black Cat was different. He was astonished, but he never thought lightly of Guning just because she was very young. On the contrary, Guning left a deep impression on him since she was able to help Gao Yi and Xiaoya. Gao Yi and Xiaoya weren't ordinary people after all. If Guning had the ability to get Gao Yi and Xiaoya to work for her, she must be unusually smart and powerful. Precisely because Guning seemed like a normal young girl, he appreciated her more, because disguises were very important. Black Cat took off his cap and mask at once before he greeted Guning. "Miss, it's very nice to meet you. My name's Black Cat." "Nice to meet you too. Please have a seat," Guning said. She didn't think that she was better than him, but she still had an air of power. In order to convince Black Cat to work for her, she had to show her ability and power. Black Cat did feel her power, and held great respect for her. They were all seated at the table, but Lung Shouting never gave them a glance. Instead, he focused on the tea all the time. "Mr. Lung, may I help?" Xiaoya said. As Guning's subordinate, she couldn't sit aside watching her boss's boyfriend preparing tea for them. Xiaoya was good at preparing tea as well.
Was.
"No need," Lung Shouting said. Since he said that, Xiaoya didn't insist. "The condition is very simple. You must work for me as a useful assistant. I won't ask you to do illegal things. You just need to help me manage my companies and you'll be paid according to your ability," Guning said. "That's simple?" Black Cat asked and couldn't believe his ears. He felt like Guning wasn't settling a deal with him but was helping him. Not to mention the fact that he was still a killer being chased by other killers. Such a good job was a very big favor for normal people. To be specific, Guning saved his life and also offered him a great job. Even though he was confident that he could survive being chased, he still wanted to live a normal life.
Guning smilet.
We value different things as the most important thing in our life. You want to get rid of the pursuers and live a normal life. While I needed a well-trained person to help me manage my company, we just cooperate to gain what we need. Guning hit the point. However, even though Guning had the intention to hire Black Cat, she wouldn't force him if he declined her offer. "Great, I'm willing to work for you," Black Cat said. In his eyes, there was no reason to reject such a great offer. He was a man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he had been chased by the killer organization just because he found out some dirty secrets about it. If it hadn't been for that, he would have been working as a professional killer as usual. Guning, however, didn't end the deal right away but added, "I also want your loyalty. You don't need to die for me, but just do your job well. Stay loyal to me and never stab me in the back. I dislike threatening others, but I think it's necessary to remind you that I hate betrayal the most. No matter who betrays me, he or she won't die in peace. Ningning, if he dares to betray you, I'll kill him for you," Lung Shouting suddenly said with a serious expression. Black Cat was scared. Even Gao Yi and Xiaoya felt stressed. At this moment, Black Cat saw a person of his kind not because of the identity but the air of aggression. He believed that this young man's hands had been stained by no less blood than his. The deal was settled, and Guning called K at once. "Wipe a killer whose name is Black Cat off the wanted list," Guning said. "Boss, are you going to hire all the killers on the list? Do you have a plan to establish a killer organization for yourself?" K joked. Guning laughed, then said half seriously, "I think it's a good idea. Why don't you help me keep a close eye on the wanted list and hire some killers for me?" "Are you serious?" Kay suddenly didn't know whether Guning was being serious or not. He just made a joke, and it wasn't a good thing to establish a killer organization. "Well, I wasn't thinking of that, but I feel it's not a bad idea now. I'm not interested in a killer organization, but I think a guardian team will be enough." "Help me nail it," Guning said with a serious look. "Aren't you afraid that it'll be dangerous if you hire too many killers?" Kay asked. Although it could stop killers on the wanted list from being chased to some extent by wiping their names off, it didn't mean that they were 100% safe afterwards. If Guning hired too many killers, she could be the target of a killer organization. Everything profitable is risky. The business world is like a battlefield, and I don't want to be the prey, Guning said. Guning was just a young businesswoman without much experience, and she wasn't a threat to her peers yet, so everything went on well right now. However, if she wanted to be more successful, there was no doubt that she was going to face more challenges and risks. Fine, you win. I'll keep an eye on it. Kay agreed with Guning on what she had just said. After that, they hung up the call. Except for Lung shouting, the others were all shocked by Guning's new idea. It was very dangerous but also important. She was going to face dangerous challenges and risks in the future anyway, so it would do her more good than harm if she had a guardian team to protect herself and those she cared about. What's your real identity? Guning asked. My real information has been written off, so I can't use it. The identity information of Ba Tianyang is unknown in the organization. This is the identity information of an orphan, and all the information is vague. Black Cat, who was Ba Tianyang, said. Each killer had many identities, but those weren't true. They just stole the identification of some dead people who hadn't been signed off yet. Great, we'll call you Ba Tianyang from now on. You can follow Gaoi to deal with some business, and I'll arrange other work for you after your name is wiped off, Guning said. Thanks, Ba Tianyang said. Since Ba Tianyang would follow Gaoi for the following days, Gaoi had to take care of him, but they could use the public money of Guning's company. After telling Gaoi to look after Ba Tianyang and reminding Xiaoya to go to Huafu Hills at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Guning left with Lung shouting. It wasn't early when they walked out, so they went to pick Guman up. Yang Ziqian invited Yuzi to watch a film together after dinner. This was the first time that they had met each other officially, so Yang Ziqian thought that Yuzi might decline his invitation. However, to his surprise, Yuzi agreed. The theater was in the shopping mall not far from the restaurant where they had dined together, so they directly walked there. When Yang Ziqian and Yuzi walked side by side, they felt like they were dating as a couple. Both of them felt nervous and excited. When they arrived at the box office, Yang Ziqian told Yuzi to wait for him and he went to buy the tickets. Oh, isn't this Yuzi? She came here to watch a film too. I wonder who she came here with. Just as Yang Ziqian walked away, a man said unkindly. Yuzi looked over. It was a man who was around 25 years old with a young woman holding his arm by his side. Yuzi? This name sounds so familiar, the young woman said. She's Lin Tianyo's poor ex-girlfriend. We've talked about her before, the man said with disdain. Actually, the man wasn't from a family that was much richer than Lin Tianyo's, but he was much richer than normal people, so he was very arrogant. In addition, the man hadn't heard the news about Yuzi yet, otherwise he wouldn't dare to laugh at her. Hearing that, the young woman nodded, but still felt that she had seen or heard of Yuzi's name somewhere before. Yuzi planned to ignore the man, but the man wouldn't stop attacking her. Yuzi, did you find yourself a rich boyfriend? He asked, mocking Yuzi like she was a gold digger. In those rich second-generation heirs' eyes, a poor girl like Yuzi just wanted money from them. Hearing that, many people looked at him with obvious dislike. In fact, most people were hypocritical and realistic. When looking for a boyfriend or girlfriend, the majority would check the person's family background and appearance first. Yuzi was angry. However, before she could say something, a man interrupted her. Do you think that Miss Yu doesn't deserve a rich man? The man was exactly Yang Ziqian. Lord Yang. The man was shocked to see Yang Ziqian and changed his expression at once to flatter him. What a coincidence. Well, I invited Miss Yu to watch a film together with me, but I'm very annoyed that she was humiliated by someone right in front of my face, Yang Ziqian said in a cold tone, then turned to Yuzi and apologized with sincerity. Miss Yu, I'm so sorry about that. Hearing that, the young man rounded his eyes in shock. What? Yuzi came here with Yang Ziqian? Yang Ziqian invited her to watch a film together? The young man couldn't believe that Yuzi, who was just an ordinary person, could hang out with Yang Ziqian, who was born in a super rich and powerful family. It's fine. Yuzi didn't mind it. Although she was mad at the young man's words, she wouldn't blame Yang Ziqian for it. Lord Yang, I had no idea that Miss Yu came here with you. The young man explained at once in fear. If he had known that Yuzi came here with Yang Ziqian, he wouldn't have dared to humiliate her. Even though his family was rich, it was barely comparable with the Yang family. Oh, isn't that woman the designer of charm? At this moment, someone recognized Yuzi. Hearing that, the young woman realized why she felt Yuzi looked so familiar. Yuzi was the designer of charm. She is. I thought that she looked like Yuzi, but I didn't recognize her just then. Charm? What charm? I haven't heard of it before. Do you know Jade beauty jewelry? Yes, it's quite popular and fashionable these days. There were many pieces of news about Jade beauty jewelry, so most people had heard of it, but its great fame overshadowed charm at the same time. Those who hadn't heard of charm was mostly because they hadn't watched the release conference of Jade beauty jewelry and charm yet. You must have missed the release conference of Jade beauty jewelry and charm. Both Jade beauty jewelry and charm are owned by the same boss, and Miss Yu is the designer and a shareholder of charm. What? Jade beauty jewelry and charm are owned by the same boss? If Miss Yu is the designer and a shareholder of charm, she must be very rich herself. I don't think that there is anything wrong with it if she has a rich boyfriend. Exactly. I heard that charm is always crowded these days. It's very profitable. The young man who had just humiliated Yuzi was totally shocked. Yuzi is the designer and a shareholder of charm? Although he didn't know how popular or valuable the brand of charm was, he had heard that Jade beauty jewelry was a high-end brand, and its boss had a powerful network. In that case, charm couldn't be cheap. To his astonishment, Yuzi became so rich within a short time. Let's go inside now, Yang Ziqian said to Yuzi, and ignored the young man. Sure, Yuzi said and followed Yang Ziqian walking inside. The young man felt quite embarrassed and soon left. The young woman who came here with him just shrugged. She felt ashamed too after the young man made himself a joke in a public place. Once they left, the young man called Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, do you know what Yuzi is doing now? The young man asked. Lin Tianyu, who was drinking alone in a bar, frowned. Although he knew what his friend was asking about, he still asked, What do you mean? She's the designer and a shareholder of charm, the young man said. Oh, I'm aware of that, Lin Tianyu said. Do you know that she's hanging out with Yang Ziqian? The young man asked again. What? She's hanging out with Yang Ziqian. Lin Tianyu was surprised. I just went to a cinema and ran into them, the young man said, but he didn't actually know their relationship. Lin Tianyu felt quite displeased when he heard that Yuzi was hanging out with a man who was a super rich heir from the high society. He was very jealous and regretful now. He was reluctant to give up, and made up his mind to get Yuzi back by hook or by crook. Thinking of that, Lin Tianyu began losing his reason. Guning stayed in the Tang family's house for a while, then brought Gu Man back to Huafu Hills. Because Gu Man would be gone for many days, Tang Yunfan didn't want to see her leaving, but he couldn't stop her. Not only Tang Yunfan, Gu Man didn't want to leave either, but she had to go back to take care of their beauty salon. On the way back to Huafu Hills, Guning asked Gu Man, Mom, how is everything going now between you and him? Only. Gu Man flushed a little with a happy smile, which proved everything. Not bad, Gu Man said. Gu Ning understood that Gu Man was still hesitating to make the decision. Do you think that you can fully accept him now? Are you willing to marry him and spend the rest of your life with him? Gu Ning asked. Well, Gu Man hesitated. It seemed that Gu Ning had to do something to help them, so she said, If you're not willing to marry him, forget it. I didn't say that. Gu Man retorted at once in case Gu Ning took it seriously. Ah. Gu Ning laughed, and Gu Man realized that Gu Ning was just kidding. She flushed red and said, "How can you do that? I'm your mother. I'm just worried that you're not willing to do it. If so, we don't need to waste time here, right?" Gu Ning said in an aggrieved tone. "You?" Gu Man didn't know what to say because she knew that Gu Ning cared about her. Once the Tang family overcomes the crisis, it's time to deal with your marriage, Gu Ning said. Gu Man flushed again and turned to look outside of the window. When they got home, it was almost 10:30 p.m., and Gu Man went to take a shower before going to bed. However, it was still early for Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, so they stayed in the living room watching TV. Gu Ning was watching TV, but Leng Xiaoting was staring at her the entire time. "Why are you staring at me all the time?" "I just want to," Leng Xiaoting said and leaned in to kiss her, but Gu Ning avoided it at once. "What are you doing? My mom is home." "Just a kiss," Leng Xiaoting said with an innocent face. "No, what if my mom comes out all of a sudden?" Gu Ning refused. "I think that we're sharp-eyed enough to discover it in time," Leng Xiaoting said. It was obvious that he couldn't wait a second longer. Even so, Gu Ning still didn't dare to do it and said, "We can never be too careful. If my mom catch you doing that, she'll have a bad impression of you, and probably forbid me to be with you anymore." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was nervous, and sat back upright without hesitation. "I can't wait till tomorrow when your mother is back in City F," Leng Xiaoting said with burning desire in his eyes. Gu Ning glared at him and was amused. When Yuzi and Yang Ziqian finished watching the film and walked out, it was 10:30 p.m., so Yang Ziqian drove Yuzi home. Although Yuzi had already bought a house, it was still being furnished, so she lived in a rented apartment for now. The moment Yang Ziqian heard where Yuzi lived, he was concerned. "It isn't safe there. Are you sure you'll be fine living there?" "I just bought a new house, but it's still being furnished, so I have to live there for the time being," Yuzi said. Since she said so, Yang Ziqian didn't say anything further on the topic, because they weren't very familiar yet. "Oh, I watched the release conference. Did you establish charm yourself?" Yang Ziqian asked and changed the topic. "Yeah, it's been established for over a year, but wasn't profitable until my boss invested in it," Yuzi said with a grateful expression. "I love your designs and I think they are as good as those famous masters. You just need some fame," Yang Ziqian said. It was the truth that people nowadays would only pay for fame. Once charm became popular along with Jade beauty jewelry, its flagship store was crowded every day. Yuzi, however, felt a little embarrassed. "Mr. Yang, thank you so much for your appreciation, but I still think that I have a lot to learn from those masters. I'm telling the truth and I believe in you," Yang Ziqian said with a serious face. "Thanks," Yuzi said. Yang Ziqian didn't leave until Yuzi went back into her apartment and turned on the lights. Coincidentally, Yang Ziqian also lived in Huafu Hills not far from Guning. When he got back home, Mrs. Yang asked him curiously, "How was it?" "Everything went well, and I think she's a good girl, but I don't know her impression of me," Yang Ziqian said. "Do you need me to ask her for you?" Mrs. Yang asked. "Please don't. It's just the first meeting, we can take it slow," Yang Ziqian said. He was afraid that his mother would put too much pressure on them. Fine. Mrs. Yang also understood that it was their personal affairs. "If you think that she's a good girl, seize every chance to chase her." "All right, I understand," Yang Ziqian said before going upstairs. It would take time for them to get along with each other after all. Chao Wenxin and her friends were also leaving for home. However, just as she stood up, she stumbled and fell into Xian Bei and kissed his lips by accident. In an instant, both of them rounded their eyes in shock, and they felt their hearts beating fast at the same time. The others around them were also astonished. Jesus, Xian Bei had a forced kiss. Su Jinshin exclaimed in excitement. Su Jinshin's voice separated them at once. To be specific, it was Chao Wenxin who pushed Xian Bei away. Xian Bei, on the other hand, felt a little disappointed. However, when she stood up, she fell again and pressed on Xian Bei's body. Wenxin, are you all right? Qiu Yusin wanted to help her up, but was stopped by Si Ming. It's fine. They need a good chance to get closer to each other. Hearing that, Qiu Yusin stood still. They all noticed that there was a very real chemistry between them, but neither of them confessed their affection to each other, so they needed a little help. Therefore, nobody else in the private room went ahead to help Chao Wenxin up, except for Xian Bei. Although Xian Bei was unwilling to let Chao Wenxin leave his arms, they weren't a couple after all, so it wasn't appropriate. After being supported by Xian Bei, Chao Wenxin flushed red, and didn't dare to meet Xian Bei's eyes. Xian Bei felt uneasy as well. Xian Bei, why don't you send Wenxin home? Su Jinshin said. It was obvious that he was giving them a chance to spend some alone time together. No thanks, Chao Wenxin declined subconsciously, not because she didn't want Xian Bei to send her home, but because she felt too embarrassed to face Xian Bei now. Are you sure? It's very late now, and it isn't safe if you take a taxi home. Su Jinshin interrupted Chao Wenxin before she could finish her sentence. Xian Bei is the only one who hasn't drunk too much, so he is the only one who can drive you home. After that, Su Jinshin walked out at once. He had drunk a lot, and felt like sleeping now. The others all left without delay, and only Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei stayed in the room. Chao Wenxin opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. In addition, there was no one who wanted to hear it, so she could only close her mouth. Do you really hate me? Xian Bei asked all of a sudden, feeling hurt and sad. Of course not. Chao Wenxin denied it at once. She didn't hate him. Instead, she liked him now, which was the reason why she felt so shy. However, she couldn't say it aloud. Well then, let's go. Chao Wenxin stood up, walking out. Seeing Chao Wenxin almost escaping, Xian Bei wore an evil smile, but didn't say anything. However, before Xian Bei caught up with Chao Wenxin, a man stopped her. Wenxin, what a coincidence. Come on. Come have some fun in my private room. The man seemed kind, but Chao Wenxin frowned with hatred. Get out of my way. Don't be so aggressive. She told you to get out of her way. Xian Bei strode to Chao Wenxin's side and coldly looked at the man. Who are you? It's none of your business. The man was very arrogant. Xian Bei ignored him and pulled Chao Wenxin, walking ahead. The man, however, wasn't willing to give up. He grabbed Chao Wenxin's other hand. Chao Wenxin tried in vain to get rid of his hand, her face covered with an expression of strong dislike. The next second, Xian Bei caught the man's wrist and squeezed it with great force. The man felt great pain and let go of Chao Wenxin's hand. He stared at Xian Bei with an angry face. How dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? I was born in the Xie family. The man was named Xie Dongyan. He was the son of a relatively super-rich family in City B, and only a few people dared to annoy him. Chao Wenxin was an exception. Not only did she dare to annoy him, but she also dared to punch him. Even so, he admired Chao Wenxin, and would approach her every time he saw her. Xie Dongyan knew some fighting skills, so he was able to protect himself to some extent, although he couldn't win a fight with Chao Wenxin. I don't care who you are, but I'll beat you if you dare to harass Wenxin, Xian Bei said. He didn't seem scared at all, but was quite protective of Chao Wenxin now. At this moment, Chao Wenxin enjoyed the feeling of being protected by a strong man, and her hatred towards Xie Dongyan was soon replaced by happiness. She hoped that this feeling could last forever. Most men cared about saving face very much. So after being caught and hurt by Xian Bei, Xie Dongyan was in a rage, because he thought that it damaged his dignity as a man. When he saw Chao Wenxin showing happiness because of the strong and handsome man in front of him, He was even angrier and lost control of himself. At short notice, he clenched his fist and tried to punch Xian Bei. Xian Bei was a well-trained soldier in the special forces, so it was impossible that Xie Dongyan could hurt him. Xie Dongyan caught Xie Dongyan's fist within a second, then turned to ask Chao Wenxin, "Can I beat him?" Xian Bei ached to punch him, but he was afraid that it might cause Chao Wenxin trouble. "Of course," Chao Wenxin said with obvious hatred in her eyes. The second Chao Wenxin finished her sentence, Xian Bei dislocated Xie Dongyan's arm with a clear sound. Xie Dongyan shouted in pain and his face turned pale at once. Although his arm could easily be placed back to its normal position in the joint, it was still super painful when it was dislocated. Besides, it wasn't something that everyone could do, so they would have to turn to an orthopedist for help. It would be really painful for him before he found a good doctor. Therefore, Xian Bei left with Chao Wenxin after just dislocating his arm. Before they left, Chao Wenxin stared straight at Xie Dongyan saying coldly, "Xie Dongyan, if you dare to harass me again, I'll beat you down to the floor." "Lord Xie, are you all right?" A waiter walked over when Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei were gone. "Do you think that I'm all right now? Go find my brothers in private room V08 and tell them to come here right now." Xie Dongyan roared in anger. Couldn't the waiter see that he was in great pain right now? Sure. The waiter was frightened, then ran to private room V08 to tell Xie Dongyan's friends. Before long, 3 men walked over, and they were all surprised when they saw Xie Dongyan's arm. "Lord Xie, what happened?" "Someone dislocated my arm," Xie Dongyan said in a cold tone with an angry face. "What? Who dared to hurt you?" "We'll kill him for you," a man said. "Exactly," the other 2 men agreed. "Take me to the hospital first," Xie Dongyan said. He felt like he was dying. Hearing that, they realized that it was the most important thing to do now, so they helped Xie Dongyan walk out. They weren't doctors, so they had to go to the hospital. Xian Bei drove Chao Wenxin back to Huafu Hills. "It seems like you really hate that man. Why?"
Xin Bai asked.
He could tell that the man admired Chao Wenxin, and he wasn't happy about that, even though Chao Wenxin disliked him. "Yeah, the man is called Xie Dongyan and he was born in the Xie family in City B. He was the boyfriend of one of my friends, but he said that he only became my friend's boyfriend to get close to me. My friend was really hurt and moved abroad. Although she didn't blame me for it, she never contacted me again. I hate Xie Dongyan because of that. If he keeps a distance from me, it's fine, but I'll punch him if he annoys me. However, once on shore one prays no more, and he's repeatedly harassed me," Chao Wenxin said, and her voice was full of hatred towards Xie Dongyan and guilt for her friend. Although it wasn't Chao Wenxin's fault, it had something to do with her after all, so she still felt guilty. Chao Wenxin never liked Xie Dongyan, but Xian Bei thought that Xie Dongyan must love her very much. Otherwise he wouldn't have repeatedly approached her even though he knew that she would punch him. Therefore Xian Bei felt a little bitter. When they arrived at the gate of the house, Chao Wenxin was ready to get out. "Wait a second." Xian Bei stopped her all of a sudden. "What?" Chao Wenxin turned to ask him, but he suddenly kissed her. Chao Wenjun rounded her eyes in shock, seeing his handsome face right in front of her eyes. Her mind went blank at this moment. Xian Bei was also astonished by his passionate move, but he didn't let her go, because he enjoyed the taste of her soft lips. It was obvious that Chao Wenxin enjoyed it as well, so she didn't resist at all. Xian Bei pushed his tongue past her teeth and into her mouth. She didn't push him away until she was out of breath. Xian Bei wasn't prepared, so he was easily pushed away, and realized what he had just done. Seeing Chao Wenxin in a panic, Xian Bei got nervous and felt guilty. Wenxin, he lost control of himself. He liked her and he wanted to be with her. Before Xian Bei could say another word, Chao Wenxin opened the car door and was about to leave, but was stopped by Xian Bei again. "Wenxin, what?" Chao Wenxin's body and voice trembled a little, and she didn't have the courage to look back at Bay. I can be very busy or free with my job. When I'm very busy, you probably won't hear from me for more than half a month, but I can have a break of nearly a week when I'm free. I like you. If you don't mind my job, could you please give me a chance? Bay confessed his affection for Chao Wenxin. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin's heart began to race. She was very excited but also wanted to escape. You let me go. I need to go home now. Chao Wenxin didn't answer Bay's question. Although she wanted to, she wasn't sure whether she really liked Bay. And she had never had a boyfriend before, so she felt timid. You haven't answered my question yet. Bay wouldn't let her go.
Chao Wenxin stammered.
What? Bay moved closer to her and his warm breath was right by Chao Wenxin's ear. She ached to escape right now, but had nowhere to do so. Leave me alone. Chao Wenxin turned around to push him, but she felt aroused all of a sudden when her hands touched his strong chest, and she drew them back at once in fear. You don't like me at all? Bay asked and felt really hurt. Of course not. Chao Wenxin denied it subconsciously, but felt more embarrassed once she blurted it out. I. However, she didn't know how to explain it now. Bay was cheered up hearing her answer, but he wanted a clearer one. Since you denied it, why don't you tell me directly whether you like me or not? Right when Chao Wenxin stammered again, Bay's phone rang, and Chao Wenxin felt quite relieved. It seemed that she dodged the bullet. However, Bay had no intention to answer the call, which surprised Chao Wenxin. Don't you hear your phone ringing? Yeah, Bay said, but didn't bother to answer it. He had set a special ringtone for all the important numbers, but this ringtone wasn't it, so it wasn't an important call. Why don't you pick it up? Chao Wenxin was confused. Your answer is more important, Bay said. It was something sweeter than sweet nothings, and Chao Wenxin felt touched. I'll give you the answer tomorrow. How about that? Chao Wenxin knew that she couldn't escape this time, and decided to face. I'll be going back to the capital tomorrow, Bay said. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin was disappointed, although she already knew about it. Chao Wenxin insisted on giving Bay the answer tomorrow, so Bay agreed. He couldn't wait to hear the answer, but he knew that it would take time for Chao Wenxin to accept him. After that, Chao Wenxin got out of the car and escaped back to her house. Seeing Chao Wenxin walking into her house, Bay took out his phone and checked the caller. The caller was Shun. Hey, why did you call me so late?
By asked.
Why didn't you tell us that you're in City B now? Your sister-in-law just saw you in the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry.
Xin chen com lai.
Well, I've been with my friends these past few days, and I'm going back to my team tomorrow. I'll visit you next time, Bay said. How is everything going between you and Wenxin? Shun asked with concern, because he had noticed Chao Wenxin standing right by Bay's side at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry in the video. Nothing new. I'll tell you if I have any good news, Bay said. All right, Shun said, then hung up. Bay gave the house a glance before he drove away. In the house, Chao Wenxin was actually standing by the window, watching Bay's car driving away. She couldn't help thinking of the kiss, and her heart was beating fast. That night, Chao Wenxin didn't sleep at all. Neither did Bay. Both of them were thinking of each other. The next day, Bay woke up at 7 a.m. and sent a message to Chao Wenxin. Bay, may I know your answer? He didn't receive Chao Wenxin's reply after a long while, and thought that she was probably still sleeping, so he stopped texting her in case it woke her up. Chao Wenxin indeed didn't see his message because she was still sleeping. She didn't fall asleep last night until it was almost daybreak. Around 7:40 a.m., Xiaoya arrived at Huafu Hills. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Man along with Xiaoya to the airport at 8 a.m. At the same time, Su Jinshen, Xian Bei and Ximing were about to leave for the airport too. They didn't have as much free time as Leng Xiaoting, who was their team leader, and they had to stay in the military base even if there was no task. Xian Bei still didn't receive Chao Wenxin's reply after waiting for a while longer. Just when he was ready to call her, he got a message from her. Chao Wenxin, I'll answer you when we meet next time. In fact, Chao Wenxin indirectly admitted that she liked Xian Bei. Reading the message, Xian Bei didn't want to leave all of a sudden, but he had to. Xian Bei, sure, I can wait. At the airport, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked Gu Man to the lounge before they left for the hospital. Tang Yunrong and Tang Yunhang were going to attend the meeting at the company, so there was only Jiang Lihua in the ward together with some security guards. At the same time, Feng Shuochen, who just got up, received a call and heard the news that Gu Man was leaving City B for City F while Gu Ning was absent. Hearing that, Feng Shuochen was thrilled because it was a great chance. Very well. Follow her to City F right away. If Gu Ning is absent, it'll be easier to catch Gu Man. Feng Shuochen said in a malicious tone. Yes, ma'am. In a meeting room, 8 directors sat across from each other at a table. Quan Mingkai, as the secretary of the chairman, was sitting in the head seat. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, so he wasn't able to attend this meeting, so he would be attending on behalf of Tang Yunfan before they elected a new chairman. However, he could only attend this meeting of the board of directors and put forward suggestions. He couldn't make a decision. There is something wrong with our proposal with a company from country Y, and the representatives of our partner will come here to deal with it at 2 p.m. Before that, I think that we better have the best solution to this problem, Quan Mingkai said. I agree with Secretary Quan, but our business group lacks a leader right now, and I'm afraid that it's not easy to solve the problem without a leader, Tang Deming said. It was obvious that he wanted to elect a new chairman before talking about the deal. Exactly. Chairman Tang and Master Tang are both unconscious now. How can we persuade them to cooperate with us? Fu Kaiyu said. It was an accident which caused Chairman Tang's unconsciousness, Tang Jilin argued. They won't care about that. Businessmen only value benefits. Even though Yunhang is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, our business partner is a foreigner, and it won't work, Tang Deming said. Do you mean that we have to elect a new chairman to solve this problem? Tang Yunhang said with a strong air of power, and the others all felt quite stressed all of a sudden. However, they didn't retreat from their plan. I didn't say that. Well, if you're confident to settle the deal this afternoon, it's fine not to elect a new chairman right now, Tang Deming said. It seemed that Tang Deming was more confident than Tang Yunhang. And your opinions? Tang Yunhang asked Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan, who had remained silent the entire time. I support the plan, which is good for the group's development, Cheng Zhongxing said. Yes, we're all businessmen, and we need to look after our own interests as well, Wu Boyan said. Even though they were neutral, Tang Deming's plan was more beneficial according to the situation now. Oh, then who do you think is capable to take the position? Tang Yunhang asked again. Tang Yunhang, as the secretary of Municipal Party Committee of City B, could be a shareholder of a corporation, but he couldn't be its chairman at the same time. The same thing went for Tang Yunrong as well, because she had a title in the military. Although they could resign their jobs, it took several days to do that. Therefore, neither of them could be the new chairman of their family's business right now. Tang Deming knew that very well, which was part of the reason why he dared to force them to agree with him. In fact, Tang Deming was also worried that they would transfer their shares to a member of the Tang family. No matter who has the ability, he can take the position, Wu Boyan said. Speaking of business ability, only Tang Jilin and Tang Deming were better than the others. Since it's about ability, shouldn't we work together to solve this problem first so that we can see who is most capable of taking the job? Tang Yunhang said. Hearing that, Tang Deming squinted. Tang Yunhang was indeed cunning. Since Tang Yunhang said that, he had to give up for now in case it did him harm if he insisted. Tang Deming obviously knew that the Tang family was aware of his ambition, but he didn't care about it, because the Tang family couldn't fire him just because of his ambition. He hadn't done anything to hurt the Tang family's business yet after all. If the Tang family fired him without a reasonable reason, it would damage the reputation of the corporation. Actually, in addition to Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng, Tang Zhiyang was also a potential businessman in the Tang family. Although he was still young and lacked experience, he could improve that by putting his knowledge into practice. If he took over Tang Huang Group right now, it would be hard for him to run the business well, but Quan Mingkai and Yin Weiluan would assist him. Either Quan Mingkai or Yin Weiluan was capable of being the new chairman of Tang Huang Group, because they had helped Tang Yunfan build it throughout the past years. Besides, they had overcome many crises together. Therefore, even though nobody in the Tang family had the ability to take the position, the Tang family would give the job to Quan Mingkai or Yin Weiluan instead of someone else. If they hadn't had the plan to find out who the mastermind behind the scheme was, they wouldn't have allowed Tang Deming's group to discuss it with them at this meeting. After that, they began to talk about the proposal. The technology company under the name of Tang Huang Group and technology company G of Country, Y had agreed to develop an antivirus security system together. However, right when they were about to launch it, another research and development team did it before them. That being the case, technology company G was suspicious that someone in Tang Huang Group had leaked the proposal, and vice versa. Although they weren't the only teams who knew how to develop an antivirus security system, and it wasn't surprising that other R&D teams did that, the problem was that the security system the other R&D team had launched was almost exactly the same as theirs. What was worse, the system was even upgraded based on theirs to some extent. Either way, they couldn't launch theirs since another team had already launched it. However, if they stopped researching and developing right now because of that, both companies would suffer a great loss. Since someone leaked the confidential proposal, that person had to take responsibility for it, otherwise the company had to pay for it. Tang Huang Group could bear the result, but technology company G couldn't. However, even though Tang Huang Group could afford it, nobody was willing to waste hundreds of millions of yuan. And was see, if this problem was caused by Tang Huang Group, Tang Yunhang and the others believed that it must have been Tang Deming's fault. However, they lacked evidence to prove it. Since Tang Deming dared to do that, he must be confident that nobody would find out. Although the Tang family was very powerful, Tang Deming believed that he would be safe as long as he was careful enough. Moreover, he hadn't leaked the proposal in person, so it was useless to suspect him. Technology company G believes that it isn't their fault, so we must reflect on ourselves, Quan Mingkai said, and glanced around the directors by the table with his sharp eyes. It's still a doubt, and we must investigate each other. And the investigation in our company has already begun. Tang Deming knew very well that he was under suspicion now, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he put on an expression like he was worried about the company. The company's loss is our loss. That meant that it was impossible that he had leaked the proposal. Others all knew that Tang Deming was very economical, so they didn't doubt his words. They obviously didn't know the real reason behind the accidents which had happened to Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng. It was already clear that Tang Deming had caused the car accident which had caught Tang Yunfan. No matter what the result will be, we've damaged our relationship with technology company G, and I'm afraid that our previous cooperation will be ended too, Fu Kaiyu said. Right, and we'll suffer another loss if so, Wu Boyan said. I don't think technology company G will make that impulsive decision, because they'll suffer a loss too, Tang Zhilin said. If they have leaked the proposal, they won't do it out of guilt, but I think that they'll do it if someone in our company has leaked the proposal, because they can have compensation in that case. Cheng Zhongxing analyzed. I agree. As long as technology company E of Country Y refuses to admit that it's plagiarism, They can win support from the market given that their system is better. Technology company E was precisely the company which had launched the security system before them. Exactly. I think that will suffer a great loss no matter what the result is. It wasn't a successful meeting, and they couldn't do anything before the investigation result was out. All they could do now was to wait for their meeting with technology company G. Around 12 a.m. the meeting was over, and Tang Yunheng along with Tang Yunrong went to the hospital together. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were still there, and they just finished having lunch with Tang Haifeng. They stayed in order to ask Tang Yunrong and Tang Yunheng about the result of the meeting. They were very sure that it must have something to do with Tang Deming, but they didn't know which technology company was working with him. What was worse, both technology company G and technology company E could be used by Tang Deming. Gu Ning told Kay to hack the two technology companies to search for some clues, but she wasn't very hopeful, because Kay could be tracked soon after he hacked into their databases given both of the companies were technology companies. She was right. Within several minutes, Kay called her back and told her that he was tracked by them within a minute. Gu Ning didn't know what else to do either, and they could only make the next step according to the new situation. No matter which technology company was working with Tang Deming, they had to be well prepared. If technology company G was working with Tang Deming, they must have arranged someone to leak the proposal on purpose. Around 12:20 p.m., Gu Man and Xiaoya were back in City F. They called Gu Ning and told her that they were safe once they got off the plane. However, they were stalked the moment they walked out of the airport. Xiaoya noticed it first but didn't tell Gu Man in case she got nervous and anxious. They took a taxi and headed to the beauty salon. When they entered the city center and waited for the traffic light to turn green, Gu Man saw a dirty-faced, not well-dressed woman pushed to the ground by a man in front of a breakfast shop on the roadside. He was punching and kicking her. Gu Man felt very sorry for her, but didn't do anything, because it was not her duty to help every poor person. However, when the taxi was about to move ahead, Gu Man suddenly saw the woman's face. To her astonishment, the woman was Lin Lijuan. Gu Man could never imagine that Lin Lijuan would be like this. Although she had the worst relationship with Lin Lijuan, they were relatives after all, and she didn't have the heart to watch her being beaten by a man on the street. Therefore, Gu Man told the driver to stop. The driver stopped the car by the road, but it wasn't a place where he could stop a car for long, so Xiaoya paid him before he left. Xiaoya didn't ask why Gu Man did that because she just needed to protect Gu Man well. Stop it! Gu Man ran to them without delay. The man heard her voice and stopped. What's going on here? Gu Man asked. She stole my steamed buns and dirted many. The man was angry. How much are they? I can pay you, Gu Man said. However, before the man could say a word, Xiaoya opened her mouth. He's beaten this woman, and I think that is enough to pay the bill. It wasn't about money, but Xiaoya was unwilling to pay the man after he had beaten the woman. The man wanted the money in the beginning, but felt embarrassed to take it after hearing what Xiaoya said. All right, forget it. After that, he turned and walked back to his shop. Lin Lijuan was kneeling on the ground on her knees and elbows, but protected the steamed buns in her hands very well although she had been beaten. Gu Man felt very sad seeing Lin Lijuan like this. Although she hated her very much, she still had deep sympathy for her. Lijuan, what happened to you? Gu Man squatted down beside her. Right when Gu Man's hand touched Lin Lijuan yelled in fear. Don't grab my steamed buns away. Saying that, Lin Lijuan swallowed the steamed buns down in chunks. It seemed that she was afraid that someone would grab them away if she couldn't eat them right away. Well? Gu Man was shocked by Lin Lijuan's reaction, and realized that there was something wrong with Lin Lijuan's mental condition. Ma'am, I think she has a mental problem, Xiaoya said. A mental problem? Gu Man was surprised. I won't grab your steamed buns away. Do you want to eat delicious food? I can take you to have some, Gu Man said. Really? Lin Lijuan raised her head to look at Gu Man. Her eyes were very bright and seemed innocent. She didn't recognize Gu Man at all. She wasn't in a normal mental condition now, and had the same level of intelligence as a kid. What had she been through? What was Gu Qinxiang doing now? Gu Man was worried. Yes, of course, Gu Man said. Hooray! Lin Lijuan got back to her feet at once. Even if someone sold her for money, Lin Lijuan wouldn't know what happened to her. Gu Man saw a nearby barbershop and said to Xiao Ya, Xiao Ya, I'll take her to wash her hair. Can you help me buy a set of clothing for her? Gu Man wasn't carrying a suitcase, so she didn't have any clothes to share with Lin Lijuan. Ma'am, since Miss Gu told me to protect you, you must be in a dangerous situation, so I can't leave you alone. We can take her to wash her hair first, then buy some clothing for her. Xiao Ya thought of the person who was stalking them along the way. Fine. Gu Man agreed. After that, Xiao Ya and Gu Man took Lin Lijuan to the nearby barbershop. When the hairdresser saw Lin Lijuan, who was filthy, he felt disgusted. But there was no reason for him to reject the chance to make money. In the beginning, Lin Lijuan was resistant, because she didn't know what she was doing. Gu Man had to persuade her to wash her hair first before they went to eat delicious food. And she also stayed by Lin Lijuan's side the entire time. Lin Lijuan finally accepted it in the end. When the hairdresser was washing Lin Lijuan's hair, Gu Man called Gu Qinxiang. Gu Qinxiang was very surprised that Gu Man would call him again. What? Gu Qinxiang asked and sounded normal. Did you divorce Lin Lijuan? Gu Man asked. If they were already divorced, she couldn't send Lin Lijuan back to Gu Qinxiang's place. Not yet, Gu Qinxiang said. She's already back to the Lin family's place now though. Hearing that, Gu Man frowned. Since you and Lin Lijuan haven't divorced yet, I think I better tell you the truth right now. I ran into her on a street, but she's filthy and has a mental problem. What? Gu Qinxiang was shocked. Why? Gu Qinxiang didn't love Lin Lijuan anymore, but he still had a family relationship with her, which was the reason why he never had the idea to divorce her even though he had mistresses. Not to mention the fact that they hadn't divorced yet. Even if they had, Gu Qinxiang would still do something after hearing about Lin Lijuan's condition now. Where are you right now? I'll be right there, Gu Qinxiang asked. We're in a barbershop on XX Road, and the hairdresser is washing Lin Lijuan's hair now. We'll take her to buy new clothes before we go to eat something, Gu Man said. We will probably be done after half an hour. Why don't you come to pick us up? Sure, I'll be right there, Gu Qinxiang said and left his company at once. Half an hour later, Lin Lijuan had her hair and face washed, and Gu Qinxiang arrived at the same time. After being through a hard time, Gu Qinxiang became much more friendly. When he met Gu Man again, he wasn't so arrogant as usual at all, and even seemed a little submissive. Gu Qinxiang had aged a lot during this hard time, and he was busy dealing with the crisis of his company. However, it seemed that his company was doomed to bankruptcy. He felt too embarrassed to ask Gu Man for money now, because he didn't know whether Gu Man was willing to help him. Besides, even if he got the money, it would soon be consumed if he failed to strike a business deal. Gu Man, at the same time, didn't bother to ask how everything was going in Gu Qinxiang's life. When Gu Qinxiang saw Lin Lijuan, he frowned, but didn't show any disdain. Lijuan, Gu Qinxiang called her. But Lin Lijuan didn't have any reactions, because she had already forgotten her name. She doesn't know anyone, nor who she is right now. Let's go buy some new clothing for her before we take her to eat some food, Gu Man said. Sure, Gu Qinxiang said and went to support Lin Lijuan with his hands, but Lin Lijuan was scared and hid behind Gu Man's back at once. Gu Qinxiang didn't know what to do, so he turned around and walked out, followed by them. They got in the car and left for a shopping mall. On the way, Gu Man didn't talk with Gu Qinxiang. What had happened to Lin Lijuan was something Gu Qinxiang should figure out himself. They soon arrived at the shopping mall, and took Lin Lijuan to buy some new clothes for her. Gu Qinxiang lacked money now, so they went to a normal clothing shop. If Gu Qinxiang wasn't here, Gu Man would pay for Lin Lijuan, but since he was here now, he would pay the bill himself. However, Gu Man didn't mind paying the bill when they went to share a meal together later. "Oh, isn't this Mrs. Gu? Didn't you hate such a normal clothing shop before? Why did you suddenly come here to buy clothes?" The moment Lin Lijuan walked out from a changing room, a woman said in an unkind tone. Lin Lijuan, however, had no reaction at all, because she didn't know that the woman was laughing at her. Gu Man and Xiao Ye turned to look at the woman. She was around 40 years old and was dressed in normal clothing, and had the same mean expression as Lin Lijuan did in the old days. There was another woman of the same age as her by her side. When she didn't hear a response from Lin Lijuan, the woman was displeased and added, "Lin Lijuan, I feel so sorry for you now. Your daughter is in jail, and your husband has cheated on you. Even his company is about to go bankrupt. I don't think you're qualified to make fun of me from now on." The woman sounded quite satisfied. She had known Lin Lijuan for many years, and Lin Lijuan had shown off in front of her many times, so she never forgot her hatred towards Lin Lijuan. If it hadn't been for the fact that she needed Lin Lijuan's help, she would have argued with Lin Lijuan a long time ago. In fact, this woman was also very ungrateful. Although Lin Lijuan had despised her, Lin Lijuan had helped her a lot after all. However, Lin Lijuan was in a bad condition now, so she came to humiliate Lin Lijuan in a public place. Jealousy could easily distort a person's mindset and made a person ungrateful at the same time. Hearing the woman's loud voice, many people in the shop looked at Lin Lijuan with sympathy or disdain. Gu Qinxiang, who was sitting on a sofa, felt ashamed and annoyed, but didn't know what to say because he had cheated on Lin Lijuan. Gu Qinxiang was reading a magazine, so the two women didn't notice him. They didn't know Gu Man or Xiao Ye either. Otherwise they wouldn't have been so arrogant. However, Lin Lijuan still stood there with an expressionless face. Gu Man, on the other hand, couldn't stand it anymore. "This lady, please mind your personal image and don't forget your manners." The woman felt a little embarrassed but retorted at once, "It's none of your business. I'm not talking about you. You don't have the right to judge another person either." Gu Man said, "You." The woman was mad but didn't know what to say. The other woman didn't want to cause a scene, so she pulled her and walked away. After the two women were gone, Gu Man's group also left. Gu Man took them to a restaurant and booked a private room before they started to order dishes. Gu Qinxiang called Lin Dekhang after ordering, trying to figure out what had happened to Lin Lijuan. "What?" Lin Dekhang sounded very aggressive. They had a bad relationship ever since Lin Dekhang found out that Gu Qinxiang had cheated on Lin Lijuan. "Didn't Lijuan stay at your place? Why didn't you tell me that she left your house? Do you know that she's in a really terrible condition right now?" Gu Qinxiang questioned in annoyance. "What?" Lin Dekhang was surprised, then remembered that he hadn't seen Lin Lijuan for a couple of days. "What has happened to Lijuan?" "She has wandered on the street like a beggar, and was being beaten by a man after stealing several steamed buns. She also has a mental problem now. If Gu Man hadn't found her by accident, I probably wouldn't find out until she died." Gu Qinxiang was angry. "What?" Lin Dekhang was shocked now and explained it at once. "She left my house a few days ago without bringing her phone. I thought that she went to find her friends." Since Lin Dekhang said so, Gu Qinxiang couldn't blame him for everything. Lin Lijuan was an adult after all, and it was nobody's duty to take care of her like she was a baby. "Was she in a normal mental condition when she left your house?" Gu Qinxiang asked. "Of course, or we wouldn't allow her to leave," Lin Dekhang argued. It sounded like Gu Qinxiang was blaming him because he didn't care about Lin Lijuan's life. He haven't taken good care of Lin Lijuan, but he wouldn't let Lin Lijuan leave the house if he knew that she had a mental problem. In addition, He had told Lin Yue how to find her that night when Lin Lijuan hadn't come back. Although Lin Dekhang was also displeased, he still wouldn't stand aside and do nothing since Lin Lijuan was in trouble now. I think she must have been through something before she got the mental problem. Why don't we call the police and check the surveillance cameras to see what happened to her? Sure, Gu Qinxiang said, then hung up. Lin Lijuan hadn't eaten a good meal for a few days, so she started to stuff her mouth with food and quickly swallowed once the dishes were on the table. After the meal, they went to the hospital together to check Lin Lijuan's health. However, the results shocked everyone. There were obvious bruises on Lin Lijuan's body, and some tears in her vagina. It was obvious that she had been sexually assaulted. Her head had also been heavily hit several times, which damaged her nerves and caused the decline of her intelligence. She was now inclined to suffer from dementia. It was hard to tell whether she could be cured, but it wasn't very likely. Gu Man felt sorry for the fact that Lin Lijuan had been sexually assaulted, but Gu Qinxiang was too shocked to accept it. He thought of a divorce, but Lin Lijuan would die if he abandoned her again, because the Lin family obviously wouldn't be willing to support her given her condition now. She was his children's mother after all. After thinking for a long while, Gu Qinxiang gave up the idea. He decided to hire a nurse to take care of Lin Lijuan. At least she wouldn't be homeless. Gu Qinxiang was still really shocked and wasn't able to drive his car, so Qiaoye drove them directly to the police station. Although it would expose Lin Lijuan's horrible experience, they couldn't allow the rapist to get away with it. Zhuang Tianman was a beautiful new policewoman working in this police station. When Gu Man's group arrived, her eyes lit up at once and ran to them in excitement. "Hey, are you Goddess Gu? Oh, Gu Ning's mother?" Zhuang Tianman asked, although she already had the answer. She addressed Gu Ning as Goddess Gu first, but changed it in case Gu Man didn't know who she was talking about. Zhuang Tianman became a policewoman because she had a strong sense of justice and wanted to protect the weak from violence. She also liked martial arts very much, so she held deep admiration for Gu Ning after watching videos of her saving people. Therefore, she was one of Gu Ning's loyal fans now. She never missed a piece of news about Gu Ning, and had also watched the video of the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. She had noticed Gu Man standing by Gu Ning's side the entire time, so she believed that Gu Man must be Gu Ning's mother given their similar faces. Gu Man felt a little uneasy when Zhuang Tianman stared straight at her with a pair of bright eyes. "Yeah. It's so nice to meet you. My name's Zhuang Tianman, and I'm a big fan of Gu Ning." Zhuang Tianman was more excited now. Nevertheless, she didn't forget her job and asked with concern in an instant, "May I help?" Zhuang Tianman changed her tone so fast, it surprised Gu Man, so Qiaoye opened her mouth at this time. "We came here to report a case." Hearing that, Zhuang Tianman put on a serious face. "Please follow me." After that, they followed Zhuang Tianman inside. Hearing what had happened to Lin Lijuan, Zhuang Tianman was in a rage. She couldn't wait a second longer to catch the rapist and throw him in jail for the rest of his life. Since they were Gu Ning's relatives, Zhuang Tianman recorded their account and filed it. She also reported it to Liang Yobua, who was the director of Public Security Bureau, after walking Gu Man's group out. Liang Yobua, of course, took it very seriously and sent out a group of policemen to investigate it. Qiaoye sent Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan home, then took a taxi to the beauty salon along with Gu Man. In City B, the president of technology company G of Country Y arrived at 1:50 p.m. along with his subordinates. Although technology company G was the leading company in the technology industry, it was barely comparable to Tanghuang Group in regards to its assets and social status. Therefore, they came to visit Tanghuang Group in person, including their president. The president of technology company G was a man who was around 30 years old. He had curly hair with delicate features and a pair of ocean blue eyes. He was a born princess. If Gu Ning was here, she would recognize the man, because the president of technology company G was actually Alan. Mr. Alan, nice to meet you. Kwon Min-kai welcomed him in person. Nice to meet you too, Secretary Kwon, Alan said politely. Although there was a problem with their cooperation, they wouldn't end the deal before they found solid proof, even though they already distrusted each other. Kwon Min-kai guided Alan's group to the meeting room afterwards. It was almost 2 p.m. when they walked inside, and every director of Tanghwang Group was present. When the meeting was about to start, Alan was slightly displeased that Tang Yunfan was still absent. May I ask why the chairman of Tanghwang is absent right now? Can you make the decision without him? Mr. Alan, I'm very sorry that our chairman can't attend today's meeting, but it won't affect the result, Kwon Min-kai said. Great, then let's begin, Alan said. After that, they began to talk about the problem. Alan's group said that none of them had leaked the proposal. Kwon Min-kai's group also said that they found that nobody in their team had leaked it after investigation. However, it was obvious that someone among them must have leaked the proposal, so none of them believe each other's statement. If they couldn't have a result, both sides would suffer a great loss. Well, I received a video a few days ago, and I wonder whether you're interested to see it, Alan said all of a sudden, and his secretary took out a USB flash disk at once. Hearing that, others were all surprised and had a bad premonition. Was the video the evidence? Kwon Min-kai, Tang Yun-hang and Tang Yun-rong weren't very surprised, because they had guessed all the possibilities, and one of which was that technology company G would come with evidence. In that case, they were prepared to pay them compensation. Although it was a trap set by Tang Deming, they still had to take responsibility and take disciplinary action against the person who had leaked the proposal afterwards. Kwon Min-kai took the USB flash disk with a calm face, then opened it. However, the video wasn't the evidence they thought it would be, but the introduction of a piece of land. Everyone was struck dumb for a few seconds, then turned to look at Alan with confusion. What did he mean? Tang Deming, on the other hand, couldn't believe his eyes. What's going on here? Shouldn't it be a video of an employee of Tanghwang Group making a deal with a person working in technology company? Why has it been replaced? Kwon Min-kai was also surprised to see the land in the video, but he was familiar with it. Alan noticed their confusion and said, "This is a great piece of land, and many real estate companies of Countrywide are competing for it. Luckily, I succeeded in acquiring it in the end. I plan to build an exclusive private clubhouse and a resort on it, but my company can't afford the expenses. I admire Tanghwang's ability, so I hope that we can work together to develop the land and share the profits 50-50. What do you think?" What? Everyone was shocked again. They hadn't dealt with the problem of the leak of the proposal yet, and Alan wanted to cooperate with Tanghwang again right now? Mr. Alan, shouldn't we deal with the leak problem first? Tang Deming asked in annoyance. They had made a deal beforehand. Why did Alan suddenly change his mind? He wasn't afraid of the investigation because he wasn't involved in it in person, but he was mad at the opposite result. It's not me who isn't willing to deal with the leak problem, but neither of us can find evidence. What can we do now? No matter who leaked the proposal, the company should pay compensation. Tanghwang can afford it, but I can't, so I need to make money first, Alan said. After a second he added, although the leak problem has affected our relationship, I don't think that we can't cooperate again. I appreciate Tanghwang's influence and ability, so there is no reason for me to stop cooperating with Tanghwang. In addition, there is nothing that should be kept a secret in this deal, and it's a win-win, so why don't we have a try? Tang Deming was struck dumb with anger. It was obvious that Alan changed his mind, and it was useless for him to say anything further. Therefore, Tang Deming had to close his mouth, although he was reluctant to accept it. I agree. Although it wasn't a pleasant cooperation in regards to the security system, we can still work with each other to make money, Kwon Min-kai said happily. Given Alan's previous attitude, Kwon Mingkai believed that Alan must have made a secret deal with Tang Deming's group. Even though Kwon Mingkai was also confused by his sudden change, there was no reason for Kwon Mingkai to decline this project which Alan sent them in person. Alright, we can keep on investigating the leak problem, and I hope that we can communicate with each other more. As long as we trust each other as usual, we can continue to work together. Well, I think it's time for dinner, and I prefer to discuss business by a dining table. Would you mind inviting us to share a meal together? Alan asked and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Tang Huang Group agreed to cooperate with them, but they still needed to discuss many details before signing the contract. Of course not, Kwon Mingkai said. Even if Alan didn't say it himself, Kwon Mingkai would invite him to dine together as well. Would you mind sharing dinner with us at 5:30 p.m. at the hotel where you stay? Alan stayed in the Huangdang Hotel, which was owned by Tang Huang Group, and Kwon Mingkai had booked rooms for them. Sure, why not? Alan said. After that, the meeting was over, and Kwon Mingkai walked Alan's group out. They used to think that it would be a major difficulty, but to their astonishment it was easily solved. When Tang Deming was back in his office, he called Tang Wei-yong without delay. The plan failed. What? Failed? Tang Wei-yong was shocked. What happened? Tang Deming then told Tang Wei-yong everything, which annoyed Tang Wei-yong. How could he change his mind and even propose to work with Tang Huang on such a big project? What should we do next? Tang Deming asked. I'll call you when I have an idea, Tang Wei-yong said. Sure, Tang Deming said. Kwon Mingkai didn't walk back to the company until Alan's group got in their cars. Alan also made a call once he was seated in the car. Miss Gu, it's already done, and I'll meet you at the dinner, Alan said in his gentle voice the second someone answered his call. Thanks.
Kuning site.
The person who answered Alan's call was exactly Gu Ning. At noon, Kay failed to find anything useful after hacking into Technology Company E's and Technology Company G's databases. So Gu Ning told him to find out who the boss of Technology Company G was. Gu Ning planned to find a clue from its boss, but she was surprised to discover that the boss of Technology Company G was Alan. Therefore, Gu Ning called Bai Shuyan for Alan's number, then called Alan at once. Gu Ning and Alan weren't very familiar actually, but they had met each other a few times, so she thought that Alan might be willing to help her.
Alan, E.
This is Gu Ning, Gu Ning said when Alan answered her call. Miss Gu, I'm surprised to receive your call. Alan was telling the truth because they didn't stay in touch although they had met before. Alan, please accept my apology first, because I've done an investigation of your company without your permission. I asked Shuyan for your number after I found out that you're the boss of Technology Company G, Gu Ning said. The thing is, I have a close relationship with Tang Huang Group, and I have already heard the terrible news about the leak problem. Although I don't know which company has leaked the information, but I think that it's very likely to be a scheme against Tang Huang Group. Alan was surprised to hear that Gu Ning had a close relationship with Tang Huang Group, and that the leak problem was a part of a scheme against it. Since Gu Ning was closely related to Tang Huang Group, it wasn't a big deal that she was aware of the leak problem. Alan wasn't annoyed at her for doing a secret investigation of Technology Company G either. In addition, Alan also believed that it could be a scheme against Tang Huang Group. Although he wasn't familiar with Gu Ning, and had only met her a few times, he appreciated Gu Ning very much and preferred to work with Gu Ning instead of the person who laid this trap for Tang Huang Group. Miss Gu, since you side with Tang Huang Group, I'm willing to help. A technical staff member of Tang Huang Group met the supervisor of Technology Company E in private. Someone turned to my older brother for cooperation with a video of their meeting, so I'm sure that someone working for Tang Huang Group has leaked the proposal. Like what you've told me, it is a scheme, but I think that Tang Huang Group should still pay us the compensation for our loss, Alan said. Of course we should, Gu Ning said. The person said that the chairman of Tang Huang Group was caught in a car accident and is still unconscious, So they wanted to seize this chance to elect a new chairman, Alan added. It's true, but it doesn't mean that the Tang family can't run the business well, even though the chairman of Tang Huang Group is unconscious right now. Gu Ning didn't tell Alan that Tang Yunfan was actually fine. Alan had watched videos about Gu Ning on the internet, and he knew that this girl wasn't simple, so he had no intention to act against her. In that case, he came to an agreement with Gu Ning and dropped the leak problem at the meeting. Moreover, he also had a project which lacked investment right now, and Tang Huang Group was the best choice he could find in every aspect. Even if Gu Ning didn't call him, he wouldn't ruin the relationship with Tang Huang Group. That was also the reason why he went to visit Tang Huang Group in person. He was in Germany when the leak problem arose, and it was his older brother who was managing technology company G in country Y. If someone hadn't told him about his older brother's inappropriate behavior, he wouldn't have known either. Afterwards, he flew to country Y and stopped his older brother from taking the next step. If his older brother, instead of him, had visited Tang Huang Group, it would have caused a bad result at the meeting. When Gu Ning called Alan, she had already left the hospital, so neither Tang Haifeng nor Tang Yunhang's group was aware of it. Gu Ning decided to tell them at dinner. Gu Ning went to look for shops for Colane and Cozy this afternoon with Leng Xiaoting. Before that, Leng Xiaoting had already told someone to help them find suitable shops. Although Ning Chongkai was completely in charge of the medical company now, it didn't mean that Gu Ning would do nothing. Ning Chongkai was in the capital, so Gu Ning would deal with the branches in City B. On the way, Gu Ning called Ning Chongkai and asked him how everything was going in the capital. Ning Chongkai told her that everything was fine, and that both Colane and Cozy were quite popular. The majority of their customers were very satisfied with the effects of their medicines and skincare products. In addition, Ning Chongkai had signed deals with several businessmen, and there were other businessmen who had the intention to cooperate with them. Colane and Cozy became very successful within such a short time, and Ning Chongkai was in the best mood ever these days. Gu Ning told Ning Chongkai to keep on producing medicines and skincare products, and to supervise the production to make sure that they were of high quality. However, before Gu Ning hung up the call with Ning Chongkai, a woman came to the store and claimed that Cozy facial masks had caused a rash on her face. Hearing the woman's voice through the phone, Gu Ning told Ning Chongkai not to hang up for now, because she wanted to learn more about in Cozy's store in the capital. It was a middle-aged woman who had a rash on her face. She dressed like a rich person, so it couldn't be blackmail but was a trap. How could you sell harmful skincare products to me? Look at my face now. My face was fine before I used your facial mask, but now it's covered in a rash. The woman shouted in anger in case others couldn't hear her. Hearing her voice, many people in the store surrounded her, but few of them believed her words, because Cozy had a good reputation among customers. It was possible that Cozy skincare products weren't suitable for her skin. Even the famous international brands weren't suitable for everyone after all. Moreover, most people were fine after using Cozy. Ma'am, are you sure that it's Cozy's facial mask which caused the rash on your face? Ning Chongkai asked with a serious face. If not, I wouldn't come here. The woman seemed very mad. Are you sure you didn't use any other skincare products from other brands? Ning Chongkai asked a guy.in. Of course not, the woman said with certainty. Well, I think it's very easy to find out whether it's Cozy facial mask which caused the rash on your face. Please try a piece of Cozy facial mask right here right now to see its effect. If your face doesn't get better, it proves that the problem is our facial mask, but your accusation won't stand if your face gets better. Ning Chongkai stared straight at her with a serious face. Hearing that, a touch of panic flashed by the woman's eyes, but she still argued. What if my face gets worse or is even disfigured by your facial mask? Then we'll do whatever you want, Ning Chongkai said with confidence, because he believed that there was nothing wrong with Cozy's skincare products. You? The woman didn't expect that Ning Chongkai would be so confident, and she felt slightly regretful now. However, upon thinking of what the person behind her back had said to her, she couldn't retreat. What if you deny your promise? We can turn to the police or a lawyer for help, Ning Changkai replied. Well, the woman panicked a little, right? Now, ma'am, we're running our business according to the law. If there are any problems with our skincare products, we'll solve them and pay the compensation, but… Ning Changkai said the above words in a polite tone, but suddenly became very aggressive. If you're just lying or slandering us, it may damage the reputation of Cozy, and we can sue you. Hearing that, the woman was scared because she thought that it wasn't a big deal, but it turned out that she could be taken to court. Well, she was in a great panic. People around her all noticed her unusual reaction. Ma'am, are you still sure that it's Cozy's facial mask, which caused the rash on your face? It's about the reputation of Cozy, and we won't take it lightly, Ning Changkai said. He gave the woman a chance to retreat. Well, I think that maybe I'm wrong. I remember that I've eaten a mango. Maybe I'm allergic to it, the woman said at once. Oh, she's allergic to mangoes. I thought that she really got a rash after using Cozy's facial mask. I think that she did it on purpose, and she changed her words because she's afraid that manager Ning might sue her. I agree. They weren't idiots, and the woman used a dirty trick. The woman felt utterly embarrassed right now. To her astonishment, her real purpose was easily exposed right in front of everyone's eyes. After that, the woman walked out in silence. Ning Changkai let her go because she failed to damage the reputation of Cozy. Cozy built its good reputation on skincare products of high quality, so he wasn't afraid that the woman could succeed. I think peers must be jealous of Cozy because it's very popular and profitable. It's such a dirty trick. Well, business is really a battlefield without smoke. Boss, I let her go, Ning Changkai said to Gu Ning on the phone. Great, you've done a great job, Gu Ning said. Although you're in complete control of the company now, feel free to let me know if you encounter any problems that you can't solve. Sure, boss. Ning Changkai understood Gu Ning's outstanding ability very well, so he wouldn't hesitate to turn to her for help if he ran into any tricky problems. I'm going to open a branch in City B, and I'll let you take it over after I acquire a suitable shop, Gu Ning said. No problem, Ning Changkai said. They planned to open 1 or 2 branches in every big city first before they expanded the business around the country. It wasn't uncommon that a brand owned dozens, or even hundreds of branches in a city. A city was normally very large after all, and most people stayed in the same place throughout their lifetime. No matter how famous the brand was, it's impossible that everyone around the country would have heard of it. In addition, nobody was willing to buy a product which was far from where he or she lived. However, Gu Ning wouldn't open branches everywhere, and around 20 branches in City B were enough. 20 branches in City B weren't many, but they decided to work with different big pharmacies and beauty shops so that they could put Colane medicines along with Cozy skincare products on their shelves, which was also an important way to sell their products. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting checked several shops, and Gu Ning bought one of them which she was the most satisfied with. Although the shops were all of high standard, Gu Ning couldn't buy all of them at a time. It wasn't a good thing to expand her business at a rapid pace. Instead, Gu Ning was determined to do it at a steady pace. Afterwards, they left for the Huangding Hotel when it was almost 5 p.m. Around 5:10 p.m., Quan Mingkai and Tang Jilin booked a private room at the Huangding Hotel before they called Alan's secretary. Alan and his secretary along with another 4 people who were in charge of the security system arrived at the private room 10 minutes later. Quan Mingkai stood up to welcome them at once. Mr. Alan, please have a seat. When they were all seated, Quan Mingkai gave Alan the menu. Mr. Alan, please order whatever you like. Alan was a foreigner, so his taste in food was different from them. Well, we don't need to rush. I have a friend who is coming here later, so we can wait for her, Alan said. Sure. Quan Mingkai said, but didn't ask him who his friend was. Afterwards, they chatted casually for a while. When it was almost 5:40 p.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived. They were a little late because of a traffic jam on the road. Quan Mingkai was more than astonished to see Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. What? He abruptly stood up from his seat. Quan Mingkai wanted to ask something but didn't know how. It was obvious that Alan's friend was Gu Ning. Miss Gu, nice to see you. Been a while. Alan also stood up to welcome them. Nice to see you too, Alan. Gu Ning shook hands with him. Although they just shook hands with each other out of politeness, Leng Xiaoting was still displeased to see it. Let alone Gu Ning. Even Alan felt Leng Xiaoting's dissatisfaction towards him. Alan was confused, because he thought that there was nothing unpleasant which had happened between them. However, when his hands let go of Gu Ning's, Leng Xiaoting's unkind look was gone as well. Alan realized that this young handsome man was just being jealous of him. Alan was amused but didn't mind it. Gu Ning, however, felt a little embarrassed by her jealous boyfriend. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sat by Quan Mingkai's side. Hi, Uncle Quan, Gu Ning called him. What's going on here? Quan Mingkai seemed to understand something, but he wasn't sure. Please have a seat, everyone, Gu Ning said, and the others all sat down again. Gu Ning then told Quan Mingkai everything. Oh, I understand, Quan Mingkai said after hearing Gu Ning's explanation. I was very confused about why Mr. Allen suddenly changed his mind. And now he had the answer. However, they still needed to pay the compensation. Mr. Allen, I'm so sorry for your loss and we'll pay the compensation, Quan Mingkai said to Allen. Nobody wanted it to happen, and I do have sympathy for what your company has been through, but we'll take the compensation without a doubt, Allen said. His company couldn't afford the loss. Allen then gave the video to Quan Mingkai. After watching the video, Quan Mingkai recognized the person who had a secret meeting with technology company E. He was a technical staff member working for Time Technology, which was owned by Tanghuang Group. Quan Mingkai was sharing dinner with Allen, so Yen Weiluan would deal with it. In the following hour, they enjoyed the meal together and discussed the new project. After dinner, they signed the contract before leaving. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to the hospital later. Just when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were leaving for the hospital, Gu Man, Gu Qing and Xiaoya also walked out of a restaurant at the same time. They had dined on Yui Road, which wasn't far from their home, so they went back home on foot. Well, although I hate Lin Lijuan, I still feel sorry for her now, Gu Qing said.
Yeah, Gumanzait.
I hope that she'll never remember the terrible experience for the rest of her life. I don't think that she can accept it. You're right, Gu Qing said. The part of the road wasn't located downtown, so there weren't many people. When they walked to a road section with the fewest people, 3 men rushed at them all of a sudden and surrounded them. Xiaoya protected Gu Man and Gu Qing behind her back at once. She coldly looked at them and didn't seem scared at all. Although Gu Man and Gu Qing were frightened, they knew that Xiaoya wasn't an ordinary girl, so they were soon relaxed. It's fine, Xiaoya said to comfort Gu Qing and Gu Man. Hearing that, they were relieved. Gu Man stays and we can let the other 2 leave, a man said.
Impossible, Xiaoya sneered.
She didn't bother to talk with them and attacked them without delay. The 3 men were all beaten down by Xiaoya within seconds. The 3 men knew some fighting skills and could easily get control of 3 ordinary women. However, they ran into Xiaoya, who was an experienced killer today. In Xiaoya's eyes, they were merely kids. Even though Gu Qing and Gu Man knew that Xiaoya was very good at martial arts, they were still shocked to see the scene. Xiaoya was so amazing. The 3 men, on the other hand, were struck dumb by the result. Xiaoya questioned them about who sent them, and under Xiaoya's threats they revealed that the person who sent them was Feng Shuaqin. Therefore, Xiaoya called Gu Ning and told her about what just happened. Gu Ning wasn't surprised because she sent Xiaoya to protect Gu Man precisely because she knew that Feng Shuoqin would take action to hurt Gu Man sooner or later. But she was still mad. Feng Shuoqin very well. Gu Ning decided to pay her back this time. However, she still needed to go to the hospital first. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunrong were in the ward. Both of them were still confused about why Alan had suddenly changed his mind. They didn't know the reason until Gu Ning told them. I think they'll either stop scheming against Tang Huang for a while, or take full-scale action, Gu Ning said. The latter is more possible in my eyes, because it's better to do it sooner rather than later. They have no idea when my father and grandpa will wake up after all. If they took action after Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng woke up, it would be much more difficult. Hearing Gu Ning's opinion, they all agreed and stayed alert. Before long, Tang Yunhang received Yan Weiluan's call and got to know that the person who had leaked the proposal had gone abroad to Country M yesterday morning. Country M was a very large country, and it was very hard for them to find out where he was. However, even though it was very hard, they still needed to chase him because he was the assistant of the mastermind behind the scheme. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the hospital around 9 p.m., but they didn't go home after that. Instead, they went to find Feng Shuoqin. Before they came to the hospital, Gu Ning told Kay to find Feng Shuoqin's phone number and hack into her phone to see her location. Luckily, Feng Shuoqin's phone was connected to the internet, so Kay easily got her specific location. Right now, Feng Shuoqin was having fun in the Earth nightclub, but it would take them some time to find out which private room and floor she was on. In case Leng Xiaoting had conflict with Qi Tianlin if they ran into each other, Gu Ning told him to wait for her in the underground parking lot. Although it was likely that they wouldn't meet one another, Gu Ning did it to avoid conflict. There was a long-standing grudge between Leng Xiaoting and Qi Tianlin after all, and there could be great trouble given Qi Tianlin's temper. Gu Ning wasn't afraid of Qi Tianlin at all, but she was unwilling to cause trouble. Leng Xiaoting was dissatisfied. I'm not scared of having conflict against him. I know, but I don't want to cause trouble, all right?
Gu Ning sighed.
Since Gu Ning said so, Leng Xiaoting gave up. Gu Ning didn't know what to say after seeing Leng Xiaoting being displeased, so she kissed him to comfort him. However, Leng Xiaoting took the initiative at once and pressed on her body for more. The longer he kissed her, the more he wanted. If they hadn't been in a public place, Leng Xiaoting would have undressed her in a minute, but he was determined to punish her tonight. He didn't let Gu Ning go until she was out of breath. Gu Ning flushed, which was very attractive in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. In case Leng Xiaoting pressed on her again, Gu Ning got out of the car in a hurry. A short while after Gu Ning was gone, Leng Xiaoting caught sight of a man walking out of an elevator. He squinted at him. To his surprise, he saw this man who was always mysterious right here. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning a message and told her that he had to leave to deal with something, and she could go back home on her own if she didn't receive his message or call by the time she was done. Gu Ning understood that it must be something important, so she told him to be careful. Gu Ning didn't turn to Qi Tianlin for help, but searched the floors by herself. She assumed that Feng Shuoqin would be on the floor of KTV rooms, so she checked the rooms one by one. She had Jade eyes after all, so it wasn't difficult. KTV rooms were on the 3rd and 4th floor. Gu Ning went to the 3rd floor and used her Jade eyes. She was able to see the inside of the rooms on this floor and the 4th floor at the same time. In the private rooms, there were different kinds of people doing different things like singing, drinking, playing games, or even having sex. It was an entertainment place controlled by a gang, so there were many dirty deals being settled here. Although sex trade was illegal in this country, and the government had strict rules and control over it in the big cities, it still existed in the darkness. The government was also unwilling to mess with gangs, so sometimes it turned a blind eye to it. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, the government wouldn't investigate their clubhouses, which was also the reason why those clubhouses controlled by gangs were more popular than other legal entertainment places. When Gu Ning had walked halfway, she found Feng Shuoqin in number 555 private room on the 4th floor. There were 6 people in the private room. 3 were men, while the other 3 were women. One of the women was Wu Jini. Since she had already found Feng Shuoqin, Gu Ning decided to meet her right away. However, when the elevator which was coming down from the 4th floor stopped at the 3rd floor, Gu Ning met Qi Tianlin's eyes the second the door opened, and both of them were surprised. There were only Qi Tianlin and his 2 security guards who were Yu Hao and Cheng Hua in the elevator. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua recognized Gu Ning, and they also knew that this girl had a relationship with their boss, so they were kind to her. "Why are you here?" Qi Tianlin frowned with dissatisfaction. He had been waiting for Gu Ning to gamble with him, but she never called him after a long time. However, now he caught her having fun here. Gu Ning stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. "I'm here to take revenge." "Take revenge?" Qi Tianlin cocked his eyebrow. "Does it mean that you're going to cause trouble here?" Gu Ning frowned because she didn't know how to answer that question. It was unavoidable that she might cause noise or even damage here, but she couldn't say that to Qi Tianlin's face, which would be a direct challenge to his power. Therefore, Gu Ning said, "I can drag her out first." Saying that, they arrived at the 4th floor. "Well, why don't you come to the gambling room after your revenge? I can help you deal with the mess afterwards. How about that?" Qi Tianlin asked in a domineering tone. "Great." Since Leng Xiaoting left to deal with his thing, and she was free now anyway, she could gamble with Qi Tianlin as she had promised. "Yu Hao, go with her." Qi Tianlin made an order. "Yes, boss," Yu Hao said. There was a waiter standing outside each private room, so others had to have permission from the people in the room after the waiter pressed the bell before they walked in. In addition, the waiter had to swipe a card to allow other people to get inside, and only the waiter had the card. There were many dirty deals being settled in the Earth nightclub, so others couldn't go inside without permission. If Gu Ning wanted to intrude inside, nobody could stop her. But it was better that Qi Tianlin was willing to help her. Once the elevator opened, Yu Hao followed Gu Ning out. They walked into the hall on the 4th floor, and the KTV manager came to welcome them with great respect at once. "Hi, may I help?" Although Yu Hao was just a bodyguard, he was their boss's bodyguard, and was in a high position as the senior management of the Kirin gang, so the manager had to be respectful of him. "I want to get into number 555 private room," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the manager gave Yu Hao a glance. Seeing that Yu Hao didn't oppose, he told 2 people to guide them towards number 555 private room. There was no sexual intercourse happening in number 555 private room, but the men and women were kissing and touching inside. When the waiter outside wanted to press the bell, Gu Ning stopped him and told him to open the door right away. The waiter glanced at the manager for his opinion. "Open it now," Yu Hao said, and the manager nodded at the waiter, so the waiter swiped his card at once. Although it wasn't appropriate, the manager didn't dare to stop them since Yu Hao made the order. The people in the room were surprised when the door was pushed open all of a sudden. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you press the bell?" A man snapped at them in anger. He was Lu Xinqi. "It's you." Feng Shuoqin abruptly stood up from the sofa in shock when she saw Gu Ning the next second. Gu Ning fixed her eyes on Feng Shuoqin the moment she walked into the private room. She walked to her step by step with a pair of cold eyes, which scared Feng Shuoqin so much that she moved backwards. What do you want to do?" She knew that Gu Ning wasn't a simple girl, and she was afraid that Gu Ning might beat her again. Wu Jini was also worried, but didn't dare to say a word. "What are you doing?" Lu Xinqi stood in Gu Ning's way. However, when he saw Gu Ning's face, he was surprised to find that she closely resembled Tang Yunfan. He didn't know that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, so he didn't think further. "I need to deal with a personal grudge with Feng Shuoqin. If you don't want to be involved, you better move away right now, Guning said in a cold tone. She wasn't interested in other people in the room. The condition was that they remained silent. You! Lu Xinqi was in a rage, but the manager interrupted him at this moment. President Lu, I think that you better not get involved in this. If you how didn't stop the girl, nobody could. Moreover, their boss must have allowed you how to take this young girl here. And the Earth nightclub wouldn't take care of Lu Xinqi if anything bad happened to him after he was involved in it. Hearing the manager's advice, Lu Xinqi frowned. Although he felt displeased, he knew that it was a warning, and the leader of the Kirin gang had permitted it. The Lu family was a super-rich family in City B, but he was still afraid to mess with the Kirin gang. Therefore, Lu Xinqi moved away after a short while of hesitation. Except for Wu Jini, the other people in the room weren't very familiar with Feng Shuiqin, so none of them were willing to be involved in this. No, you can't hurt me. Feng Shuiqin was frightened now. I can't? Why? Do you have the right to assault my mother again and again? Gu Ning sneered and stared straight at Feng Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin was shocked that Gu Ning already knew that she had schemed against Gu Man. How is it possible? The others, apart from Wu Jini, were also surprised that Feng Shuiqin had assaulted a woman again and again. At the same time, they were curious why Feng Shuiqin had done that to this young girl's mother. Seeing Feng Shuiqin being so shocked, Gu Ning smiled. Well, Feng Shuiqin, do you really think that you're smart? I knew that it was you when you assaulted my mother the first time. If I hadn't been busy during the past few days, you wouldn't have lived a happy life for a couple of more days. You! Feng Shuiqin was trembling in horror. All of a sudden, she felt that this young girl in front of her was very scary. Since you always want to ruin my mother, I'll let you experience the feeling yourself, Gu Ning said, and a knife was held in her hand before everyone could notice it. Without delay, Gu Ning waved the knife and they soon heard Feng Shuiqin screaming in pain. When they realized what had happened, there were 4 bloody cuts on Feng Shuiqin's cheeks. 2 cuts crossed each other on each of her cheeks. No! Feng Shuiqin yelled in pain and stumbled down onto the sofa. She covered her face with her hands at once, but it was too painful, so she moved her hands away. Except for Yu Hao, the others were all shocked by Gu Ning's behavior. To their astonishment, this young girl was so violent. However, nobody dared to say a word to blame her. In fact, they wanted to escape as far away as possible. It was obvious that this young girl was excellent at killing skills given the speed of her knife. My face! My face! My face! Feng Shuiqin cried. Women cared about their faces the most. If her face was disfigured, she would refuse to meet people from now on. Nevertheless, Gu Ning wasn't done yet. She drew a bag of white powder from her pocket, then poured it into a glass before she forced Feng Shuiqin to drink it. The white powder was drugs, which were put into her telepathic eye space the last time when she found a box of drug under her bed in a hotel room. Gu Ning poured a lot into Feng Shuiqin's mouth, because she wanted her to be tortured by drug addiction. Feng Shuiqin, you asked for it yourself. If you dare to hurt my mother again, you're digging your own grave. Gu Ning warned her, then turned around and walked away. Yu Hao didn't follow her, but stayed to deal with the rest. He walked ahead, and directly knocked Feng Shuiqin unconscious, so that she seemed drunk. After that, he told Lu Xinqi's group to send her to the hospital. Although Feng Shuiqin passed out for now, she would soon wake up, because of the great pain on her face. Gu Ning had used great force, and only plastic surgery could help her. Choline medicines could also help her get better over time, but they weren't aware of that. Anyway, it would be super painful for Feng Shuiqin to survive during this time. Besides, it wasn't easy to get rid of drug addiction. Even if Feng Shuiqin was determined enough to do it, it would be a painful process as well. Gu Ning went upstairs in an elevator afterwards, and met Qi Tianlin at the appointed gambling room, then sat down right across him. Chi Tianlin squinted at Gu Ning and asked with curiosity as well as arrogance, "What did you do?" "Disfigured her face and forced her to drink a large amount of drugs," Gu Ning said airily, like it was just a very common thing. Ever since they had met each other for the first time, Chi Tianlin never thought that Gu Ning was an ordinary girl, so he wasn't surprised by what Gu Ning had done to Feng Shuaqin. Chi Tianlin didn't ask further, and began to gamble with Gu Ning. Lu Xinqi and Wu Jini sent Feng Shuaqin to the hospital together. Because Wu Jini was Feng Shuaqin's good friend, Lu Xinqi asked her whether she knew the cause of today's mess. Wu Jini told him everything, and Lu Xinqi was astonished to hear that the girl named Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. It was universally acknowledged in the high society that Tang Yunfan never married or had kids. However, he suddenly had a daughter. Now, Lu Xinqi thought that Gu Ning was probably a love child. Feng Shuaqin was crazy in love with Tang Yunfan. It was totally unacceptable for her when she found out that Tang Yunfan had a daughter and a woman. She wouldn't allow anyone else to get what she couldn't own. Therefore, she had schemed against Gu Man and Gu Ning. However, Wu Jini had no idea what Feng Shuaqin had done to Gu Man and Gu Ning. After hearing that, Lu Xinqi had little sympathy for Feng Shuaqin, because she asked for it herself. If she was scheming against ordinary people, he thought that it wasn't a big deal, but she was digging her own grave if she was acting against the Tang family. Although Lu Xinqi didn't think of himself as a good man, he knew what he could do and what he shouldn't do very well. Gu Ning had gambled 10 rounds with Chi Tianlin. 5 were draws while Gu Ning won the other 5, and Chi Tianlin never even won once. At this moment, Chi Tianlin was more displeased than ever. He was unwilling to accept the result, but he had to admit that he lost very badly. Another round? Gu Ning looked at Chi Tianlin with a calm face. "Forget it. It's not fun at all," Chi Tianlin said with his face full of disdain, as if he gave up not because he had lost many times, but because it was boring. Gu Ning didn't mind at all, and asked him for the money. "Sure. Now you should give me 500 million yuan. 500 million yuan is nothing in my eyes." Chi Tianlin seemed as arrogant as usual, like he was doing Gu Ning a favor. Gu Ning still didn't mind it because she just wanted to get the money. "Great, bye-bye." Once Gu Ning received the money, she stood up and was about to leave. Chi Tianlin, however, was dissatisfied. "You're leaving now right after you get the money?" Gu Ning stopped for a second and said coldly, "So, do me a favor and I'll pay you 100 million yuan, Chi Tianlin said in a domineering tone. "Seriously? You're the leader of the Kirin gang, and there is something you can't do." Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised and teased him. "I'm curious why you turned to me for help?" Chi Tianlin frowned. It was a humiliation to his face, which annoyed him, but he didn't blame Gu Ning. Zhujiangkue, the oldest apprentice of He Hongjie, who is the well-known gambling magnate of HK, will come to City B after a few days. We'll gamble then, and it's related to our business shares in private. I don't want to lose at all, so I hope that you can help me win the game. I don't care how much you bet or win while gambling with him. It totally depends on you, and I'll pay you 100 million yuan as well. Hearing that, Gu Ning seemed quite interested in it. She had heard of He Hongjie, the gambling magnate, and Zhujiangkue, his oldest apprentice. Both of them were super rich people. If she could win the game, she would make a fortune. Nevertheless, Gu Ning didn't answer at once but asked, "What kind of gambling? I only know how to play dice, and I'm not 100% confident that I'll win." He's an apprentice of the gambling magnate after all. Gu Ning wasn't belittling herself because she could have a draw at the least and it was impossible that she would lose, but she just didn't want to make the promise that she would win right now. "Dice is the most popular form of gambling right now, so we will obviously play dice," Chi Tianlin said. Then his voice was full of sarcasm. "I'm confident that I have a 50% chance to beat him. You never let me win a round even once, and now you tell me that you're not confident." Chi Chi Tianlin thought that Gu Ning's words humiliated him again. What if I lose? Gu Ning asked. Chi Tianlin thought for a while, then had an idea. If you lose, you must work for me for a year. Hearing that, Gu Ning was displeased. I don't think it's fair. If you insist on that, I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't lack 100 million yuan anyway. Even though Gu Ning didn't think that she would lose, she didn't like an unfair deal. Hearing that, Chi Tianlin frowned, but he knew that Gu Ning wasn't dumb, so he changed his mind. Well, benefits live with risks, and you can't take all the benefits alone. If you lose, you won't get the award and you must pay the money that you lose. How is that? Interesting. Gu Ning wore a sarcastic smile. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? I'm not the person who is going to gamble with him. It's you who is asking me for a favor. Even if I lose, it's unreasonable that you want me to bear the result for you. Gu Ning wasn't willing to accept an unfair deal. Chi Tianlin frowned again, but he thought that Gu Ning's words made sense, so he compromised. No matter if you win or lose, I'll pay you 100 million yuan, but you must bear the result of the gambling with him yourself. How is that? Sounds good. Although Chi Tianlin was still at an advantage, Gu Ning agreed on it because she thought that it was acceptable. After that, Gu Ning left. When she walked out of the Earth nightclub, she still didn't hear from Lung shouting. So she took a taxi and went home alone. She wanted to send him a message, but was afraid that it might disturb him, so she gave up. At the same time, the moment Lu Xinqi arrived at the hospital with Feng Shuoqin, Feng Shuoqin woke up in great pain. She was in a terrible condition now, and kept sweating, twitching and vomiting, which were the symptoms of withdrawal. The unpleasant mental and physical effects caused by the wounds on her face, and the drugs made Feng Shuoqin suffer a lot. At this moment, Feng Shuoqin felt like she was living in hell, and ached to kill herself to get rid of the pain. Even several male doctors failed to control her, so they had to inject her with a sedative. However, Feng Shuoqin was heavily addicted to drugs, so the sedative wasn't really effective, but at least the male doctors were able to control her now. There was no medicine for drug addiction. She could only continue to be on drugs or get rid of it. Therefore, all that the doctors could do now was to deal with the wounds on her face. After treating the wounds well, Feng Shuoqin was pushed into a VIP ward. Before long, Feng Shuoqin's older sister-in-law, Lu Qiuting, and younger sister-in-law, Tong Wen, came to visit her. Wu Jini called Lu Qiuting and only told her to come, but Lu Qiuting accidentally put it on speaker, so Tong Wen, who was sitting by her side, heard it too. Although Tong Wen and Feng Shuoqin didn't get along, they were a family after all. Once Lu Qiuting and Tong Wen walked into the ward, they saw Feng Shuoqin tied on the bed. She kept moving and struggling, but her face was wrapped in gauze bandages and her mouth was also shut by a piece of tape so that she couldn't shout. If she shouted, it would affect the wounds on her cheeks, which would cause the wound to crack and become more and more serious. What has happened? Both Lu Qiuting and Tong Wen were scared by the scene. Wu Jini didn't tell them many details on the phone, but just told them that Feng Shuoqin was injured and was in the hospital now. They didn't know how serious it was, but the scene before their eyes was very terrifying. Gu Ning did it. She disfigured Shuoqin's face and even forced her to drink a glass of drugs. Wu Jini said. What? How dare that bitch do that to Shuoqin? Lu Qiuting was astonished and mad. Hearing that, Lu Xinqi frowned, and a touch of disdain flashed by his eyes. However, for the sake of his business with the Feng family, he reminded Lu Qiuting out of kindness. Mrs. Feng, I don't think that the girl is someone you can mess with. Lu Qiuting was struck dumb for a second. She knew that Gu Ning wasn't simple, but a stupid woman who was as arrogant as her wasn't willing to admit it. So what? She's just a bastard. Well, Lu Xinqi put on a sarcastic smile. You see what has happened to Shuoqin now, so you should know that you better stay away from her. He didn't expect that Lu Qiuting was as stupid as Feng Shuoqin. Hearing that, Lu Qiuting shut her mouth. Who is Gu Ning? She's so bold, Tongwen asked with curiosity. She didn't feel angry just because Gu Ning had injured Feng Shuiqin. Instead, she admired Gu Ning's bravery very much. She understood that Feng Shuiqin must have done something even more unpleasant beforehand for the girl to injure Feng Shuiqin with no mercy at all. She knew Feng Shuiqin's personality very well, and Feng Shuiqin already annoyed many people on normal days. She's Tang Yunfan's daughter, Wu Jini said. What? Hearing that, Tongwen was shocked. Hasn't Tang Yunfan never gotten married or had any kids? If it was true, she now figured out the grudge between Gu Ning and Feng Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin must have done something to hurt Gu Ning. Then Gu Ning took revenge. Tang Yunfan hasn't gotten married or had any kids, and she is just a bastard, Lu Qiuting said with anger. It seemed that it was bad that Tang Yunfan had a kid without getting married. She actually had the same idea as Feng Shuiqin. Qiuting, mind your language. I don't think that there is anything wrong with the fact that Tang Yunfan has a daughter without getting married. Why do you have to call the girl bastard? Do you think that you can mess with the Tang family? Tongwen criticized Lu Qiuting. She was completely disappointed in her two sister-in-laws, because both of them were stupid women who were digging their own graves. You? Lu Qiuting was displeased, but she had to admit that Tongwen was right. Even so, the little bitch can't get away with it easily. I must seek justice for Shuiqin. I think that Feng Shuiqin asked for it herself. We should feel lucky that the Tang family let us get away with what she did, Tongwen said and pointed out the truth. Tongwen, how can you say that? Shuiqin is a member of our family. How can you side with an outsider against her? Lu Qiuting blamed Tongwen. Lu Qiuting, are you an idiot or something? It's Feng Shuiqin's fault from the very beginning. Tongwen almost wanted to slap Lu Qiuting's face to wake her up. You? Lu Qiuting didn't know what to say now because she knew that Tongwen was right. Mrs. Feng, I think you better control yourself, or the whole Feng family will be involved in trouble because of you. You know nothing about what has happened and you want to seek justice? Not to mention that you have no ability to mess with the Tang family. You better keep a distance from Gu Ning too. You should know Gu Ning's special relationship with the Kirin gang. If she dared to injure Feng Shuiqin right in the Earth nightclub, which is owned by the Kirin gang, the senior management of the Kirin gang must have allowed her to do so, Lu Xinqi said. Lu Xinqi was scared of Gu Ning now after Wu Jini told him that. He sensed that this girl wasn't simple at all. However, Feng Shuiqin wouldn't give up even though she knew that Gu Ning wasn't simple. Therefore, she was merely digging her own grave, and nobody could stop her. Lu Qiuting finally realized how serious it was, and didn't dare say another word. Jesus, she's so unbelievable. Tongwen was shocked. I heard Gu Ning say that Feng Shuiqin had schemed against her mother many times, which is the reason why she was so mad. I think the Tang family doesn't know about it yet. Otherwise they would have taken action. Since you both are here, I can leave now. Oh, I've already paid the medical fees, Lu Xinqi said, then left right away. He had invited Feng Shuiqin to have some fun with him, so he felt slightly guilty and paid the fee for her. I think we should tell Ping Hui, Tongwen said, because they didn't know how to deal with it. Lu Qiuting called Feng Pinghui at once and told him what had happened. When Feng Pinghui heard it, he was in a rage. Feng Shuiqin was really a troublemaker in their family. Right now, he had no sympathy for Feng Shuiqin at all, but only complaints. It was almost 10 p.m. when Gu Ning got back to her house in Huafu Hills, but Leng Xiaoting still hadn't contacted her yet. She felt a little worried, but didn't know whether she should call him in case it interrupted him. Just as Gu Ning was about to open the door of her house, Chao Wenxin walked out of hers with an absent look on her face. When Chao Wenxin saw Gu Ning, she said to her, I'm starving. Why don't we go out to have grilled fish together? Hearing grilled fish, Gu Ning's mouth was watering, so she agreed. There was a night snack street across the road from Huafu Hills, so they directly walked there. What happened? You seem sad today, Gu Ning asked with concern. Nothing, I'm just not in a good mood, Chao Wenxin said. She obviously wouldn't tell Gu Ning that she was missing Xian Bei. Since Chao Wenxin was unwilling to tell her, Gu Ning didn't ask further. They went to a popular grilled fish shop and ordered a grilled fish along with 2 bottles of beer. It was very popular and many people were waiting in line. But this shop was Chao Wenxin's favorite, so they were willing to wait for a long time. While they were waiting for the fish, Chao Wenxin ordered a plate of vegetables to relieve her hunger. Although Chao Wenxin was born in a super rich and powerful family, she wasn't a picky eater. No matter if it was expensive food or a cheap and common snack, she ate what she liked. Chao Wenxin wasn't like some rich people who thought that they were better than ordinary people and despised night snacks. However, half an hour later, several men grabbed Chao Wenxin and Gu Ning's fish and told them to wait for the next one. Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin of course wouldn't stand for it, especially when Chao Wenxin was in a bad mood. She got mad at once and raised her voice. What the F***ck? How can you be so shameless? You grabbed our fish and even told us to wait for the next one? Do you want to have a fight? Saying that, Chao Wenxin rolled up her sleeves, and it seemed like she wanted to fight. Oh, you have quite a temper. One of the men was amused by Chao Wenxin's action. To Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin's surprise, the man stopped arguing with them. I'm not interested in fighting with a girl. Fine, you can have the grilled fish first. Chao Wenxin was disappointed that the man gave up and said with dissatisfaction, I thought that I could have a fight. You're such a coward. Hearing that, the man was displeased. What did you say? You want to have a fight, right? I'm going to punch a man later. If you dare to beat him for me, I'll pay the bill for you. Before Gu Ning could say something to stop Chao Wenxin agreed without hesitation. Sure, do keep your word. She didn't lack money to pay for the grilled fish, but she ached to fight right now. Wenxin. Gu Ning looked at Chao Wenxin. It was obvious that she disagreed. Hearing Gu Ning's voice, Chao Wenxin also realized that it wasn't appropriate, so she said, well, forget it. After that she sat down. The several men didn't say anything further, and the grilled fish was still placed on Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin's table. How funny is it that Xiao Guanxiang, who is the agent of a famous singer, called me to borrow some money? The man who just argued with Chao Wenxin said. Xiao Guanxiang? Isn't he Xia Yichu's ex-boyfriend? Gu Ning thought to herself but didn't say anything. He called you to borrow some money? Isn't he very rich? Why did he do that? Exactly. He's the agent of a famous singer after all. The other 2 men were confused. He told me that the singer was injured and can't sing, so they can't make money. What's worse, they also have to pay liquidated damages for those deals that they signed before. The man said. Well, I don't think that he can become poor overnight just because of that. He has several million yuan at least. I agree. Even though he lacks money right now, how could he call you to borrow some money? He claimed to be your close friend before he became an agent, but he pretended that he didn't know you once he was successful. I think he's a shameless man. Indeed. Don't lend him any money. Of course I refused. In fact, he didn't tell me all the truth because he's on drugs now, which is the real reason why he's in desperate need of money. Oh, that's the real reason. I think several million yuan is barely enough for him to pay for the drugs. When Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin almost finished eating, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning. Where are you now? Leng Xiaoting asked. I'm eating grilled fish with Wenxin on the night snack street. Are you done? Gu Ning asked. Yeah, I'm going back. It will take around 20 minutes. Will you wait for me there, or go directly home? Leng Xiaoting asked. We're almost done too, so I think that we will go directly home, Gu Ning said. Great, Leng Xiaoting said, then hung up. Chao Wenxin looked at Gu Ning. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but didn't say it aloud. What? Gu Ning asked. Is it shouting? Chao Wenxin asked. Yes, Gu Ning said, but Chao Wenxin didn't say anything further. After paying the bill, they left together. On the way home, Chao Wenxin suddenly asked Guning, Ning, Ant-Man is back to City F, and you are alone with shouting now. Although Chao Wenxin didn't finish her sentence, Guning understood her meaning very well. She flushed and avoided Chao Wenxin's question. However, Chao Wenxin wasn't willing to give up. She gently knocked Guning's arm and asked again, Ning, have you done that with shouting yet? That meant sex, of course. Chao Wenxin was a virgin, so she felt shy when she asked Guning about that. Moreover, she couldn't help thinking of Xian Bei and picture them having sex. When Chao Wenxin realized what was on her mind, she flushed red and her heart was pounding. Guning felt a little uneasy when Chao Wenxin asked her about that. Even so, she did her best to calm down. Why did you ask that all of a sudden? Nothing, I'm just a little curious. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, Chao Wenxin said. It took them around 20 minutes to walk back to their houses from the night snack street, and the lights were already on in Guning's house when they got back, which meant that Lung Shouting was home. Why are the lights on in your house? Chao Wenxin was surprised, then soon figured out the reason. She looked at Guning with envy on her face and said, I'm so jealous of you that you have a loving boyfriend waiting for you at home. Well, I'll go back to my place and sleep alone as usual. Saying that, Chao Wenxin walked towards her house. When she turned around, she put on a sad expression. She had never felt so lonely before. Right when Guning was about to open the door was opened and Lung Shouting's tall, strong figure appeared in Guning's sight. Guning smiled at him, then walked inside. The moment she entered the house, Lung Shouting pressed her against the wall and kissed her without hesitation right at the entryway. Guning was surprised and struggled. It's the entryway. It's fine, and it's not a bad thing to do it in a new place, Lung Shouting said. He was growing interested in new ways of having sex. Guning still felt a little uneasy but didn't reject him. They didn't go back to the bedroom until they finished a round of sex. At this moment, Lung Shouting finally had time to ask Guning, What did you do to her? I left 2 cuts on each of her cheeks with a knife, and I also forced her to drink a glass of drugs, Guning said. Guning never disguised herself in front of Lung Shouting. She wasn't worried that Lung Shouting would think that she was malicious either, because that was what she was like and she wouldn't change just because of a man. Guning wasn't an ordinary girl in this lifetime or her previous incarnation. There was something in her blood that would never change. Although she knew that Lung Shouting wouldn't mind, she still asked him, Do you think that I'm vicious? Will you mind if my hands are completely covered with blood? She still wanted to hear the answer from his mouth. Would you mind if my hands were fully covered with blood? Lung Shouting asked her the same question. As a member of the Special Forces, he had killed no fewer people than Guning in her previous incarnation. Of course not. Not at all, Guning said. I won't either, Lung Shouting said. They chose each other and were ready to accept one another's good points and shortcomings. It wasn't a surprising answer, but Guning was still delighted. Even though they were in love with each other, and both of them knew it very well, it was still different to hear it. To feel it was one thing while to hearing it was another thing. It would be super boring if a couple didn't say any sweet nothings to each other. How did you deal with the rest of the things in the Earth nightclub? Lung Shouting asked. I ran into Chi Tianlin there, and I agreed to gamble with him, so he helped me deal with the rest, Guning replied. We had 10 rounds of gambling, and the bet was 100 million yuan a round. 5 were draws and I won the other 5. All in all, I won 500 million yuan today. Isn't it cool? Guning looked at Lung Shouting with excitement in her eyes. Seeing Guning being excited, Lung Shouting was aroused once again. The next day, the news that Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng had successively been caught in a car accident and was now still unconscious went abroad all of a sudden, and it threw a bomb into the market at once. The staff of Tang Huang Group also felt nervous. Many people might have heard of what had happened to Tang Haifeng, but few knew that Tang Yunfan was also in danger. A team without a leader would fall into a mess sooner or later. Gu Ning knew clearly that the mastermind behind the leak problem would take action again. Facing the crisis, Tang Huang Group held another urgent meeting among the board of directors. Who spread the news abroad? Although Tang Yunheng seldom interfered in the company's business, he would stand out when it was an emergency. Those directors all felt quite stressed at this moment. However, all of them denied it. Yunheng, I know that you're suspicious that one of us has spread the news abroad. But don't forget it only hurts us. Besides, Tang Huang Group has many enemies in business. Although the Tang family has a high-level security, it isn't fully closed. If someone wants to find out some confidential information, he could figure out a way or two, Tang Deming said in annoyance, as if he shouldn't be blamed. However, no matter how much he denied it, he couldn't get rid of Tang Yunheng's suspicion. In fact, Tang Yunheng was very sure that he was involved in it. Tang Deming thought that they could do nothing about it as long as they didn't have solid proof, but he didn't know that he had actually already been exposed. The Tang family didn't catch him right now in order to find the person behind him. Even though Tang Deming lost touch with Zhang Yongjian, he thought that the Tang family didn't know about it because they hadn't taken any action yet. I agree, and I think that we should elect an acting chairman right now, or the staff and our business partners will leave us, Fu Kaiyu said. I think so too. Me too. We need to prevent our enemies in business from attacking us when we're in a crisis. Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan agreed with Tang Deming. If so, I think we better elect an acting chairman as soon as possible. Tang Zhilin yielded to the pressure. 5 among 8 directors agreed, so the other 3 obviously couldn't reject it. Tang Yunheng and Tang Yunrong could take part in the election, but they only had the right to vote. They, along with the 9th director, voted for Tang Zhilin. Fu Kaiyu, Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan voted for Tang Deming. Seeing that, Tang Zhilin couldn't stay calm anymore. He shouted at them. Cheng Zhongxing, Wu Boyan, what do you mean? Don't we have the freedom to vote? Cheng Zhongxing asked. You. Tang Zhilin was struck dumb. Tang Yunheng had 10% shares, Tang Zhilin and Tang Yunrong had 5% shares, while the 9th director had 2% shares, which amounted to 22% shares. Tang Deming had 8% shares, Cheng Zhongxing had 6% shares, Fu Kaiyu had 5% shares, and Wu Boyan had 3% shares, which also amounted to 22% shares. Tang Yunfan alone owned 51% shares, and nobody else could change that. The other 5% shares were in the market. Both Tang Zhilin and Tang Deming held 22% shares in total, so they failed to elect the acting chairman. Well, I guess we can't elect the acting chairman today, Quan Mingkai said. Don't jump to the conclusion. I also have another 1% share which I bought from the stock market, Tang Deming said, and took out a document. Tang Deming was well prepared today, and he wouldn't give it up easily. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Tang Deming, you've schemed everything. Tang Zhilin questioned him. It seemed that he was angry because Tang Deming grabbed the position which belonged to him away. Don't put it so unpleasantly. I just want to save the company, Tang Deming said like he was the hero. You. Tang Zhilin was mad but didn't know what to say. Right at this moment they heard noises from outside. What's going on outside? They were all confused. The reporters, Quan Mingkai said after glancing at a new message he just received. The reporters? Why did reporters come here right now? Who told them to come here?
Tang Zhilin Frauen.
Tang Deming, however, stayed calm. Without a doubt, it was he who told the reporters to come here. As long as the reporters sent the news out, it was impossible for others to reverse the decision. Before long, the door of the office was pushed open. A young man in his early 20s walked inside. He was handsome, energetic and resembled Tang Jiakai, but he had an air of maturity. He was precisely Tang Jiakai's older twin brother, Tang Jiuyang. Tang Jiuyang was back from country Y. Seeing Tang Jiuyang, Tang Yunheng's group wasn't surprised at all. because it was their arrangement. Tang Deming's group, on the other hand, rounded their eyes in shock. Although they never cared about Tang Jiayong, who was too young and lacked experience, he was a stumbling block in their way after all. To their astonishment, he came back from country Y right now. How is it possible? Didn't Tang Weiyong send someone to spy on Tang Jiayong? Why did we hear nothing about the news that he's coming home? He showed up at this moment for nothing good. Tang Deming thought to himself, and he was right. I heard that there is a meeting among the board of directors today, and an acting chairman will be elected, Tang Jiayong said with a calm face. I don't think it's necessary because Chairman Yunfan has signed an appointment letter. If he's caught in any accidents, I will be the acting chairman. What? Tang Deming couldn't believe his ears. It's true. Yin Weiluan, who was standing behind Tang Jiayong, took out a document. This is the appointment letter written by Chairman Yunfan a long while ago. Let me have a look. Tang Deming stepped ahead in a hurry. He hoped that it was fake, but there indeed was Tang Yunfan's handwriting on it, and it was set at August last year. Since Tang Jiayong had the appointment letter, he would be the acting chairman without election. Tang Deming was extremely unwilling to accept it, but he didn't dare to oppose it. He wasn't a man of outstanding ability after all, and did everything according to Tang Weiyong's orders. The situation was different right now, and he had no idea how to deal with it. All he could do was tell Tang Weiyong the result later. Those reporters soon spread the news out. Many people didn't have positive opinions on the fact that the acting chairman of Tang Huang Group was a young man who was just 20 or so. Other people, on the other hand, thought that there were many able people in Tang Huang Group, and even a young man would be able to run it well. Although Tang Jiayong was already 22, he was merely a kid in those experienced managers' eyes. Actually, Tang Jiayong hadn't graduated from his college yet. Even so, Tang Jiayong already had a master's degree of commercial management. Apart from Tang Yunfan, Tang Jiayong was the most talented businessman in the Tang family. Tang Yunfan didn't have any kids, so the Tang family raised Tang Jiayong as the heir of their family business. Exactly because of that, Tang Weiyong sent someone to spy on Tang Jiayong instead of Tang Jiakai. Since Tang Jiayong was assigned to be the acting chairman, nobody could oppose it. However, he still needed to face many challenges ahead. Therefore, although Tang Jiayong already sat on the position of acting chairman, it was just the beginning. Once the meeting ended, he had to get to know everything about the Tang family's business group. Luckily, the Tang family raised Tang Jiayong as the heir of their family business, so he was very familiar with it. Along with Quan Mingkai and Yin Weiluan's assistance, he was able to take over the company smoothly. Even so, it was his first time being the leader of a large dominant business group after all, so there was a lot for him to learn. Tang Deming went back to his office later and used another mobile phone to call Tang Weiyong. When Tang Weiyong heard the news, he was angrier than ever, but could do nothing about it either. He knew that it wasn't easy to unseat the Tang family, which was the reason why he was the mastermind behind the scene till now. To his astonishment, Tang Jiayong was able to quietly go back home without anyone knowing about it. It seems that I have to use my ace in the hole right now. Tang Weiyong's eyes were full of viciousness. He thought that Tang Deming could become the acting chairman this time, and they would carry out their plan at a slow pace, but he was wrong. Tang Weiyong didn't tell Tang Deming what he was going to do next, and Tang Deming didn't ask further either. Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan had supported Tang Deming at the meeting, but they weren't worried at all after Tang Deming failed, because Quan Mingkai understood the reason why they had done it. Someone had abducted Cheng Zhongxing's son and Wu Boyan's daughter before the meeting, and forced them to side with Tang Deming. Both Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan planned to stay neutral in this fight for power, but they were forced to make a choice. They never doubted the Tang family's ability, so they told Quan Mingkai everything. Quan Mingkai told them to do what they were told to do for their children's safety. They had supported Tang Deming today, and it wasn't their fault that Tang Deming failed.
Wow.
After a while, Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan received a call from their kids, and were told that they were safe back home. Those abductors had let their children go, not because they were kind, but because it was better for them to avoid unnecessary trouble right now. Today was also the reopening day of Kamei Beauty Salon in City F. In the beginning, the majority of their customers were unwilling to accept the new skincare products, especially because they were new and lacked fame. Nevertheless, more and more people fell in love with them after trying it, and the new skincare products soon became popular. Some customers who hesitated to try it decided to wait until they were sure that the new skincare products were safe. What had happened at Cozy yesterday happened again today at Jade Beauty Jewelry. Someone took a jade bracelet of low quality to Jade Beauty Jewelry and claimed that Jade Beauty Jewelry had deceived consumers. The bracelet indeed looked quite similar to the real one. Although others in the store didn't believe it, the person had the receipt of the jade, which made people wonder whether Jade Beauty Jewelry had really sold fake jade jewelry to its consumers. Gu Ning was in the store today as well, and she was obviously annoyed. "Did you say that you bought this bracelet in our store?" Although Gu Ning was mad, she didn't show it on her face and stayed calm. Since the man had the receipt, it proved that he had bought a bracelet here, but he must have replaced the real one with a fake one. "Yes, I bought it right here. I thought that it was a high-end jade bracelet, but it turned out to be fake," the middle-aged man said. Gu Ning sneered and asked, "Great. If you bought this jade bracelet right here, tell me which saleswoman served you." "She did." The man pointed at a saleswoman, and the saleswoman seemed a little embarrassed. It was true that she had served the man. Gu Ning understood that the man had bought a bracelet here, so she didn't blame the saleswoman but said, "Since she has served you, her fingerprints must be on this jade bracelet. We can do a fingerprint authentication to see whether it's true." Hearing that, the man panicked a little, then soon calmed himself down. "Many people have touched this bracelet. Who knows whether hers are still on it? We'll find out after the fingerprint authentication," Gu Ning said. "By the way, since many people have touched this bracelet, how can you be sure that this bracelet is the same one that you bought here?" "Well," the man was struck dumb. He didn't expect that this young girl was so smart. Other people in the store weren't dumb, and realized the man's real purpose given his reaction. "Exactly. Why do you hesitate to have the fingerprint authentication done? We'll know whether it's real or not after that. I think Miss Gu is right. This bracelet couldn't be the same one he bought here. I heard from my friend that a woman caused some trouble at Cozy the same way yesterday. She claimed that the Cozy facial mask caused a rash on her face, but didn't dare to try a new piece to see whether she was telling the truth. I think that they must be jealous of the popularity of Cozy and Jade Beauty Jewelry." Hearing that, Gu Ning wasn't surprised. "Do you mean they could be sent by those businessmen who are jealous of Jade Beauty Jewelry? I think it's highly possible. What a dirty trick. Don't they know that the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry has a powerful friend circle?" Hearing people's discussion, the man was scared. Jade Beauty Jewelry will, of course, never deceive its consumers, and we're willing to take the responsibility if there is any problem with the quality of our products. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'm not afraid to pay him or her back." Gu Ning's voice was as cold as ice, and was quite threatening. In fact, Gu Ning alone was very powerful. All of a sudden, the man ran outside, in case Gu Ning caught and punished him. However, Gu Ning didn't bother to do that. The man's reaction already proved everything, and others kept on shopping in the store of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Everyone, in order to celebrate, each of you can have 20% off as long as you buy jewelry here today. If the bill exceeds 1,000,000 yuan, we'll send you a piece of jewelry which is worth around 100,000 yuan.
Kuning site.
She was a very generous boss. A VIP member could only have 5% off, but they could have 20% off today. It was a big discount in the jewelry industry. The people in the store all cheered hearing the exciting news. Miss Gu, I hope that you can celebrate more in the future so that we can have more discounts, a woman joked. Haha, right? Others all agreed. A 20% discount could save them over 100,000 yuan after all. No problem. Guning also felt happy when her customers were excited. Seeing Guning being so happy, Leng Xiaoting was also happy. After that, Guning said to the woman who just joked with her, "Ma'am, I noticed that there is acne on your face. Why don't you try a cozy facial mask? It's very effective and safe." Guning seized this chance to promote her skincare products. Really? Let me have a try, please. The woman's face lit up at once. Every woman cared about her skin condition, and other female customers in the store all turned to look at Guning. Miss Gu, is it real? Miss Gu, can I have a try too? If it's really effective and safe, I want to buy some. They discussed it and couldn't wait to see its effect right now. That was exactly what Guning wanted to see. Ma'am, would you mind removing your makeup to try the facial mask? Of course not, the woman said. Guning then guided the woman walking to the washroom, and others were waiting at the lounge. Leng Xiaoting, however, walked into the office to wait for Guning, because he felt uncomfortable being stared at by those women outside. The woman's skin was a little dark yellow after removing the makeup. Although she took good care of her skin in her daily life, it wasn't very useful. She was an aged woman anyway, so normal skincare products weren't as effective as they were when she was young. Moreover, she probably didn't use the kind of skincare products which were suitable for her skin type. Even a famous international brand wasn't suitable for everyone. Cozy skincare products, on the other hand, had a special ingredient which was Guning's magical power crystal. After removing the makeup, the woman walked out, and her skin was clearly not in a good condition. Afterwards, Guning took out a box of facial mask from her backpack, right in front of them. She opened it and helped the woman wear a piece. Is Cozy a new skincare brand? I've never heard of it before. Yeah, it's new and I established it, Guning said. Given her good fame and reputation now, people tended to believe her words. What? You established it? Hearing that, they were all surprised. Not only Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, but even Cozy was also established by her. Yes, and I'm using this brand myself now. You can check my skin. I'm not wearing any makeup now, Guning said. Really? Hearing that, they were even more surprised. They had noticed Guning's smooth and shiny skin at the very beginning, but they just thought that she must be very good at making herself up. To their astonishment, Guning wasn't wearing any makeup. In that case, they were looking forward to seeing the effect of the facial mask even more. 10 minutes later, the woman removed the facial mask from her face. Once the facial mask was removed, it was very obvious that half of the acne disappeared from her face, and her skin became much brighter. Jesus, half of the acne has disappeared. It's so amazing. I think her skin is much brighter now. It's hydrated too. The woman was also excited, and checked her face in the mirror at once. Miss Gu, where can I buy this facial mask? She asked Guning. I want to buy some too, other women said with one accord. The first direct sale store is in the capital, and we are opening a branch in City B in a few days. If you want to buy some right now, you can write down your names and numbers, and I'll call them to send some here as soon as possible. Once the products are delivered here, you can come here to pick them up. How is that? Guning asked. Sure. They all agreed with excitement. Are there any other skincare products in addition to facial mask? Another woman asked. Cozy provides every kind of skincare products, and I'm confident that each of them is more effective than any other skincare products of the same kind on the market, Guning said. I strongly suggest you try it first before you pay for it. Although we haven't tried all of them yet, we've seen the great effect of the facial mask, and I think that the other products couldn't be bad, a woman said. I agree, and I trust Miss Gu, another woman said. Does it have any side effects? Someone asked with worries.
Kuningsmilet.
I think you better have a try yourself before you buy it. I have several samples with me and you can share them. Once the products are delivered here, you can also have a check. As for the prices, we set the prices as high as those famous international brands so you can buy them if you think they're worth it. If not, you can choose not to buy them. It's all up to you. In fact, customers in this store were all rich people. They could afford extremely expensive jade jewelry, so a set of high-end skincare products was nothing. Guning said that just because she didn't want to force them to buy them. Well, I think that if they're effective and safe, they're worth that much money. Exactly. I agree. All of them were already used to buying famous international skincare brands and didn't care about the prices. After giving them samples, Guning and Leng Xiaoting left together. Those women, on the other hand, stayed in the store shopping for jewelry. They could have 20% off today after all. They came here to buy jewelry. Since they could have a big discount today, many of them decided to buy more. In addition, some potential customers also didn't hesitate to buy the jewelry because of the good discount. When they walked out of the jewelry store, Leng Xiaoting looked at Guning with his eyes full of love. You're really good at doing business. Haha, of course I am. Guning felt very happy today, and didn't bother to hide her pride in herself. Seeing Guning being so excited, Leng Xiaoting also felt happy, and there was a smile on his lips. Right at this moment, two female passers-by noticed it and were stunned by his charming smile. Wow, he's so handsome. I feel like I'm in love now. Guning turned to look at Leng Xiaoting at once, then said, Stop smiling. Girls can't move a step forward because of you. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting put on an expressionless face without delay. I promise I'll only smile in front of you, Leng Xiaoting said. Great. Guning was satisfied. When they were in the car, Leng Xiaoting asked, Where are we going next? To the hospital, Guning said. No problem. Leng Xiaoting started the car, leaving for the hospital. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. On their way to the ward, Guning met a woman's eyes when they walked towards each other. The woman seemed surprised at first, then was angry, displaying a strong hatred. Guning didn't understand why the woman glared at her and frowned, because she had never met the woman before. Leng Xiaoting was also displeased, and gave the woman a cold glance, which scared the woman, and she turned her face away at once. She didn't dare to meet Leng Xiaoting's eyes. Guning ignored her, and walked past her with Leng Xiaoting. This woman was Lu Qiuting. She glared at Guning with strong hatred because of Feng Shuoqin. Thinking of Lu Xinqi's words and Feng Pinghui's warning, she didn't have the courage to slap Guning. Actually, even though she wanted to pay Guning back, she was doomed to fail and was unable to bear the consequences of it. Speaking of Feng Shuoqin, she was in a worse condition right now because she struggled a lot during the withdrawal and the wounds on her face tore, which caused a lot of bleeding. It tortured Feng Shuoqin more than ever, and she felt like she was dying. In the end, Feng Pinghui had to send someone to buy some drugs from the Earth nightclub for her to calm down. Guning already heard the news that Tang Zhiyang was back, but didn't meet him until they gathered together in the hospital around 6 p.m. Tang Zhiyang had also heard of Guning and seen her photo. He admired her a lot and was eager to meet her in person. Finally, they had a chance to meet each other. Hey Zhiyang, been a while. You look stronger now. Want to have a competition? Chao Wenxin was in the hospital before Tang Zhiyang, so she walked to him once he showed up like she was going to have a fight with him. Tang Zhiyang frowned and moved a step back. I heard from Jiakai that you've stopped bullying him. What, do you plan to bully me now? It was obvious that he couldn't beat Chao Wenxin in a fight. That's because I have a helper who can beat her down, Tang Jiakai said with pride. He came here along with Tang Zhiyang. You're a coward and you turn to a girl for help. Chao Wenxin mocked him. You. Tang Jiakai was mad but didn't know what to say. Come on, beat me if you're annoyed. Chao Wenxin enjoyed the feeling when Tang Jiakai was mad, but didn't dare to fight with her. All right, stop arguing. You're not kids anymore, Chao Ruihua said and criticized Chao Wenxin. Chao Wenxin pouted and closed her mouth. After that, Tang Zhiyang greeted the older generation before his sight fell on Gu Ning. Hi, nice to meet you, I'm Tang Zhiyang. He was a mature, stable young man, so he didn't show much excitement on his face. Nice to meet you too, I'm Gu Ning. Gu Ning smiled and shook hands with him. Both of them had heard of each other before, so there was no need for them to introduce themselves to one another. And this is... Tang Zhiyang looked at Leng Xiaoting, who was standing behind Gu Ning. Oh, this is my boyfriend Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning said. Nice to see you, Mr. Leng. Tang Zhiyang wasn't surprised that Gu Ning already had a boyfriend at such an early age. Nice to see you, Leng Xiaoting said. After that, they began to talk about the business. The mastermind behind the scheme must feel threatened since Zhiyang is back now. So Zhiyang will be in a very dangerous situation these days. Yunheng, send 2 of the best bodyguards to protect Zhiyang, Tang Haifeng said. Sure, Tang Yunheng replied. Gu Ning took out a porcelain bottle at this time, and there were 3 power crystals inside. She gave it to Tang Zhiyang. Take this medicine with you. If you're injured, take a pill at once. Thanks. Tang Zhiyang took it without hesitation, because he had heard a lot about Gu Ning and knew that she had a magical medicine, and that his grandfather was cured by it. They didn't stay in the ward for long, and went back to the Tang family's house later. In City F, the police finally caught the man who had raped Lin Lijuan after 2 days of searching and investigation, then took him to court. A rapist was generally put in jail for more than 3 years, and less than 10 years, but the man would have the heaviest sentence since Lin Lijuan was Gu Ning's relative. However, after the investigation, the police found out that the man had been put in jail once before because of the same crime, and he didn't leave prison until last year. Given his previous behavior, the police believed that he must have committed other crimes as well. It turned out that he had committed the crime of rape twice within this year, so he would be put in jail for the rest of his life. Gu Qinxiang told Gu Qingyun what had happened to Lin Lijuan, but he didn't tell him that Lin Lijuan had been raped. What had happened to Lin Lijuan didn't go abroad either. In addition to them, only the police in the police station were aware of it. When Gu Qingyun heard the terrible news that Lin Lijuan had a mental problem now, he asked for leave and came back home without delay. In the Tang family's house, the housekeeper already told the cooks to prepare dinner. Although Tang Yunfan accepted the fact that Leng Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend, he still didn't know how to get along with him, especially when Gu Man was absent and he didn't know who he could talk with. During the past years, Tang Yunfan seldom talked with his family, and they didn't share many common topics either. After dinner, Tang Yunfan asked Leng Xiaoting, "Do you know how to play xianggan?" "Sure," Leng Xiaoting said. "Come on, play with me," Tang Yunfan said. "No problem." Leng Xiaoting agreed. Tang Yunfan was his future father-in-law, and he didn't dare to reject him. When they were in the game, Tang Yunfan didn't focus on it, and made many mistakes, but Leng Xiaoting never pointed it out nor complained because they were just playing it for fun. Leng Xiaoting's good attitude pleased Tang Yunfan, and he let him go after 2 rounds. They stayed for a while longer, then left along with Chao Wenxin. That night, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting exercised, as usual before they fell asleep together. Gu Man went back to City B the day after the opening of the beauty salon, because both Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan were in City B, and she missed them. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoting had to leave to deal with something that morning. Although he was unwilling to leave Gu Ning, he had to do so. Apart from that, Zhuo Jiangkui would arrive at City B that afternoon. Qi Tianlin called Gu Ning at noon and told her to meet him at the same room in the Earth nightclub tonight around 8 p.m. Gu Man landed at the airport of City B around 12:30 p.m., and Gu Ning went to pick her up. After that, they went to dine together before Gu Ning drove Gu Man to the Tang family's house. Gu Man told Gu Ning what Lin Lijuan had been through during the past several days. Gu Ning was surprised, but didn't have any sympathy for her. Lin Lijuan wasn't someone important in her life, and Gu Man was kind enough to Lin Lijuan. If Gu Ning had been there, she would have ignored Lin Lijuan. Gu Man had no intention to make Gu Ning feel sorry for Lin Lijuan. She simply told Gu Ning the story. After lunch, Gu Ning drove Gu Man to the Tang family's house. It was a busy day for Gu Ning today, and she received Kay's call when they arrived. Kay told her that he had found a secret about Tang Deming. Tang Deming had been to a house many days ago. The house was under the name of a woman called Tang Xinrui, and Tang Xinrui had shown up at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Afterwards, Kay sent Gu Ning an email. Gu Ning checked the email at once on her phone. Tang Xinrui was 24 years old this year, and had graduated from Country Y half a year ago. Her major was business administration. After graduation, Tang Xinrui went back home and now worked in the finance department of Tang Huang Group. After reading that, Gu Ning was very clear that Tang Xinrui applied for a job in Tang Huang Group for a certain purpose. Since Tang Deming had contacted Tang Xinrui, what was their relationship? The document showed that Tang Xinrui was an orphan and had been adopted by a woman in Country Y. But it was obvious that there must be a connection between Tang Deming and Tang Xinrui. Gu Ning thought that Tang Xinrui might be Tang Deming's love child, or they could be relatives. It was also possible that they just worked together for the same aim. Gu Ning, however, believed that Tang Xinrui wasn't the mastermind, but just a pawn. Kay also found out that there were 2 phone numbers under Tang Xinrui's ID card, and the 2 phone numbers contacted each other often. It was obvious that another person was using the other phone number. Seeing that, Gu Ning suspected that the mastermind could be using the other phone number under Tang Xinrui's ID card. No matter what, since Tang Xinrui's real identity was exposed, Gu Ning had to tell Quan Mingkai right now and let him handle it. Therefore, she called Quan Mingkai at once. "Lady Ning, may I help?" Quan Mingkai asked. "A friend of mine is keeping a close eye on Tang Deming, and he found out that Tang Deming visited a house a couple of days ago. The owner of the house is Tang Xinrui, who is working in the finance department of Tang Huang Group," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Quan Mingkai was slightly surprised, but not very astonished. He knew that Tang Deming had many helpers in Tang Huang Group, which was a large company, but he was still surprised to learn that Tang Xinrui might have a relationship with the mastermind. Since he was aware of it now, he had to conduct the investigation. The finance department was a key department of a company after all. When it was almost 6 p.m., Yuzi went to Fengshan Shopping Mall. She seldom came to the store these days, and spent most of her time in the factory to design and make gowns. There were 2 ways of making gowns. One was made by machine and the other was handmade. Handmade gowns were currently done by Yuzi, and they were several times more expensive than machine-made ones. It took just a little while for a machine to produce a gown, but it took many days to make a gown by hand. During this time, Yang Ziqian kept in touch with Yuzi, and they sometimes dined and watched a film together. Yuzi had a good impression of Yang Ziqian, so she was willing to meet him once she was free. This time she also came here to meet Yang Ziqian. Yuzi already bought a white BMW which cost 700,000 yuan. She parked her car, then entered the shopping mall. However, Lin Tianyu appeared out of the blue and stopped her. Yuzi frowned and a touch of disdain flashed by her eyes. She ignored him and tried to walk away. Lin Tianyu, however, caught her wrist. "Let me go." Yuzi struggled but failed to get rid of his hand. She glared at him. "Lin Tianyu, what do you want? Are you dating Yang Ziqian?" Lin Tianyu wore a malicious expression and questioned Yuzi, like she had betrayed him. Yuzi was mad and sneered. "It's none of your business. You're mine, so it is my business," Lin Tianyu said, and tightened his hand around Yuzi's wrist. Yuzi at this moment noticed his abnormal reaction. She thought that Lin Tianyu must be going crazy, because they had been broken up for more than a year. Lin Tianyu, I have no relationship with you, so let me go right now. Yuzi struggled again. Yuzi, how can you hurt me like this? I already promised that I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Why would you still reject me? Lin Tianyu said with a sad face like he was the victim.
Was?
Lin Tianyu, who do you think you are? I only feel disgusted every time I see you, Yuzi said. Let me go right now, or I'll call the police. Yuzi lost her patience. Hearing that, Lin Tianyu suddenly approached Yuzi, which scared her. Lin Tianyu, stop right there. Let me go. Yuzi's shout attracted attention from people around them. Seeing a woman caught by a man, many people walked forward trying to help Yuzi out. However, Lin Tianyu took out a knife at short notice and pressed it against Yuzi's neck. Yuzi was so scared that she could barely move. Don't come closer or I'll kill her. Lin Tianyu yelled at the crowd. To their astonishment, the man dared to use a knife to threaten a woman in a public place. Jesus, is he crazy? It's a public place. I think he'll be put in jail. Is this a crime of passion? Stop discussing. The woman needs help. Let's call the police. After that, someone called the police. Lin Tianyu, however, didn't pay attention to the crowd, but kept staring straight at Yuzi with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Yuzi, if you don't come back to me, I'll kill you. Let me go first. Yuzi didn't dare to annoy Lin Tianyu. In case he killed her once, he lost control of himself. No, if you don't agree to get back together with me, I won't let you go. Lin Tianyu threatened. Sure, I agree. Yuzi just wanted to save her life right now and calm him down. Really? Do you mean it? Are you lying to me? Lin Tianyu didn't believe it. I mean it, Yuzi said. Prove it. Lin Tianyu said. How? Yuzi didn't know what to do. She felt so helpless right now. I don't know either. Lin Tianyu frowned. He didn't know how to make Yuzi prove her love for him, because he subconsciously believed that Yuzi still hated him. Therefore, even if Yuzi figured out a way to prove it, he wouldn't believe it either. Yuzi was in despair. Luckily, the police station was very close to Fengshan shopping mall, so the police arrived at the scene within 2 minutes. Seeing the police, Lin Tianyu was scared, and the knife shook in his hand and cut Yuzi's neck. Although the cut wasn't deep, Yuzi shouted in pain, and the police didn't dare to move forward. Stop there. Don't come closer. Lin Tianyu lost control of himself and yelled in anger. His hand, which was holding the knife, was trembling, and it was very likely that he would cut Yuzi's neck again. Let her go now. Do you know that you can be put in jail? A policeman said to Lin Tianyu. However, Lin Tianyu wouldn't listen to him. F***ck off, you all. F***ck off. It's none of your business. Right at this moment, Yang Ziqian also arrived and saw that Yuzi was being threatened by Lin Tianyu. He got nervous and mad when he noticed the blood and cut on Yuzi's neck. He ached to tear Lin Tianyu into pieces, but calmed himself down, trying to figure out a way to rescue Yuzi. Yuzi was in a very dangerous situation right now because the knife was pressed right against her neck. What do you want to do? The policeman asked. I want to be with her. Lin Tianyu stared at Yuzi with his eyes full of a desire to possess. Since you want to be with her, why are you hurting her? Shouldn't you protect her? The policeman asked him. She refused to be with me. Lin Tianyu shouted in anger and sadness. Yang Ziqian had served in the army and was now involved in the police force, so he knew many fighting skills. While the policeman was talking with Lin Tianyu, Yang Ziqian secretly moved behind Lin Tianyu's back where he couldn't see him. At short notice, he dashed out. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. However, before they could exclaim, Yang Ziqian already stood behind Lin Tianyu. Afterwards, he caught Lin Tianyu's hand, which was holding the knife, and grabbed his other hand, which was on Yuzi's shoulder. With 2 clear sounds, Lin Tianyu's wrists were dislocated, and Yuzi finally got rid of his control. Those policemen ran to them at once. Some supported Yuzi to stand, while others caught Lin Tianyu. After the police caught Lin Tianyu, Yang Ziqian came to Yuzi and said with concern, "Let me take you to the hospital."
C'est.
Thanks, Yuzi said. Given the situation, the police needed their oral confession, but it was obvious that Yuzi needed to be treated as soon as possible, so a policeman was sent to follow them to the hospital. However, Yang Ziqian rejected it. He took out his police officer certificate and said, "I'm a police officer. I'll bring her to the police station later." "Oh Lord Yang. Please do." Seeing Yang Ziqian's police officer certificate, the policeman recognized him at once and agreed without hesitation. After that, Yang Ziqian carried Yuzi in his arms, which scared her a little, and she flushed red at once. I can walk." "You're injured now," Yang Ziqian said. Yuzi still wanted to say something, but Yang Ziqian strode ahead without delay. Yuzi felt quite uneasy in Yang Ziqian's arms, and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Her face had turned pale in horror just then, and now she seemed worse after her face turned red. "Is it very painful?" Yang Ziqian was more worried. "No, it's fine." Yuzi denied it. In fact, the cut wasn't deep, and she just lost a small amount of blood.
I'm sorry.
I came too late. Yang Ziqian blamed himself. Although he and Yuzi were just friends, he took their relationship very seriously, so he thought that it was his duty to protect her well. Therefore, he blamed himself now because he failed to do that. "It's not your fault," Yuzi said. Lin Tianyu was the one who should be blamed. Yang Ziqian didn't say anything further, but swore to himself that he would never allow anyone else to hurt Yuzi again from now on. Yang Ziqian and Yuzi went to the hospital, and Lin Tianyu was taken to the police station. Given what he had done today, he was doomed to jail. The police informed Lin Tianyu's family when he was brought to the police station. Lin Tianyu's father was frightened when he heard the shocking news. He could never imagine that his son would break the law. However, he only had one son, and didn't know what to do if his only son was put in jail. What happened? Mrs. Lin asked her husband after seeing his unusual reaction. Tianyu was arrested by the police because he used a knife to threaten a woman in a public place, Lin Tianyu's father said. What? Mrs. Lin was shocked and fell on the sofa.
Impossible.
I don't believe that Tianyu would do that. Mrs. Lin couldn't believe or accept it. Her son already broke the law and was going to be put in jail. Once her son was put in jail, his life was ruined. All of a sudden, Mrs. Lin caught her husband's hand and cried, "We can't let our son be put in jail. It'll ruin his life. Do something. Let's go to the police station first and see whether we can settle it out of court," Lin Tianyu's father said. He obviously wanted to help his son out, but he wasn't an influential figure, so it wasn't easy for him to do that. Both the victim and the police station had to agree on it if they wanted to settle it out of court. "Sure, we can pay her over 1,000,000 yuan for it as long as she won't sue Tianyu," Mrs. Lin said. She didn't mind how much they had to spend on it. They also didn't know that the woman was Yuzi, or they would be aware that it was very difficult for them to settle it out of court. Of course, given Mrs. Lin's character, she would only force Yuzi to agree to settle it out of court if she found out that Yuzi was the victim.